can't wait till the video come out.
Hold on.
Of the line dancing.
Oh, you know it. You know I recorded it. Oh man, it is so funny because I sat there with all the parents. Right, all the parents were basically sitting at one table. The kids were all over the place. They rented out a very nice facility. And so, of course, I'm sitting there acting like a regular old parent, right? And then the line dances start, and it turned out we got there. I didn't realize that my cousin was actually she had gotten hired to DJ this event. So we got there, and I walked. She tapped me on the shoulder, and I was super excited. I was like, "Oh, I know we're gonna have a good time tonight." And so the line dances start, and I go out, and Faith saves me a spot at the front of the line in front of everybody. So of course we annihilate everybody on the dance floor, and then once it's over, they was like, "I didn't even think you could dance." It was like, "You and your daughter dance like you guys are practicing in the basement." I was like, "No." I was like, "No, it is just in the blood." She's taught by me, so of course it's gonna look like me. It was good. It was really, really good. All right, y'all, give me a second. Let me do my intro on TikTok. She is the girl. I'm gonna admit it, y'all, that she's actually better than me. I would never tell her that. She's actually better than me, but I would never tell her that. Once upon a time, I was that good, but yeah, she got.
We just gonna let her stay humble.
That's why I won't tell her. That's why I would never tell her she better than me. All right, let me run this this YouTube intro up, and then we're gonna get started. Welcome, my TikTok friends and my YouTube friends. Thank you all for joining me tonight. Tonight is going to be a very special show, a very heavy show as well. So this is my one and only trigger warning for my YouTube and TikTok people. We're going to be discussing Mr. Rodney Hinton tonight, the various aspects of this case. Of course, we're going to be talking about unaliving, police brutality, racism. There's a myriad of things that we're going to be discussing. So if any of those things you're uncomfortable with, I am completely okay with you guys dropping out and coming back on another week. We're going to have some guests here that are going to be very inflammatory. I can tell you that just based on the comments that I've gotten on my various videos. So just understand that they're coming and we're going to welcome them with open arms, because I feel like everybody deserves to be able to speak their piece. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to say what I want to say. They're going to say what they want to say, as long as they're not violent in their words or just being blatantly disrespectful. We're going to let those people say what they want to say. So you guys have got to be prepared for it. Okay. If you guys can understand that, there are only a couple of rules in my boxes. There is absolutely no cursing, and please attack the subject. Do not attack the people. I don't know how else to put that. Thank you all so much for those gifts. You guys are making me feel so much love tonight. Thank you, Miss. Thank you, buddy, Bubba. But please let's not make this attacks against each other. Attack the subject. That's the only way that we're going to actually gain something from this conversation. Okay. If you guys can abide by that, we're gonna have us a show. So without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and get started. I'm gonna do my best to hold on. I got tons of people waiting. Hold on. Again, my gifters are those that will get presidents in the boxes. Also, you have got to be one of my TikTok friends in order to join the boxes. We have several people waiting, but I need you guys to hit that button and be part of my TikTok fam in order to be in one of these boxes. Okay. All right, Bubba, I thank you for agreeing to that. All right. Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get started. If you guys do not know, this father, I think he was 37 years old or is 37 years old. His name is Rodney Hinton. Rodney Hinton's son was involved. And again, a lot of these details are a little bit sketchy. So if I get something incorrect, please forgive me. I'm going on based on what I've gotten thus far. The son was involved in a car theft. The police are then get involved. Him and his friends jump out of the car. They run. There is a great debate on if there was a pew pew involved or not on the part of his son, whose name was Ryan. Was 18 years old. But I'm just going to say it the first time because the story keeps changing. So what we first got was that he had a pew pew. He pointed the pew pew at the police officers. The police officers, within 6 seconds, unalived him. There were accounts that he was pew pewed in the back. They're now saying that he was pew pewed in the chest and the arm. Regardless of where he was pew pewed, the pew pew was caused him to lose his life. The very next day, the father ends up going to the police station to watch the actual body cam footage. The news report claims that what the police were saying was not evident in the police cam footage. 2 hours later, he's driving. There is a cop. I think his name was Larry Henderson. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he was a retired. I want to stress that he was a retired cop. He was no longer on active duty. He'd taken a job. He'd taken a job where he was basically just directing traffic for a graduation. This man rammed him with the car intentionally. There were tons of witnesses that says that he never attempted to even press the brakes. He unalived that particular cop. That cop is now gone along with his son. That is the conversation that we're having. Many people on the social media have decided to name him a hero. And many people here are calling him a hero for taking this cop's life. And I, for one, don't actually agree with that. So I know you guys are going to be upset. I don't agree with it at all. I'm going to give you guys my quick take. I do have a lot of things that I want to say, but this is the short and the sweet of it. I put out a video directly saying that I don't feel that he's a hero and he should not be celebrated for taking an innocent life. I want you guys to understand that I am a Christian that doesn't believe in taking life at all. So my moral standards and values are not going to change because this man was upset that he lost his child. It's just not going to change. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. That is what I believe. So I don't believe that you should take the law into your own hands. However, I am also a father of two. I have a 16-year-old daughter. I have a 3-year-old son. If somebody were to take my child's life, I can understand wanting to get revenge. I put out a second video where I used the popular film Samuel L. Jackson starred in. It was called A Time to Delete, since I can't say the other word on this app. In that story, his daughter, who was 10 years old, was brutally raped. I'm actually reading the book right now as well. I've already seen the film, but I'm reading the book now, which of course is a lot better. But this father goes after the two YT men that did that to his daughter, unalives them, and then he's unapologetic about it. And the entire film is based around his trial, where they're trying to prove his innocence or get him off for unaliving these two guys. Many of you guys are calling what he did eye for an eye. I cannot agree with that. Eye for an eye, number one, makes everybody blind. And eye for an eye, I don't consider this to be eye for an eye because the person you took out was innocent. I would be a lot more understanding if this man had taken out a person or people that were directly involved in unaliving his son. I can understand. I won't agree with it, but I could understand it. I cannot understand taking an innocent life and then calling him a hero for doing so. That is my stance. Again, this is a very layered topic. I understand that. And we're going to do our best to go over each and every one of those layers. But I just want to start at the very basis of it. I know you guys, many of you guys disagree. Many of you are calling him a hero. Many of you are calling him an eye for an eye. I want you all to come up. I want you all to express those opinions. And I want you to be able to defend those opinions. Because I'm here ready, willing, and able to defend my stance on the matter. Without further ado, I want to welcome each and one of my panelists. My boxes will be rotating throughout the night to give everybody an opportunity to speak. What exactly is hypocrisy? What is hypocritical? All right. All right, we're gonna start at the top. I want to wait a minute. I got a couple more people waiting. Essence, you are my friend. Come on up, Miss Essence. I hadn't seen you in a while. All right, and I got one more guess. All right, my boxes are now loaded. All right, we're gonna start at the top. I need everybody else to mute their microphones. Everybody, when you're not speaking, go ahead and mute your mic so we can get the clearly hear from the person who's speaking. So as you're coming in, go ahead and mute your mics. We're going to start at the top. Thank you so much for that. Ms. Kamira, could you mute your mic as well? We're starting at the top. I'm going to work our way down. We will be rotating the boxes throughout the night as well. All right, we're going to start with you. Welcome. Thank you so much for those gifts and welcome to the conversation tonight, Bubble. We're going to start with you. Hero or villain? What is your take on the Rodney Hinton tragedy?
Honestly, in my opinion, as a fellow Christian man, I wouldn't call him a hero or a villain.
Okay.
Basically, in my opinion, he's a heartbroken father.
Okay.
Now, as you said, I completely agree with your opinion. As you said, I can't condone the taking of an innocent life.
Mm-hmm.
And I also would understand a little better, yes, if he had unalived the person or people that caused this to happen to his son.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do feel bad that he lost his son.
Absolutely.
I don't think neither one of them, the cop or
the young man,
should have lost their life.
Correct.
It's a very terrible tragedy that happened.
Oh.
So, yes, I'll give my opinion. I say I wouldn't call him a hero, nor would I call him a villain.
Okay, and I thank you for saying that, Bubba, and I appreciate your take on that. And I want to stress that as well. I do feel like both these people should still be here. I need you guys to understand that you guys are calling him a hero, but this is a compounded tragedy. This man has a wife at home, so not only has the wife lost a son, but she has now lost a husband. So that's two tragedies in 1 week for this one person. Let's do the math on that. This is not great, and I want to thank you again, Bubba, for saying that neither of these people should be gone. I personally feel, and again, I wasn't there, but I do feel that they're well, we know when it comes to POC that cops in general are a lot more aggressive towards our people. It's just a true fact. There have been times, and we know. Well, I keep going back to the young man, the young white man that went into church and unalived all the people in the church, and they took him to Burger King before they took him to jail. If you guys can get him without taking him out, then why is it that the same thing can't happen when our people are doing whatever they're doing? That is that I feel like the police just are overzealous and just extraordinarily aggressive, and when it comes down to POC. So I just feel like this could have been they even if they had to pew the young man. Why is it that it's always a delete shot? Just like Sandra with the boiling water, they hit her in the eye. In the face. You pewed her in the face. Why was now again? I don't know if he was pewed in the back or the chest. I'm getting conflicting stories. Either way, it was a shot that was going to take him out rather than neutralize the situation. So thank you so much for that observation, and thank you for bringing that point forward. I wanted to mention that, but I totally forgot in my rant. So thank you so much for adding that to the conversation. All right, Miss Gemini, welcome to the conversation. Thank you for being here tonight. I am anxiously waiting your take on Mr. Rodney Hinton. Go right ahead. You have the floor.
Hi.
Hello.
He definitely wasn't a hero.
Okay.
He shouldn't have taken an innocent life. His son was out here doing criminal activities, and it was said that he ran from the cop with the pew-pew. So what was the cop supposed to do? Some black people is saying, he should have let the young guy get away. or whatever. But why? You know, and you know the way the father came in there looking at all the deputies and stuff like that, like he was the man or whatever like that. You know.
Yeah, he did. Did it not seem that he was unapologetic in it? You know what I mean? That to me, for that's what a lot of our people were excited about. But for me, it made me feel even worse because even if we're going to argue that he snapped or he just lost his mind in that moment, where's the remorse? Because he was not showing any in that courtroom, not an ounce of it. Chin held high, chest out, as if he was truly Superman for what he did. I did not take that. And you and I seem to have taken it the same way. Thank you. Go ahead, Jim. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You know, I don't want to bring up the president, but didn't he say, you know, anyone who unalives a cop is getting a DP?
Yes, he was actually attempting to. I don't know if he actually did or not, but I know he was trying to get an executive order going that would allow for automatic DP for anybody that takes the life of a cop. Absolutely, that is correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's gonna be his fate or whatever. But you know, I don't feel sorry for him.
I do.
That's just me.
I do it now, Gemini. I do, and you and I are both Geminis. My birthday's June 15th. When is yours?
May 25th.
Okay, we're right there together. But yeah, now I do feel sorry for him. But for the sheer fact that you lost your son, regardless. And what I don't like is when people are saying he was a bad dad, this, that, and the third. I need people to understand you could be an excellent parent, and your children can still be influenced by the world. Your children can still get with the wrong crowd. Your children can still get out there and make mistakes. You know what I mean? So I don't think that a child going out there and doing something bad makes the parent a bad person. I do not agree with that. And I want to stress that because that's another popular comment inside the videos that I've made. And I do not agree with that. All right.
And he has other kids.
Exactly.
So, you know, he left them to do something stupid, you know.
And I agree with that too, Gemini. People were like, well, he lost his son. He had nothing else to live for. I'm just going through some of the comments that the people were leaving for me. I'm like, that's not true. He had a wife and he had other children. And biblically, your wife comes first. So if he didn't, so he still had that wife and other kids to be there for. So no, he had plenty left to live for. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm with you, Gemini. I'm with you. Very good. All right, have you landed your plane?
Yeah.
Okay, forget. You're good. Okay. Crystal. That's my TikTok sister. She's gonna be here when many of you guys are not here. So I wanna welcome her. That her box is safe all night. Crystal, what are your takes on this particular situation? Hey, my YouTube folks.
It's very deep to me, but it takes me back to the movie A Time Can Kill.
A Time to Unalive. Yeah, you know, I did a video on that. Go ahead.
Oh, see, I didn't even know that.
I did. I absolutely used it. I used.
Back to that movie.
Yeah.
So I can't call him either, but as a parent, you just don't never know what can make you snap. But what can make you snap is when something is done to your child.
Come on now.
So I'm not judging him in any way. I'm not saying he was wrong or right. But as a parent, I couldn't even imagine what he was going through. He blacked out. And I really think he should get another lawyer, YT lawyer, on his side so he can just put in his brain, if that was your child, what would you do?
Well,
I do.
And people are saying that, but I keep saying, if that were my child, I would not take an innocent life. If that were my child, I want the person that did that to my child. That's who I want.
I can't say what we might do. I can't. People are saying take one of ours, but taking one of yours.
But where does one of yours, Crystal? What is one of yours?
I'm not saying this right.
Yeah, I'm with you. No. You're saying what a lot of people are saying. So I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking that thought process. So it's not you. I want you to spell that out because that's exactly what a lot of those people are saying.
They keep taking ours. Let's take them.
They, you got to define they.
Oh, define it.
Yeah, you mean you. So you mean police?
Yeah, you're taking one of ours. We're gonna take one of yours.
But you do understand that he was a retired police officer.
Yes, and what I don't understand is this. What I don't, because I didn't look at everything. I looked at some things. I was looking at the trial. I mean, not the trial. When he went to court, I didn't understand how none of the family was not allowed, but you allowed 50 officers, like almost like you wanted him to snap.
I mean, well,
like to intimidate him, but I liked how he held his head high.
I saw that as a show of absolutely no remorse for what you did.
No, I didn't.
That's the way I saw it.
I saw it as I'm gonna hold my head high. You're not gonna intimidate me here and make me break. That's how I looked at it.
I saw it so differently. I saw it as an act of defiance and pure arrogance for you to have taken a person's life and then you walk in the courtroom like you're a superhero.
It was like they was intimidating them and let your family sit out. Like I have no love in this room, but you're gonna bring the people that love this man in the room, but I can't have no love because I am innocent.
Oh, here we go, Sambo. Oh, here we go with the slurs tonight. I've been called a white man dipped in chocolate. I have been called a house in, and which I don't consider that an insult. A house in. Oh yeah, those are some of the comments I've gotten this week. Yeah. Oh, but the house in doesn't bother me because I own the house, so that's fine. You can call me that all day long. I own the house. So while you're still in your mama's basement, I own the house. So please call me a house in. I'm okay with that. People are ridiculous.
Unnecessary.
Me disagreeing on this one subject does not make me a traitor to my race. I don't uphold anybody in their wrongness, regardless of race. No, you can go through my content. I've gone out the Chinese, I've gone out the YT, I've gone out to every race imaginable. If you're wrong, you're wrong. And in this case, I feel like this brother was wrong. So call it.
I don't think he was in his right state of mind.
Call it whatever you want to call it. And I'm not saying that he wasn't in the right state of mind. Okay, but if you are you still snapping when you walk in the courtroom?
Marquise, I'm going to say this: they did not have to have all them officers in there. I think they did it to make him snap. I think they did it like we're going to back ours up, but you're not going to be backed up. Your family's going to be sitting out here. So I think he held his head high, let them know you're not going to break me.
All right.
That's just my opinion.
All right. Okay. I apologize. I know we have
50 officers.
We have a couple of people. We have a couple of people that are waiting. I need you guys to hit the button and become part of my TikTok family in order to join the boxes. My boxes will be rotating throughout the night to give everybody an opportunity to come up and speak their piece. Please feel free to disagree with me. Many have, and I'm used to it, and I'm quite okay with it. So come on up. Come on up. What's a second? It's fine, Crystal. All right. Have you landed that plane? Miss Crystal.
Hold on 1 second. 50 officers. He can't do anything. He's chained. But they allowed all them officers in there. And his family couldn't come in. Not even his wife and brother and his other child.
Thor is saying it was actually 30 officers, not 50.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay, it was a lot. It was a lot of them. I will say that it was quite a few of them.
30 officers to come in there to back what he did.
Let's keep tapping
his family was not
Alone. Please don't make me stop the show, folks. Thank you so much for those gifts. Bless, keep them coming. I appreciate it. We have 159 people in the room. I need you guys to tap that screen up. We need to get this thing closer to the 50K mark. Quite easy to do with the number of people in the room. I will stop the show and take a complete commercial break if the taps slow down. So please don't make me do that. We're having a great conversation and it's just getting started. All I need you guys to do is to keep the conversation going here and keep tapping that screen. Comments that are attached to gifts will be read and addressed. But I'll try my best to address some of the others as well. And you guys also, any gifter has a priority in the boxes. So thank you all for joining me tonight. Keep on tapping that screen. That's what I need you guys to do. Support what's going on tonight. We're having an important conversation. All right, Crystal, come on with it.
I think they brought him in there to try to break him down. And I didn't think his head held up meant, yes, I did it. I think it meant, y'all not going to break me down. Yes, I did what I did, but y'all not going to break me down.
Okay. But I did what I did. Does that... But
to intimidate him.
Okay, but even the way that you're describing it sounds like he's unapologetic. Do you understand where I'm coming from on that? It sounds very unapologetic.
They didn't all need to be there.
Okay.
That was just too much. And he doesn't have to apologize. That's how he feels.
Okay.
I'm not saying what he did was right. But what they did with all the officers wasn't right. They did it to intimidate.
Thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate it, Crystal.
They thought he was going to put his head down, but he held it up. That's just how I feel.
Oh, okay. They're asking about my suit and tie. I came in and started the show fresh. My daughter had a band banquet tonight, so I was her date. So that's why I'm suited up tonight. I hadn't had time to change. I wanted to come on and get started as soon as I could because I was already late. That's the reason for the suit. And hey, it's an important show tonight, so it's fine. All right. Okay, Crystal. I like it. I like it.
It pees me off. But like I said, I'm not saying he was right. I'm not saying that.
He wasn't right at all.
But what they did was wrong.
Okay. Okay, we're going.
I don't care who comes at me and say,
"Oh, it's coming." Please believe it's coming.
I already know it's coming.
All right, Essence. Welcome to the conversation. You family. I don't have to give you all the niceties. Come on with your thoughts and opinions, Essence.
I haven't gotten to see one of your lives in a very long time. So
no problem. We are ready for you. I need you to
own. One more thing.
Crystal, now look, you cannot. Okay.
One more thing. As they were there to support theirs, his family should have been allowed to be in there to support him. So they knew what they was doing.
Okay. I'm good on that. Go ahead, Essence. We're ready. Please take off in your plane before she takes off again. Thor says that his family was in the room. I'm not 100% sure on that. Thor, you need to come up since you have all this additional information.
It was in a glass window, watching from a glass door windows. They were not allowed in the courtroom.
I mean, it was a lot of tension there. I mean, they may have been for their own for the safety of the other police.
I was just about to say that could have been safety reasons.
That's a very tense situation all the way around. I don't separating the two groups. I think may have been for the best for everybody.
They didn't need that many people.
Oh God. Okay.
All right. Crystal, where is the energy for Tyree Nichols?
Okay, we're not going to talk about any other case or any other this is big enough. We don't have to add in any other people tonight. We're not going to do that. I spent 5 shows on Carmelo Anthony. This is not going to be show number 6 on somebody outside of the main subject. So let's not do that tonight. Go ahead, Miss Essence.
Whoever you are.
We're ready for you, Crystal. Please take the driver's seat. We're ready for you.
I would flat out say, as a parent, I understand a little why he did what he did. I don't support it 1,000%. So I don't call him a hero at all. I'm sorry to the people that do. Mm-hmm. But I don't condone what he did, no matter what happened.
So you're saying that you understand why he took an innocent life?
like, I get the rage of the situation, or why he thought he had to, like, or why he thought he had to, like, do the things that he did, who's to say he kind of lost his mind for a little bit.
Okay. Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Essence, I'm trying to give a different or another example of this. This is like your Meemaw being in the hospital. They end up with a bad doctor, and that doctor hits an artery, and Meemaw passes away. That means if we're gonna go by that, then that means that I now have the right to go in any hospital and take the life of any doctor because this one doctor was careless in their actions with Meemaw, and somebody else got to feel the same way I feel. That to me is just it's not the same. To me, it's a false equivalence. The only way, and again, I can't. I don't. I don't. I'm not with taking lives at all. But if I'm going to take a life, I just feel like the life that needs to be taken. If we're going to play eye for an eye, which everybody wants to scream all night, that eye needs to belong to the person that actually did something. The eye that he took didn't belong to the person that did anything, so that's why I cannot support it. Had he hunted down or found a way to get to the people that were actually responsible, even though I wouldn't agree, I would understand. This I flat out cannot understand because that man had absolutely nothing to do with it. That's how I feel. No, go ahead, Essence.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with what you're saying. Like, no, that what he did, he should have not done that. Like I said, I don't support it 1,000%. But that's pretty much what I was trying to say. I'm sorry, I had someone else trying to get my attention.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Okay, we don't care if you understand. That's in the comments section. Chosen, let me tell you something. You don't have to be here. You could choose to be with another creator right now. There's a magic button. Or no, not even a magic button. You have this right here is magical. If you do like this, you don't even have to see me. And if you hit the button up there 2 ways, you never have to see me again as long as I'm on this app. Stop leaving irrelevant comments or comments that don't further the conversation here. This is a conversation. You don't have to be a part. If you're not mature enough to have the conversation, feel free to leave. You won't be missed. All right, we got 175 people in the chat. Please keep the conversation going. All right, folks. Good job, Rodney. I want some of y'all to come on up. All right, Sonia, we are ready for you. I'm sorry, Essence, had you landed that plane? I wanted to make sure you got everything. Okay, very good. All right, Sonia. All right, we already know. I don't have to give you all of the fluff, your family. So go ahead and take off in that plane. I want to hear what you got to say.
Okay, I'm going to try to make this as brief as possible.
Please, don't give us a dissertation. We got a lot of people.
I am. Okay, so here's the thing. I understand completely how he feels.
Okay.
Let me say that first and foremost.
Yes.
As a mother of
AT baby
down on the table and got cuts of mine, I get it. But there is, in my opinion, there is no reason whatsoever to take a life for somebody who has done something to your child or otherwise. I've had family members and friends who've been taken unjustly by the popo.
Okay?
So, and that are really close to me.
Okay.
So I feel that. But this man here took a life.
Come on.
And had nothing, absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
To do with what happened to his child. So, as you said, and was one of my points in the comment on your post, he destroyed not only his life.
Come on.
But his family's life.
Come on.
And the family of the man that he took.
Come on.
Was retired.
Retired.
Had nothing to do with the police system in that form at all.
Come on.
Yes, our people have been unjustly unalived.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, our people as well as other races and cultures and so forth and so on. That's a given.
That's correct.
But whether he was temporarily mentally challenged or not, this man took a life from a family who had absolutely nothing to do with his son. Nothing. And my last point is this. I just feel like we are entitled people, okay, on both sides. We as a black race feel like we're entitled to justify unaliving.
Come on.
When our children and loved ones are taken and we feel it's unjust, just as the other side, the YT, also are, entitled. Because they have the pew-pews. They are in position. But we're not thinking about it, and this is just something to think about.
Tap the screen, folks.
Think about the people that are in the police system that are of our race, who also take lives unjustly. We don't think about that because in training, I have a police friend who's on the police force. I have several actually, and I talked to one of them before the live, okay? And they are trained. She said they are trained to know exactly where to shoot, when to shoot, and for what reason.
Come on.
If you don't want to unalive someone, you have options of where you can shoot.
Come on.
This is from somebody that's on the force and does it every day.
Come on.
Faces it every day. So there was a choice for this person to be unalived. Was he in fear for his life? We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know that. We don't have all the information. We are just going by a video that has portions and parts of what actually happened. Am I justifying what was done? No. But what I am doing is saying, stop and think before you act.
Come on.
Stop and think before you act. And I do want to address one other thing. I said that was it, but for the people that weren't in the family that supposedly weren't in the courtroom, I feel like there was a reason behind it. You have so much going on. There would have been an uproar. I have no doubt in my mind that there would have been an uproar because if you have people on TikTok saying hero, just think about what the family feels. They may also feel like he's a hero. The brother, the son, and the wife.
Hold on, Crystal.
Crystal, 1 second. Just let me finish and then you can respond to what I'm saying.
Crystal, you got hold on now. Let her go.
You have family members that may feel like
Thor, I'm waiting on you.
Justified in what he did. So who's to say that family members wouldn't retaliate?
Come on.
It's just factual. Who's to say that the man who he ran over, family, wouldn't retaliate? Those police were there for a reason. I don't think there's any reason in life to unjustly take a life.
I agree.
Especially when a person has nothing to do with it.
All right. I love it. Okay, good going, Sonia. Listen, folks, you guys don't have to agree. I am welcoming everybody. If I want you to make whatever points you want to make, just be willing to be able to be challenged on it. That's all. You don't have to agree with my take or any of my panelists. If you have something else you want to add, or if you feel totally different about it, I want to hear it. So my boxes are open. You guys see that I'm rotating them throughout the night. Please understand if I drop you at any time, it's not a form of disrespect. It's just allowing each and everybody, as many people to come up as want to come up. At this time, we have almost 200 people in the room. I thank each and every one of you for coming up. I thank you guys for the gifts. I thank you all for tapping that screen, but unfortunately, the taps have slowed down. So what we're going to do now is take a brief intermission. I need you guys to tap that screen up to the 50K mark, and then we'll start fresh. We're going to jump back to the top with Lisa. I'm trying to keep this thing as orderly as possible. So I know that she came up before my other guests down here. So we're going to pause here. Everybody mute your mics. Let's tap that screen up to the 50K mark, and then we'll go up to Lisa and work our way back down. My official panelists, I'm going to skip over you all. You all can chime in at any time, but the special guests are those that I'm going to give priority because my two people here, my regular people here know how these things go. So priority will be paid to the guests tonight. And if my regular panelists whose boxes won't move at all tonight, unless they choose to give them up, they can chime in at any point during the show. So go ahead, people. Let's move this thing up to the 50K mark. It's 200 people in the room. We should already be at 100, but I need to stop the show at this point so we can go ahead and get those taps up. Let's move it up to the 50K mark, and then we're gonna keep the show moving. We have a lot of people that want to come up. I need you all to make sure that you are one of my friends. That's one of the rules. And once you're in the boxes, please make sure that you are not cursing and not blatantly disrespecting any of the panelists. Really simple rules. If you can do that, I don't care what you got to say. I may totally disagree with you. My eyebrows do have a tendency to disconnect when I disagree, but I'm going to try my best to keep a straight face while you're saying something I don't like. And again, even if I don't like it, I'm not going to disrespect you. Now, I may challenge you, but I'm never going to disrespect anybody unless you just take it there. And it's only a couple of people that have taken it there. So let's try to keep this conversation as respectful as possible. I do understand that there's a lot of emotions and a lot of passion in this, but we want to try to stay logical along with it as well. T Baby is here tonight. I gotta let her come up. Oh, you're gonna have to wait a minute though, T Baby. You in line. You gotta wait a little bit. So go ahead and mute that mic as you're coming in. But welcome. I'm so happy to see you tonight. Go ahead and mute that mic though. Let's move that thing up to that 50K mark, and we're gonna start at the top and work our way back down with our panelists that will be rotating throughout the night. Again, I have several of you guys waiting. So once you guys have landed your plane, if I drop you, it's only to allow another guest to come up and let them speak their piece. T Baby, I'm going to go ahead and mute that mic, and you are 1, 2, 3. You're number 4 in line. So we're gonna drop down. I got you here, and then I'll come to you, T Baby. But thank you so much for being here. I already muted you, T Baby. No problem. You're good. All right. Thank you all for helping me get to that next goal. The next goal is 75K. We got 179 people in the room. I just need you guys to keep the conversation rolling down here. Keep tapping that screen. If you throw up a gift, I'm going to make sure that I'll do my best to make sure that I read that comment. And if you want to join the boxes, you're more than welcome to do so. Gifters do get priority in the boxes tonight. And of course, my friends do as well. So, Miss Lisa, thank you so much for waiting. Thank you for your patience, and we are ready for you to take off in that plane. What would you like to add to this conversation?
Hey, I don't think that he's a hero or a villain. Definitely not a villain, but I did want to just add to what people said about him being distraught. And this is not me trying to center myself. I now have the experience. So my son was not unalived by police, but he's no longer with me. And it's been a year now. And what I realized listening to this story is not only does it make my heart really heavy because it happens all the time, but when that traumatic grief, that traumatic loss that's not anticipated, when that happens, that does something really extreme to our brains. Like loss is loss, right? I don't like to play trauma Olympics, but when you lose somebody unexpectedly, that does something to you. And so I guess my thing that I just hope people will think about, and the reason why I feel for him is because he just saw a video of his son, right? Like that's his baby. He just saw that video, a couple hours, correct me if I'm wrong, prior to that?
2 hours.
I'm not saying that I would have done the same thing, right? I'm not saying that I could have done the same thing. What I am saying is that as embarrassing as it is, the thoughts that have went through my brain, just from seeing the picture of my son in the hospital, just from seeing him in the casket, just from the feelings that I have to this day, is that I can understand why he snapped. And I'm not psychic, but I do believe that he snapped. And then to the point of, his facial expressions. I've rewatched that video. I have no proof of this. I wasn't there, right? But I do think that officer that escorted him out, I think that she probably said something. That's just opinion. I have no proof of that. But I think it was him holding his head up. I think that he was trying to make it a point, like, look, you can't get to me, right? I'm not condoning what he did. And I don't want to repeat myself and ramble, but I just really hope that people consider, like, if you haven't lost a child, I don't even know what to tell you. If you have lost a child, my condolences, and please be more compassionate, because at the end of the day, I can sit here and say all day that I would never unalive somebody like he did. But for my child, if he was still here, my life over his any day. So when his son left this world, part of him left with it. So just please consider that, because when we lose our kids, it feels like our soul is being tugged. Like, we want to go with them. It's not because we don't want to be here, but we want to be with our babies. So again, I wasn't trying to center myself. That's just why I have the opinion that I do. And I do think that, like, we're tired as people, right? Again, doesn't excuse it, but we are really tired, and I think he snapped.
Okay, I like that. And again, condolences to your loss. Let me ask you this, though. Do you have any other children? Was it your only baby?
Yeah, that was my only one.
Okay. Understood. And I only asked that because in your case, I would understand, not obviously you taking somebody else's life, but I understand the level of passion you have, because that particular child is literally your everything. I don't know if you're married. Are you married or not? Are you single?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So I'm safe in saying your child was literally your everything. This is a married man with other children. So I get where you're coming from. Again, I have not lost a child, but I nearly lost my wife who was carrying the child at the time. That's a testimony that I've given many, many times, and I won't give tonight. I also lost my father, who was pew-pewed by his friend multiple times and lay in the street for hours before the cops came and took him to the hospital. He lived for about 2 weeks and ultimately succumbed to his injuries as well. So, I mean, I can go on and on about the number of unalivings that are the number of beds that I've stood over watching people that I love nearly pass or pass away. So I understand the level of passion. I understand. I understand. What it does to your mind to lose people you love. However, I still cannot, in my mind, make it okay to take an innocent life. Again, had he hunted down the ones that actually did this to his son, I might be on the side of the people that are saying, congratulations, you're a hero. But for the sheer fact that you took a life that was totally unrelated, had nothing to do with it, I just cannot. I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't condone it, and I can't support it. I just can't. All right. Let me jump on down. Keisha. I guess that's Keisha. Go ahead and unmute. We are ready for. I'm sorry, Lisa. Have you landed your plane? I want to make sure that you've gotten everything out before I grab the next guest. Are you good?
Oh yeah, you're fine.
Okay. You're okay. No problem. All right, Keisha. Welcome to the conversation. We're ready for you. Go ahead and take off in that plane.
First, I want to say hello. I watch this all the time that you come up. I'm a big fan.
Oh, thank you.
I wanted to wonder what was going through his mind, because I don't agree with what he did, because the man who did, he shot or pew-pewed.
Is still at home with his family. That's what did you gain out of that? That man is at home with his wife and his children. You're now somebody I've read, or I won't say I read, somebody said that they charging him with capital unalive. And is that true?
That's what I
Okay, so if that's the case, you're fighting for your life, your freedom, and possibly your life. Your son is gone. Your wife is without a husband and a son, and your other children, you can't be there for your other children. Meanwhile, the person that did it is at home with his family eating.
With his family. If he's eating, and the other family who has lost a man who was in the service for a long time, they said he didn't do anything wrong, and he was a nice man and all those things.
Yeah.
But it's a flip side to it, because I have to look at him and try to figure out what he was going through in his head as well.
Yeah.
Because this is kind of like a little change of it, because we're going through that down here in Memphis, where the police officer killed Tyrese Nichols, and they got away with it.
Yeah.
They literally got away with it.
Yeah.
All three of them got away with it. It was 5 of them altogether, but 2 of them pled guilty, but they got away with it. So a lot of times you're wondering what they're thinking. They're thinking they're going to get away with it, but the one who got, in his case,
he still got away with it. Correct. He still got away, and it only makes your case worse. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Look, you're supposed to be flying this plane, and I'm taking over. Let me be quiet.
Yeah, so I would have got the one who hurt his son and poo-pooed his son. Mm-hmm. So I would have understood that.
Yeah.
But to do it to an innocent man who didn't have nothing to do with it, just doing his job, I don't agree with that. But like I said, you have to wonder what was going through his mind, because we have seen several times where people got away with it, but he still yet got away with it. So it's kind of like darn if you do, darn if you don't in this case.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to pray for his family.
Yeah.
His family as well, because his wife is missing her husband.
Correct.
And she's not only missing her child, she's missing her husband as well.
Correct.
So she's getting double. With this.
Double.
All because he made a decision that in the heat of the moment he was upset, and he just decided to do what he did. Mm-hmm. Now, with the other family, they're missing a father and a son, and the one who got poo-poo, got an innocent man who didn't have nothing to do with it. So I kind of agree with you with that one. He didn't have no reason to do that to him. Now, if he would have did to the ones who did it, of course, I would have been,
I look, I'd have been praying, because that's not Christian-like, but I'd have been like this, Lord, I'm sorry.
But the Christian in us says you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So
no, wait, the Christian in us says that vengeance is mine, said the Lord. That's right. So the Christian. Hold on now. Let's not just take the words out we like. Let's not pick and choose now. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. So in actuality, you should have went home. You know what I'm saying, and prayed about that thing, and waited on God to rectify the situation one way or the other. That's Christian talk there. But of course, many of these folks don't even believe in God, which is also what makes me mad. The same ones that say eye for an eye, using the Bible verses to justify this, don't even live by it nor believe in it until it's convenient. So please. It's making me mad. It's making me mad. Don't do that. Y'all come here every week. I don't hear anything about God or eye for an eye, or any verse in the Bible until today or 2 days ago. Don't do that. Don't do that. They're saying y'all don't even believe in them or live by it. So don't do it.
That's true.
Don't do it. I live by it to the best of my ability. Okay. All right. Have you landed that plane, Miss Keisha? You're doing good. You're doing good.
I'm landing it. Like I said, I just disagree with what happened.
Me too.
And I hope and pray that the families can get through this. That's all I can do.
I love it. I love it. Beautifully said.
Once again, I'm a big fan, and thank you for having me up.
You were so kind. Y'all don't make the black man blush. Thank you so much. I thank you for supporting me. I thank you for being here. I love that people love what I do on it. You know what I mean? You got so you've been around, so you know this is not all I do. This is my favorite part of what I do, but you know the content, so you know that everything that I bring to this platform. So I thank you for being here tonight. Please, you're more than welcome to come back up at any time. Matter of fact, once the room slows down, you can come back up later tonight if you want to. So thank you so much for being here. TT, are you coming up? You know, these boxes are locked and loaded tonight. We got a lot of people. All right, let me load that box. Oh, look, she want her box now. Ain't that something? TT, how you doing tonight?
Hey, I was on my backup, but
I saw you.
The comments rolling. Okay.
Oh yeah, they were rolling. Yeah. Oh,
yeah, and this.
go ahead. And you know it's not your turn.
Right
you know it ain't your turn. Go ahead.
No. I'm just telling you, I might go out at any moment, but
Okay.
I'm gonna try to stay in as long as I can.
Okay, no problem. All right, because we're getting ready to cycle through the boxes again. We are at the bottom seventh lyric. Is that seventh lyric? Thank you for your patience and thank you for waiting. Welcome to the conversation. Feel free to disagree with me. It's quite all right. I can handle it. How you doing tonight? Go ahead and let me know your take on this situation.
Well, first off, I want to say good evening, brother. I've been on your panel before. We spoke before, I think specifically dealing with Carmelo Anthony's case.
Very good.
So I appreciate you having me again. And I hope you and your family are doing well.
Thank you so much.
As everyone else on this panel.
Very good.
So let me go ahead and flip things on its head a little
Here we go. Let's go. Hey, I've been ready. I've been waiting. Look, they've been tearing me up in the comments. I'm ready tonight.
I vehemently disagree. And I want to start off by saying I'm not a person that's religious in any capacity.
Okay.
So my moral and ethical standpoint comes from just my viewpoint of the world. So just bear with me.
Fair enough.
Unfortunately, while there was a life lost and people say that the cop was innocent and he had nothing to do with it, I understand that. I will say my compassion well has completely dried up. And given our stance as a people in this country, this is why. No matter if we're the perp, no matter if we're the victim, no matter if we've done it right, wrong, up, down, inside out, the narrative is still painted about us the same. As a sister stated earlier, when one of ours is unalived or our family members is unalived, specifically by law enforcement, there is a wide range of justification on why it happened, why it should have happened, or why it did happen, why it was okay. And usually in the general public's eye, who are not us or the mass majority of us, it's usually agreed upon. So the same narrative is played out, and we've seen it with Sandra Bland, Philando Castile. The list goes on.
Yes.
They go home, they live their lives, and the family is left to pick up the pieces of the fallout of that hurt, pain, and anguish. So when you witnessed your people, and I'm just speaking specifically for myself, and I'm not saying this doesn't apply to anybody else, but just from my perspective, when you see your people unalived on a constant basis, and you see the same narrative play out, you do not no longer have the empathy to consider the other side, because we are never given that same grace and benefit of the doubt. With that being said, I'm going to take a page out of their book. I understand that the cop did not and was not the one that took the brother's family's life, and I do agree with the notion it would have been better.
Much better.
The family member, that would, at least that's where my stance would have been, did a law-abiding citizen move on them and just went on ahead and took care of it that way. But I could imagine that the brother felt probably what I'm feeling. We know how this song and dance plays out. So we take a page out of their book. He fit the description. And we'll go from there.
Okay.
That being said, I look at it from this standpoint, and I've had this conversation with my people, is that there's not going to be no conversation had if any of y'all are ever unalived in a situation like that. I told my family, and I've prepped them, and we've had these deep-rooted conversations.
Thank you, Lily.
do not try to deter my mind, because my mind is made up. My mother being laid out on CNN News as a Sonia Massey, or my sister as a Breonna Taylor, or my brother as a Philando Castile, or Trayvon Martin, or Mike Brown. I told him, I said, there's going to be no trying to reason with me at that point, because I see red. I'm telling them, I'm prepping you and letting you know, to my wife, to those who I love, while I understand the reason that you have to stay, you have to be here for the ones that you love, you have to press through. We have been pressing through. There's been too many of us hung on the poplar tree, too many of us fed to alligators, too many of us beaten and unalived unjustly, and those get to go home and they live their merry life. Mm-hmm. I cannot afford to wait for vengeance, thus says the Lord. I cannot wait for a turn the other cheek. Unfortunately, at some point, you just get straight up fed up and tired and said, you know what? I'm going to just roll up my sleeves and paint my own hands red. And whatever judgment comes, I'll accept it after that. But I'm going to get mine. So in landing, while I understand everyone's sentiment, from me as a brother who is essentially at this point completely numb to the circumstances, and my moniker is I stand by my people, right, wrong, or dead ass wrong, I can understand where the brother is feeling, given our current state in this system, given all of what we have done as a people. You can only put so much on our shoulders. We can only be expected to take so much. We can only be expected to deal with so much, and all that be packed down and piled up before the balloon burst and pop. Okay. We have been, and I'm going to just land by saying this, we have been, in my opinion, the most reasonable people. Mm-hmm. We have been the most ethical people. We have been the most righteous and critical, even of our own actions in these particular situations. And no matter what we have done, that same amount of grace and benefit of the doubt has not been afforded to us. And we are still painted the same way, and we're still expected to act the same way, even when the egregious acts are done to us. So for me, I'm at a point where I'm saying, you know what? You tied our hands. So what comes after that is your own doing. And so I stand by the brother 100%. Okay. The cop fit the description. Okay, Lyric. Hey, it is what it is. Lyric. Okay. Now you're one of the ones I want to talk to. Exactly, because your sentiment is very common in the comment thread that I've been fighting. I've been fighting for my life in the comment section all week. I mean, I have been called a house in. I have been called a white boy dipped in chocolate. I mean, they were coming up with all new counter phrases to call me. I'm like, have you guys seen the history of the things that I have done on this app for my people? And the one time I disagree, all that gets thrown out the window. I was like, okay, it's fine. But here, this is the question I want to ask you, because I mean, beautifully put. I mean, hey, you presented the case a lot better than the people in the comments. If that cop, Lyric, the one that was standing there, because you're saying, hey, let me get mine, and basically after that, you took one of mine, I'm gonna take one of yours argument. That's I'm gonna surmise it as that. If that cop, Lyric, the retired cop, no longer in active duty, just picking up this shift to get a couple of dollars because he ain't got nothing else to do, was your brother or was your uncle, would you be able to sit here and have that and say that same thing? You want to know my honest answer? Please give it to me. It may sound crazy, but I would. You would. Your own father. Honestly, this is where I would say grace would come in, because given my ability, and I'm just speak for how I've grown up, to being able to see the totality of the entire portrait, while I would probably stand in a position of anger and grief, I couldn't reasonably ignore that individual's pain and what led up to that. And the reason why I say that is because I do have a couple family members who are in law enforcement, and to the people who I've associated with that's in law enforcement, I've had these conversations with them. And the general the general mindset that I've gained from those in law enforcement is, and I guess maybe because I understand it's coming from a military background, I'm blue first before anything else. The uniform comes before my race. The uniform comes before, and I'm saying this is for everybody, but in a lot of cases that I've spoken to individuals who are in that field, the uniform comes before your own personal bias. And so if that was my brother or my uncle or my cousin in that situation, given how I look at race, given how I look at our current position in this country, I would be angry. Absolutely. I would be mad. I would be hurt. But I would also be able to give empathy to that brother, given where we stand as a people and as a community. It would be one of those situations where I wouldn't be able to rightfully ignore, hey, it's just one-sided in this situation. And given that we are never afforded, we always have to look at it from both sides. We also have to be the people that are open-minded. In that situation, I would have to be the person to say, you know what, I don't like this. It's made me mad. I'm teed off. You took someone that I love, but I also understand why. Because as somebody stated, the cop, who's to say he would have never been able to get to the cop? Who's to say he would have been able to ever enact his revenge the way he envisioned it? Whether you agree with it or not, we know, as I stated, how the song and dance plays out. The cop gets to go home, gets to lay with his family, gets to sit at the dinner table with them. He has to bury his son 6 feet under and live with the horrific reality of seeing what happened and never being able to release that, and we're just expected to move on. The way I feel about my people, brother, I would have to be able to look at it from his position. I may not like it. I may be mad about it, but I think for me, and I'm going to just say for me, this is where I stand in the unique position of looking at our position as a people in the community. And I'm going to say this to the sister that stated about the cops in Memphis, and I'm glad she brought that up. To your point, those of us who are in law enforcement tend to put that philosophy of blue first before anything else, even if their intent was to get in there to try to change the system or fix the system and whatnot. So if that was my brother or my dad or my uncle or my cousin, I would be hurt. Absolutely, I would be mad. But I would give that brother grace, because I understand as you are one of us, and as you understand the system and probably seen it play out time and time again, it's unfortunate, and I would have to give space and grace to that, if that answers your question.
I guess so. Okay, but where's the line then, Lyric? So anytime, and I gave this example earlier. It's a silly example, but if my Meemaw is in the hospital and a doctor it carelessly nicks an artery and Meemaw passes, that then gives me the right to go into another hospital and take the life of another doctor to enact my revenge.
I'm gonna say this, brother.
That's what you're saying. That is what you're saying. That is what you're saying, Lyric.
No, I get what you're saying. The line is drawn for me, and I hate to put it like this, is because to that very question, we're always the ones on the opposite end asking where the line's drawn, and they've crossed it so many times. No matter how many times we've drawn the line away from us, we've drawn the parameter, we've drawn the border. We've said this is where the ethical line is, and they carelessly step over it, and we carelessly draw the line again and carelessly give more grace. So at this point, I'm saying, I'm gonna be honest, screw where the line is.
So go ahead and take Dr. Such and Such out too. Somebody got to feel my pain.
It's up because
somebody got to hurt. My Meemaw gone. Somebody got to go.
Listen. We deal with it with the medical apartheid. We deal with it in the state. We deal with it at this point. It's up at this point because we have. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna land and I'll get the mic up. I'm gonna land and get the mic up. I promise. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I hurt only because I'm gonna tell you what did it for me. Sandra Bland.
Sandra Bland was awful. Horrible.
Sandra Bland was awful. And
horrible.
I'm not about her. I'm just saying that after that happened, I ain't gonna lie, something something evaporated.
I understand.
It expired.
I understand.
And the reason being is because I just kept seeing the pattern. Whether we're right, whether we're wrong, it is the same narrative, and we stand on an ethical and moral compass. And as a people, as your stance, brother. Mm-hmm. Your stance is, I don't agree. What he did was wrong. Mm-hmm. And lives were lost and everything. Lives were devastated all around. Mm-hmm. And while I disagree, I appreciate you even allowing people to give their disposition, absolutely, even in a respectful manner of grace, because it's not about disagreeing; it's just about the way you do it, and that's always been my stance with our people. Yes, sir. And so that being said, I just personally feel that we have done it every which way we could, brother, and you can't expect the people to you can't keep bashing them, doing brutality and cruelty to a group of people or a certain race of people and expect them to always stand on a moral high ethical ground. I'm gonna say this to you, brother. I would protect you because you are I'm gonna put it like this: you're the best of us. I'll be the villain and I'll be the monster. I'll be the demon and wear the horns. I will protect you because we gonna need someone to be the face of us while we do our dirt. Let me do it.
So you be Malcolm X, I'll be Martin Luther King.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not. It's up with me. So he gonna be the face of our community while I'm looking for a way to make you meet your creator. That's why I'm saying. So the line, there's no line with me. There's a line with you. You need to be protected at all costs because you need to be the face of our community. As for me, I'm gonna be the ops in the back, the secret ops in the background, planning and plotting. I don't need to be in the forefront. That's so. That being said, I'm gonna mute.
Thank you so much, Lyric. I appreciate it, Lyric. Hey, you brought it. Go ahead, Sonia. Hold on, Sonia. Wait a minute. I got a couple things I got to get real quick. Okay, first and foremost, we got almost 200 people in the room. We're only at 74K. Please don't make me stop the show again. I need you guys to move that thing on up closer to that 90K mark. Also, I have a ton of people that are waiting to come up. The boxes are not full because none of you guys are my friends. In order to be in the boxes, you got to be one of my friends. So hit that button, become one of my friends, and I'll load the boxes up with you guys as well. As you can tell, I'm accepting all thoughts as long as they're respectful. So you don't have to agree with me. I'm welcoming the different aspects or different thoughts and opinions. So don't feel like you got to come up here and agree with me. This is what we do every single week. It's no different. So don't feel that there's that you got to agree with the host. I'm one person, one opinion. So feel free to come up, but in order to come up, I need you to be one of my friends. So hit the button, become one of my friends. I'll let you up. T Baby, I want to go ahead and let you take off in your plane, and then we'll come down to Sonia and let her ask her questions. T Baby.
Marcus, I'm gonna drop down and let someone else have my box, brother. But I'll let you. I appreciate you letting me up and speaking my piece.
Anytime, Lyric. I appreciate you, brother. He's good. Good people. All right, folks, let's move this thing up to the 90K mark. It's about 13,000 with 200 people in the room. That will only take a matter of minutes. All right, T Baby, you've been waiting a very, very long time. I thank you for your patience. I thank you for being here. This is my truck driving sister over here that loves my content and loves what I do, and I'm so happy to have her in the boxes. So come on in. I'm anxiously awaiting your thoughts and opinions on this devastating situation. T Baby, please tell me you hadn't went to sleep in the truck. Oh, she said unmute her. Oh, T Baby don't know what's going on. There you go.
Okay. You know I'm old.
I am too.
You know I'm old. Old people don't know how to do all this stuff. I'll be like, oh Lord, they want me to go live now. No. But thank you for having me.
So happy to see you.
I am laying my truck supposed to be asleep, but I said I was coming onto this live.
Come on.
You today.
Come on.
And I'm so sad because two of my people just left. And I love what they had to say. Lisa and Seventh Lyric, I love what they had to say. You know, I always love what you had to say. Me and you are usually in line. But I'm going to tell you on this issue, brother.
Oh.
You can be Malcolm. Lyric can be, you can be Martin. He can be Malcolm. But baby, I'm Nat Turner in this.
You ready to take everybody out?
Baby.
more.
Look, now I know people don't like it and everything, and the thing is, I don't agree or disagree. I'm gonna be honest, and you know, I tried. Me and you kind of had a little side conversation about this earlier. You know, the thing that my friend told me that made me understand it best, and my mother was a police officer when I was a young child. I still have family in the carrying the badge. So, and I'm from a very rough city that you need a badge, a gun, and 16 helmets to make it through going to the store. But when I tell you, I have lived a long time, and it's been a lot of this going on in our community and their community with the police. Everybody kind of steps on us, and we just wipe the little dirt off us and hold our head high. And we have people like you that keep us focused and centered, and I love that. I think you need to keep bringing that to the world for people like me.
You wayward souls that's in the dark.
It is wayward, I will be honest. Now,
thank you for that gift. I appreciate it, Retro.
The police officers, the boys in blue, the logic behind it. A lot of people don't understand the eye for an eye. An eye for an eye doesn't mean your eye for my eye exactly. Can you see? You know, we taking sight away at this point from somebody. I lost sight, y'all lose sight. And when I say y'all, the boys in blue are considered a family. They're a brotherhood, right? You took my family, I took your family. For him, he didn't really probably care what family member it was. He would have probably preferred to get the one, but knowing how hard it would be, he took one of theirs. And it was just a thing of making the system feel it. You know, because although that guy is at home with his family, you know how many of the other officers are going to be looking at him like, you know, you the reason that the other guy is gone. Because no innocent life is more important than another innocent life. And in this instant, 2 innocent lives were lost, and a not so innocent life is hanging in the balance.
Correct. 3. Just say 3. It's 3. 3 lives are gone here.
It's 3. But you know, I mean, it was 2 innocent lives, and I do have I have empathy for everybody in a situation. That's the thing. And in particular for people like you. No, you are not a house brother. You are none of that. What you are is an intellectual being with a good spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And you're able to see with your heart more than with your color.
Come on now.
And that means something, you know, because we do say, oh, color. We have been dealing with it, but you also can't change it without somebody going above and beyond.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it ain't even so much the color thing. It's that it would have been my son.
Correct.
So the fact that it was my son
Correct.
is where, in my mind, if it was me that did it, I wouldn't need nobody justified. I would have held my head, held cry, and walked past just like he did. You know, he had a little loop in his eyes.
I mean, so are you? So. Okay, here's the thing: are you okay with the lack of empathy or the lack of sympathy that he showed? That's what got to me, because everybody wants to argue he snapped or he had a moment of insanity. Okay, that moment has passed. So if we're gonna say, if I'm gonna say I had a temporary insanity, which I can totally go with. By now, I have calmed down, and now I'm starting to think about the consequences of my actions. Wait a minute. I took an innocent life. I was hurting, my child gone, but he didn't deserve that. That's not what we saw.
So, okay.
We saw loud and proud, I'm glad I got one of you. That's what it looked like. Thug life.
I know your mindset is that.
Hold on, Crystal. Hold on now. Hush. T-Baby got the flow.
So I haven't said up in a while, but okay.
Be quiet. Go ahead, T-Baby.
You got so you can get in a minute, baby. I'm gonna have to go to sleep. I got to drive a long drive. But okay, for me, I'm not saying I'm all right with me. I would have had the same attitude that he had.
Really?
Because yes, in the moment of snapping, he did what he did. But still, the rage hasn't passed. You know.
Okay.
The feeling of rage and anger and the fact that you all showed up to intimidate me. You want me to put my head down, and I'm not giving you that because I still don't have my baby. So I absolutely understand why he was able to, and I think he should have walked. He shouldn't have walked past any other way because that's what they wanted. They wanted to see him down. And even if he goes back to his cell that night and gets on his knees and cry, because we don't know him.
Okay.
He may get on his knees and cry and really realize, oh my God, I did something terrible. He shouldn't show it to them. What he showed is what he should have. The strength, because his other kids are going to remember how their daddy stood up for their brother. Yeah, they're going to be hurt they don't have him, but you can believe they're going to also respect what he did. I had a nephew at 16 that was taken, kidnapped, and murdered and put in the house. It took my other nephew to do street justice for us to have his body back. And it took 7 days before we got his body back. So he couldn't even have an open casket. He had cerebral palsy. So he was no threat to nobody or anything. But it took my nephew. The police wasn't helping us. They didn't care. It took my other nephew, his big brother, in the streets to find his body for us. And he holds his head up high because we also know he's our hero. You know, because we were able to bury the baby, you know, who didn't deserve what happened. So I think that in this case, I have empathy and sympathy enough for him. I'll be his mother and send out the empathy and sympathy for them. But I want him to hold his head high and be okay.
Do you consider him a hero? Do you consider him a hero?
Oh, no. I consider very few people heroes.
That's what the internet is calling him a hero, and I vehemently am against.
I don't think that he's a hero, and I don't think that he's a villain.
Okay.
I just think that he's a human being with feelings.
Okay.
And he let it show. You know, and
Absolutely.
you know, we need people like you to pray for him and people like you to stand up for what's right in all things, because that's what I see you doing, and that's
correct.
why I'm always here with you.
Thank you, T.
And I love you guys on the panel. I've loved listening to you all, and everybody should keep an open mind about everything in life.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Just be a good person.
I love it.
Thank you guys. I'm gonna stay here and listen to you, but I'll give my box up so that somebody else can come in. Can you take me out?
Absolutely. You know you don't know what you're doing. Thank you so much, T, baby.
Before it's my bedtime.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. It was. Yeah. You were.
We can travel to 100K, folks.
Thank you so much. Let's move this thing on up to the 100K mark. Did you come in after retro or before? I can't remember. Okay, Hannah, we'll go ahead and let you have the floor, and then we'll move up to retro. Go ahead, Miss Hannah.
Thank you. I appreciate, and I really appreciate this platform and the way you are conducting it. Mm-hmm. I've been on other platforms on TikTok about this issue, and it's sad. It's heartbreaking. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, for sure. Mm-hmm. But there is no winner in this. You know, absolutely. This man was broken after that video, for sure. Okay. What he did was not called for, but was it understandable on an emotional level? Okay, I understand that. And when he is sentenced, because he has to be held accountable, there has to be grace and mercy factored in, right? There has to be. And hopefully at his sentencing it will be. But here's the other thing that I deal with. I'm afraid to tell you all what I do for a living because I don't want you to come for me. Okay? But I'll just leave it at I work with at-risk youth and families. Okay? So I care about the people and the families I work with. I certainly did not go into my profession for the money. But when I talk to my clients and my families and these issues come up, I cannot sit there and advocate and let them be emboldened and think that this man is a hero. Mm-hmm. He is not a hero. These are not, and when I sit with them, I try to pass down what, I'm Egyptian American. I was born in Cairo. So that's on the continent of Africa, whatever you want to call me, you're welcome to call me. I'm Coptic Orthodox, so I was, part of the ones that were persecuted. So I understand about being looked at a certain way. Okay. But this is what my dad said to me. I grew up in LA, and a really bad kind of Rampart was our police station. if you know Los Angeles. But anyway, when I started driving, he said, listen, if a cop pulls you over, I don't care what you did, what you didn't do, what you think, because he goes, Hannah, you have a mouth on you, and there's a time and a place, and it is not at 10 o'clock on the side of the road, no matter how right you may think you are. You do what you're asked to do respectfully, because I have a say in the interaction of whoever I'm dealing with. I'm not talking to myself. I'm dealing with another person, and there is cause and effect. And when I sit with my young people, I have to talk to them about that. You have to be responsible for the way you handle yourself also. And if you feel you were wrong, which absolutely you have a right to feel, there is a place and a time to address it. So I'm asking you all for a little help, because I'm worried about the kids that I work with, the families that I work with, when they see and hear this, and the young, I'm trying to get used to the TikTok lingo.
Oh, yes, it's rough, isn't it?
Okay, yes, sir.
Oh, you can say black. It's the other word that's censored. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
so funny. I could say black,
You
but I
can,
can't.
no, you cannot say the other one. YT is what's censored. It's weird.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can say black all day long. YT is what to get you in trouble.
So, my black and brown kids, I want them to come home at the end of every day. I want them to come home the way they left in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line is, life is not fair. It is just not fair. And we all have different experiences. But to take the law into our own hands and take out an innocent man, leaving his 5 children and a widow because he wore a uniform. So is he the sacrificial lamb? And we're okay with that? Is he the, quote, as I've heard, collateral damage? Is that what a human life is now?
Come on now.
Come on. We are better than that as a society. And here's the thing. We can sit, and I'm not negating, minimizing the atrocities, the injustices of the past to any people. But how do we put the next foot forward? How do we move forward? How do we all sit at the same table with integrity and respect? And this forum is a great example to me. How do we sit at the table and say, we have to do it differently? One thing my dad said to me when I started driving, he said, listen, at the end of the day, nobody has a right, no officer has a right to make you feel like you're not going to go home, and you have no right to make them feel that they're not going home. Whatever it is not going to be dealt with on the side of the road, period. And as a female as well, right? So that's an added. But I'm concerned. I'm concerned that my young people that I deal with, their families, they're going to see and hear the different opinions. And like I said, everyone's entitled. The emotions are high. But I cannot allow them to think that they are not going to have consequences for their actions because of the color of their skin. They're saying that, cops are getting off. What's his name? William Chauncey and those other fools a few years ago? They're not getting off. They're sitting in jail. The 3 officers on the other case, they have federal charges that they were found guilty on. One is facing 20 years. One, if I'm not mistaken, is facing 40. They did plea deals. That's why they were off on the lesser. So that's my piece. I really appreciate you letting me say it. But that's what I'm worried about. I am worried about our youth moving forward. And who are they going to idolize? Who are they hearing the people that they live with saying are heroes and justifications and validation for taking an innocent life?
Yeah, again, I cannot subscribe to the hero talk. I'm sorry, and it's like I said, it's rampant. I got close to probably 2,000 comments on that one of the videos I did on this, and a good majority of them are rah, he's a hero, and I can't subscribe to. I just can't.
No, we can't be vigilantes. That's not who we are as a society. We're not going to go there.
And I don't consider this a vigilante because again, you took an innocent life. Again, this was took. I am a Christian that doesn't believe in taking life at all. But if you're gonna take the one that took yours. That's it.
Right?
If you're gonna do wrong right. And I know that makes a little sense.
And just my last part
yes.
about him holding his head up high. I hear what you're saying, but I really think also, he's got to go back to jail, prison, wherever he's being held, and face a lot of other prisoners. And right now, he's got a lot of kind of street cred for taking out an officer.
Well, most
right?
definitely.
He can't show some weakness right now. I don't know if he's truly proud in his heart. I don't believe that. I think he's still partly in shock. And I really do believe, I don't want to say an insanity plea, but certainly diminished capacity when he's up for sentencing. And no one can argue that.
Correct.
No one can argue that.
Correct.
Right? But he has to be held accountable. But I think the other thing is people are forgetting, like a lot of people, and I appreciate everyone's relatives who is of service in law enforcement.
Yes.
From what I do for a living, I have a lot of folks who are friends who are law enforcement. But here's the thing. Everyone at the end of the night wants to return home. I don't care the color of the hand holding a pew-pew aimed at me, allegedly.
Come on now.
Allegedly.
Come on now.
Okay? At the end of the day, I don't care what color skin tone you are. If you are holding a pew-pew at me or somebody I love, and I had 6 seconds to decide if it was you or me, come on.
Now,
those officers, one more thing. Those officers, yeah, they showed up in force because you know what? They are a brotherhood. They took out an innocent brother. That man took one of their brothers, and they are human beings. You can call them whatever you want. At the end of the day, they are human beings, and they grieve, and they are showing support for him, just like other communities are showing support for Luigi and, whoever, right? So I think we need to give them grace, too, that they lost a member of their family.
Okay, well now the pew pew is up for debate, and that's the center of this thing. There,
it shows that he dropped something, he picked it up, and he ran behind the dumpsters.
Okay, but here's the thing. I'll play that game as well. There was a YT kid that went into a church and unalived everybody in Bible study, and he lived. They took him to Burger King, and then they took him to jail.
I agree. What I'm saying is this is different.
No, it's not. No, if somebody is because it's being alleged that he was pew-pewed in the back. If you're running away from somebody, how are you still a threat?
Because, sir, he's not running in a straight line either. He's looking over his shoulder. That officer, he kept his camera on. He never turned it off. Yeah, it's blurry, absolutely. But that man had sick, and you know what? The grandfather of all the people, Hinton Sr., I believe, he was pretty diplomatic when he gave his interview at the press conference.
That's because he's a Christian. He's a Christian. He's a Christian.
Okay, well, but at least he acknowledged you had 2 people that were scared for their lives. You're asking someone to make a decision in 6 seconds. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe he was right. That is yet to be determined. But Monday morning quarterbacking, when someone felt their life was at risk, do we really have the right to do that?
Well, why is it that the life is always seems to be at risk when it's the black boys? That's all. Let's be real. Let's be real now. Let's be real.
It happened to be, but like I said to you, do you think the officer cared? Let's say allegedly that there was a pew-pew. You think the officer cared the color of skin of the hand that was holding that? Pointing it at him? Did he take him away from his family?
I had a video that's. I want you to go back on my page. There's a video of a big white man. He's got to be 6'7", 6'8", huge white boy that was sloppy drunk, wrecked a Corvette, surrounded by cops. He threatened to unalive every cop there, told them to shut the F up and get in line. Hold on, no, you're not. I need you to understand this thing. Shut the F up and get in line. And they did just that. They did everything they could to de-escalate the situation. This man defied every rule that those cops, every command those cops gave, he ignored. Hold on. He even went to his car and reached in for what could have very well have been a pew pew. If that man were black, he would have not have even made it to the car. Let's be real now. Let's just be real about this thing. There is no way. I want you to go back and watch that video.
But can I say this? Can I say that we need to try to look at every incident truly on its own merit of what was happening on that incident? Because we could take all kinds of different incidences and throw them in the mix. But that's not what was happening in this one.
Okay.
In this one, they were running. He had 6 seconds, and he made the call.
Cool.
He didn't have time to be surrounded
I got you.
by people. Okay.
I got you. Sandra Bullock was holding a pot of water.
No, I agree with you. And this is what I'm saying.
She was holding a pot of water, and he said my life was in danger, and he pewed her in the face. He pewed her in the face. but so again, that we cannot ignore that there is clearly a pattern here. This is a pattern. It's a pattern.
I don't agree with that.
Oh, it is.
Looking at each incident.
Okay, and each incident, what is the common denominator when they end up in a body bag?
You know what? So we're going to again go back to just that. You're not going to actually. Let me ask.
Race is a real thing. Did I say?
Is there ever a situation where, like I had asked in another forum, what if the officer was
Sandra Massey? I apologize, you guys. I threw out the wrong name. Sandra Massey. Go ahead.
No. And you know what? Even the other officers on scene on that one, they couldn't even look him in the eye. They knew he had just effed up on that one. Absolutely, no question. But I'm not going to I'm not going to paint every situation with the same color brush. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to look at everything on its. Just like when I evaluate families and make recommendations, I got to look at that family and not judge them by what the families on my other caseload are doing. I got to look at everyone for who they are and what they did and what the circumstances are. Because that's what the court's going to do. They're not going to go back and use every other case and pull it into this one. We got to look at its merit. Like, I don't want to be judged because maybe some other Egyptian woman at court did a crappy job, and I'm going to get the same stereotype. I want to be judged on me, my work ethic, my merits.
Okay. I hear you. I hear you, but
I appreciate you.
No, it's fine. But we can't. Just because you close your eyes isn't going to.
I'm not closing
it's not going to erase the fact that race does play a matter.
No, I'm saying race exists, but are we saying race exists in every incident? Is it an issue of race? Because if you want to say that, because then when is it a justified pew pew? When is it justified and when is it? Is it only when it's not a black person?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
But
it needs to be cut and dry, and this is not cut or dry.
What needs to be cut or dry?
It needs to be cut or dry, life or unalive, and everybody. It should be unanimous. No, it should be without. It should not be without question.
Like a car accident. Not everyone walks away, and not everyone dies. It's like anything in life. There is nothing that's all equal, all or nothing.
Taking a life should be the last resort, not the first.
In 6 seconds.
It should be the last, not the first. Correct.
Sir?
Well, the big white guy that I was telling you about, they didn't draw a gun on. They tased him.
No.
They tased him. They tased him.
About this one.
Okay, go ahead.
Very well. Have you not seen videos of people being tased where they're still coming at the cop?
Uh-huh.
It doesn't incapacitate them?
Uh-huh.
So what they are trained to do, and if this is the issue, then it needs to be taken up in our judicial system, not on the street. They are trained to meet threat with equal threat.
Okay. So running away is a threat. Being hit in the chest or the back is running away. You're still a threat.
I'm saying the allegation is that officer believed
Believed.
that there was Well, that's all we can go on right now.
Believe. And my understanding is that they how long did it take them to find this gun?
What do you mean? It was there and there was a magazine.
How long did it take them to find the gun?
I don't know. What did you read?
Okay. From what my understanding is, it wasn't right away.
You're saying it's planted.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying if the man was holding it, why did it take y'all time to find it?
Who said it did? Who's saying that it did take time?
Okay.
Where is that coming from?
The allegations are there.
Educate me, sir. Educate me. If you have information to the contrary, I want to understand it. But that is not what's being reported on several media outlets.
Okay. You're saying he dropped the gun. If he had time to drop the pew pew, why couldn't you incapacitate him at that time? At what point did he get incapacitated? After you giving him time to pick it back up?
Well, according to
could he not have been incapacitated before he was able to pick it back up?
I'm still talking.
Okay. You sure? Go right ahead.
All I'm saying is what we saw, that after he came out from behind the trash can thing, that the officer alleged, he yelled out, gun, gun, which meant it was still in his hand and he felt a threat. I'm not saying the officer was right or wrong. I'm just saying he was human. He had 6 seconds to make a decision. Shooting him in the back, he's not a standing still target. His body is moving and twisting around.
So we're justifying pewing people in the back now.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
you're not a threat to me if you're running away. That's not a threat.
If I believe you have a pew pew
in
your hand,
it's not a threat.
You are aiming it at me, is what the officer believed, then yes, you are a threat. He's got to wait for the first bullet to fly.
You're not a threat. You're not a threat to me if you're running away.
He's not running away. He's still holding.
If I'm pewing you in the back, that means my back is turned to you.
Sir, if he had left it on the ground and got up and ran, there would be no yelling out of pew, 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 as the officer did. If he had left it when he tripped and it stayed on the ground, I'm just saying. You guys, I really appreciate you. Thank you for not coming at me hard.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Look.
Oh, you didn't get to me yet. Okay.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
As long as it's respectful.
No.
No character assassination. I'm not about that.
Those are basic rules here. Again, my voice does get high, and that's only because I'm speaking with passion. It's not. Yeah, it's not that I'm screaming at you. I'm just passionate about what I'm speaking. That's fine. Okay, as long as we're good on that, we're good. Okay, okay. So let's pause you for a minute because I gotta cool down. Let's move on up to Mr. Metro or Retro. Go right ahead, Retro. Let's jump on in this conversation as I get my blood pressure back down.
Hopefully, I don't lift it back up.
We shall see.
So I feel like when we talk about him being a hero, I think there's a portion of our community who sees this as more than right and wrong. We all know the difference between right and wrong, but we also have to think about his mental health. He does seem like he snapped out or clicked out for a moment, meaning that he's endured so much trauma that he's leaving reality. Okay, he's in another reality. Even when he was at court, the way that he was acting, I'm like, man, it seems like he's really lost it. Okay, he's still in that, or it may take some type of rehabilitation for him to come out of that. But needless to say, that showing him that video, I didn't see anything. I didn't see no pew pew.
Me neither.
I know how. When I heard Hannah talking about it, it's like she's kind of re-quoting back all the things that the officer say. Like, we just always just believe everything that the officer says. At 6 seconds, they keep saying, "Oh, in 6 seconds." The video was longer than 6 seconds. What transpired was what I've seen on cops and a lot of tens of other situations where a cop is chasing someone and they start pew pew in the back. when the suspect is fleeing, they're not a threat, but this has become so common. The thing about what Hinton did, it sends a message. This is not okay. We cannot take this anymore. He's standing up for that portion of the community that's in that reality. You know, we have people with the proximity to poverty and all this systemic racism, which is still their fault, but we're being blamed. We've got to the point where we're blaming ourselves for it now and judging ourselves and talking to ourselves with these same white supremacist talking points, bringing up black on black crime.
Yeah, doesn't even exist.
You understand? It eats me alive.
Yeah.
Because we're doing the job for them. Okay, and we just want to be so right and so righteous, but they lying for each other in this quote unquote blue brotherhood that somebody else just mentioned earlier. It is a brotherhood. He fits the description. That's what they say about us. See, there's a portion of our community that understands that type of language. You know what I mean? And he's a hero to them, not because he unalived somebody, but because the message was sent as a result of what happened to him. Not his intention. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the end result is what makes him a hero, because this makes history. This is the moment in history saying we've had enough. Mello as well. Keep your hands off us.
Oh, now, Carmelo Anthony, I'm 100%. I'm 100% with Carmelo Anthony. Keep your hands to yourself. You don't own this tent. Now, I did 5 shows on that, so we already know. There's no.
He's a hero. In other words, he's a hero too.
Oh, I don't consider him a hero though. No.
The same portion of the community that sees Hinton as a hero, they see Mello as a hero too. Not because of what they did was right or wrong, but because it's sending a message. You can no longer put your hands on us. The law should work for us the same way that it works for you. If it doesn't, there are going to be repercussions, and we've been nice. We've marched. We've done all this and that. Now, some people gonna snap. Some people gonna lose their mind, as we used to say back in the day. You lost your mind.
Okay.
And I'll leave it right there.
I like it. Sonia, you've been holding your questions for quite some time. It looks like somebody grabbed a couple of them in their statements.
Well, Hannah asked my questions.
Okay.
But I do want to say this. Unfortunately, things will always be this way. And that's the sad part about it. Because we as a people refuse to see the difference in the things that are going on. And I, for one, say that I don't want anyone speaking for me on behalf of my culture. For me, he's not a hero. For me, what he did was not right. For me, as a black woman who's raising a black son and daughters, I don't want my children to grow up thinking that this is the way that you handle life. I am teaching them the world is not fair. It's not fair, and it's not fair for us. But at the same time, you are the only one, whether you live or you die, you are the only one that can make the difference in how your situation comes out, because there's consequences. So I don't agree with making a point. Some do, and I'm gonna get nailed on the cross, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want anybody speaking for me on behalf of my race, on behalf of my culture, and on behalf of my children. Because if there's going to be change anywhere, this is not the way. This has changed nothing. This has changed absolutely nothing. For the moment, it has people thinking. But has it changed anything? No. It has not.
And here's my fear. Quiet as a kilt, we have a president that wants to give police full immunity, so that when one of them is taken out, there's the DP is automatic. I would hope that he's not the first one to be to have to face the consequences of our lovely orange leader, because that is what that law is going to allow for, regardless of his mental state, regardless of what he was going through, regardless of his mind state, and the fact that he lost his child. You took out a boy in blue, and we're going to fry you. That is if the orange man has it his way, he'll be the first. Go ahead, Sonia.
Yes, because just like he's making a point, the man that did this is making a point, they are also going to make a point. So what's going to change? What is this changing? I love my people. I feel bad for what my people have gone through.
I do.
But that's not me, and that's not a lot of us. So where's the change going to take place? Crucify me now and I'm okay. But how is it going to make things different? Because you're always going to have this tit for tat, and it will not end. It only ends innocent lives.
Chosen saying that we are a weak race. No, we're not a weak race. We just choose to use our minds. We're survivors. Many of your people would not be able to handle a fifth of what our people are able to go through. So it doesn't make us weak. It's just we're survivors, and we think we have things to lose. When you have things to lose, then you think. I as a black man have a lot to lose. I defy every statistic out there. I got a whole black family. I don't have any outside children. I've been with my wife since 7th grade. I've been married almost 20 years. I got a 16-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son, neither of which was born out of wedlock. I have a successful career. I have everything I need and most of what I want. And I want to be here for those children and that wife I took those vows in front of God for. So if me deciding not to take a stance and taking an innocent life to make a point makes me weak, then I'll be that, because I will be still a leader inside my household where those people don't want me to be. I will still be a voice for my people where those people don't want me to be. Understand? Jumping up and down and throwing your life away does not make you powerful. It makes you stupid sometimes. And I'm not talking about this guy now. I'm talking in general.
Marquise, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Retro.
I wonder why we can't see the face of the officer that took Hinton's son. Why are they protecting him?
Because you know he's in danger. Mortal danger. What do you mean, Retro?
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Of course.
That one other thing.
And then it's still under investigation, right? So I would assume that they wouldn't release it because they have to complete their.
They got Hinton face and everything up there. They put.
Right, because he's been charged. Because they've been charged. The cops have not been charged with anything that I know of as of yet. Once they're charged, then we'll see the faces, but none of them have been charged. So
it seems like we've been able to see the officers, sooner. Previously, we weren't just lingering. It wasn't like this cliffhanger as to who the officer was.
Yeah, I think it's
in the past.
Yeah, I think at some point it will be revealed if there are charges that are filed. Like I say, this is further complicating the matter. But I think that if and when the charges are filed, then the faces will be seen. And that's what I'm not condoning taking lies, but I just wish we would have started off on the right route where, hey, I went and got me a lawyer. I went and got the NAACP. We showed this tape. This tape shows that, hey, something ain't right here. And we need to, those cops need to be charged. At that point, those faces show up, and then you go do what you got to do. If you're going to do it. Look, I sound like O.J. Simpson. I didn't do it, but if I did, this is how I would do it. I'm just saying. If there are ways. Go ahead.
The way that they had the officers lined up in the court, this had such a racial overtone, like a lynch mob or something.
But there were black officers there and a female that was holding him. Can we really make that a racial overture?
The black officer works at that court. She's like she was going to be there either way.
Yeah.
That's where she works. I'm talking about the 20 white officers. It just, I don't know. I don't like that. That just felt intimidating. It felt like a measure or tactic. And it had a racial overtone, and I just think it needs to be the system, the procedure needs to be overhauled.
They're sending the black woman death threats. The black woman. I'm like, y'all have just completely lost your minds. It doesn't even matter.
It's crazy how they're able to dox the judge on Mello's case, but they can't find the officer.
Good question.
That did. You see what I'm saying?
That's a good question.
MIA, but they got everybody else's information. Even the lady that called the N-word with the little boy, they got both of their information, and the guy that reported it or recorded it, he's getting harassed.
Yeah. I mean, but they are, of course, hey, they're hiding them.
They need to put their badge number on the recordings. They need to start identifying which officer it is and all that.
I like that. Yeah.
We need to overhaul that system as a part of reparations. We need legal protections.
I like that. Yeah. He's definitely in hiding, but I just wish we would have, I wish they would have went on and got them a lawyer in the NAACP and then found out who it was. And then he mysteriously come up missing. That to me would have been eye for eye, and I would have just turned a blind eye to it, and we just not gonna talk about it. But that's not what happened. But yeah, those are great points, Retro. I do, I totally understand where you're coming from. But yeah, my best take is that they hiding them. They got to hide them because look at what it has caused. Even if his family weren't the one to go after that man at this point, people in the street feel like it's open season, and I'm seeing that even in the comment section on both sides.
To be honest with you, I don't think we have the reputation. In other words, like we don't have to fear anybody else is going to do anything crazy to the other officer because we hardly ever do, and they just hurt us like cattle, and that's why they think they can keep getting away with it, and that's why what Hinton did sends a message that's so important. Even though it's wrong, I acknowledge that it's wrong, and he should not have taken no innocent life. But it's the whole thing you can make so in other words, same way that they gaslight us. Well, it's the Blue Brotherhood. It's a gang. He fit the description, so Pops crashed out. And now we know that that's wrong, but on a deeper level, it's bringing attention that we can't do with this whole NAACP. We march, we done this and that. The people that stand around and cry, we won't change. If this is what it takes for you to open up your eyes and talk about it or address it, maybe that's what it needs. That's what happens. When you don't address the problem, the bloodshed.
But is this going to, as Sonia asks, is this going to make the situation or make the system better or worse?
We're talking about it.
We've been talking for years.
A lot of us can't stop thinking about it. It's a story right now. We're going to see if it brings about any change or if it gets the situation addressed. We are in the wrong government, though. Y'all are right. I acknowledge that reality.
I think he should have did this when Obama was the president, not Trump. This is not going to play out well. This is not going to go well. I'm just saying. Let's be realistic. This is not going to go well. No.
I guess you should give something to think about. At least they'll think twice.
They're gonna think, but they're gonna do everything they can to.
We're gonna need a lot more Luigis.
Yeah. All right, is this camera? Camera, you've been waiting. We ready for you. And you've been popping in and out all night. Do you got a bad phone or what? I almost didn't let you back up this time. Like, what are you doing?
I had pulled down my screen and it closed it out.
Okay.
So,
I'm sorry. You're fine. All right, hold on, because y'all are tripping. We got 165 people in the room. We still not at 100K. Please don't make me take another commercial break. Please go ahead and tap it on up to the 100K mark. And the only reason I'm not pausing the show is because camera has been waiting forever. Is that wrong? Is that Camera? How do I say that?
It's Camera Shy.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I see the phonetic spelling now. I got you, Camera Shy. We're ready for you.
All right. So I do not think he is a hero.
No.
However, I do understand those that do. I understand why he did what he did. When you are a parent, as everybody has always said, if something were, he basically just did what everybody says that they're going to do or they would do if something was to happen to their children. You know, people say, oh, well, I'll burn down cities. I'll get you, your family, everybody, if y'all do anything to my child. And he did what everybody was thinking. That's it. And as far as punishment goes,
but it was an innocent person, Camera. I am going after the ones that. Go ahead, Camera.
If
we're gonna say, oh well, it was an innocent person, like I said, once again, I understand why people will hail him a hero because the Luigi guy.
I don't.
He killed.
He's not.
He killed it.
Unalive. You can't say that word. Unalive.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good.
He unalived an innocent person. That man had a family too, and as soon as they found out, everybody loved him. No matter what, you know. Well, a lot of people loved him.
I did. So did you agree with Luigi? Oh my God. I don't want to live in your neighborhood, Cameron. You just as bad as they are.
I don't hate what he did because he had his own personal reason. The government and the insurance places, they play with people's emotions, play with people's lives, and he felt that's what he needs to do. You know, show them, hey, y'all can't keep doing this. Also, in regards to the dad, I say it was a moment of insanity. And all I do hope is that they show the same compassion for him that they had for Gary Plauché. I don't know if you know who Gary Plauché was, but I want to say back in the 90s, this guy was messing with his child. No one was unalived. But this man waited until they had him on national television, taking him to the jail. He was at a phone booth. He turned around and he unalived that man in the head. He barely got any time. And he had time to plan that out. So if they can show compassion to him, they should be able to show compassion to this guy.
Now hold on. So the guy that he unalived was the one that actually victimized his child.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I don't say he's a hero.
Thank you. Again, I keep going back to a time to Samuel L. Jackson in A Time to Unalive. They raped his child, and he went and found those two boys, and those were the ones that he got. Now the book actually goes a little different. Say what? Well, I'm reading the book now. In the book, he took those two out, and I'm just being a nerd at this point, and he accidentally pew-pewed somebody that wasn't involved, and he ended up losing his leg. So I'm not sure how well that's going to play out in the court, but that wasn't a part of the movie. Yes, but
the only thing that he did wrong was getting the wrong guy. But
he definitely got the wrong one.
You know, that's the only thing that he should be at fault for. But like I said, I feel like he had temporary insanity after seeing that video.
Okay.
And he went to the first person that, you know, he fit the description.
Don't do it, camera. Don't do it, camera. You know what I'm saying? And what is the description? White cop? No, wait a minute. Is the description white cop or just cop? Because I want to ask, my next question is, if that were a black cop that he did that to, would you all feel the same way? I don't think everybody would feel the same way. I don't think so. What? See, we don't know. I don't know what race the cop was. Does anybody even know what race the cop was? He was white tee. Okay. Okay. So if he would have taken a black cop with a family,
and we all say what we would do, we do not know unless we.
I'm asking, would these people feel the same way? Would you feel?
I don't believe you would have flipped if that was your child.
I'm not unaliving innocent people. I just am not doing that.
Nobody knows what they would do, but
I'm going to do everything I can to find the ones that did do. Now. Y'all gonna have to pray that I let the Lord fight that battle, but just taking out an innocent person, no, you know, because that.
Your thing is just that it wasn't the person.
Yes, I'm not. Yeah, again, I'm not. I'm not saying that I'm okay with taking a life, because that's not what Christians supposed to be about. But what I'm saying is, had he got the one that did it, I wouldn't this live would have been cut a long time ago. I may have not even I would not even have covered the story because to me, I don't agree with it, but I understand it. Yes, that is it. Yeah, I wouldn't even touch the story.
He snapped. He snapped. And he didn't go. He didn't care who. He snapped, and he did not care who it was. He just needed to get somebody. And unfortunately, that decision that he made is what got him where he is. But
oh, they laughing at my Christianity. Oh, listen, I love that. I don't have anything to prove to you all. I'm a Christian, but I'm not weak. So please, I'm the Christian that will come after you. No, I'm not the one. I'm gonna come after you and pray about it later. So carry on. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I just feel like, you know, he did what millions and millions of people say that they would do if something was to happen to their child. He just went through with it.
Oh, okay. Look,
a lot of families that are saying it too. Their children was unalived or nothing. Yeah, nothing by.
I just feel like if he'd have took out a black cop with a family and if that cop was me and they flashed my beautiful family on that screen, that this would be a different conversation. This is a decorated cop with a beautiful black family that has never gotten in any trouble. Once they flashed them pictures of them kids and that wife, this would have been a different conversation. I just think so.
The crazy part about it,
unalived your child.
But it wasn't a black cop. We all saying it was a white cop. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah.
Crazy part.
Yeah, no, if a black cop shot pew-pewed him in the back, if it was a black cop, if we saw that, no, we would still be saying that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying white cop. What I'm saying, white cop still did it, but the black cop was the one that he hit with the car. That's what I'm talking about.
And that was one of I what you're saying now.
Yeah. If that were me directing traffic with my beautiful black family and they were able to post them thousands of pictures and thousands of videos of my happy black family after this man hit me, I think it would have been a different conversation.
Well, do you think that you hit him because he was white tee?
I think race played a part in it. I do. I absolutely do.
Because he was
maybe it was just the next Boys in Blue. Maybe it was the next person.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it was a white. I think it was because he was a white cop. That's just me. I could be wrong. I think it was a white.
I don't even think it would have been a news story.
I think it was a white cop.
I don't think it would have been a news story. I don't think it would have been a news story at all.
If he would have hit a black cop?
Yeah.
You think so? No, it was a bit.
So I don't think it would have gotten as much press or any recognition if the roles were reversed or if it was a black cop. I don't think it would have gotten nearly as much attention.
Can I say something when you get through?
No, I think it would have been a story either way because it's salacious. It's salacious. It's a tragedy. It's poetry. It is Shakespeare. This is a Shakespeare play. You know what I'm saying? No, it would have got the same attention because it's eye for an eye. It's theater. This is theater. Yeah, I think it would have got the same level of attention regardless. But I'm just on the fence. I just feel like if that were a black cop that he hit with the car, a lot of y'all answers would be different. I think so.
The first thing that would have happened if it was a black cop is they would have tried to justify it or to say that it's black on black or twist it some way if it were a black cop.
I think it wouldn't be this much. It's still more sending a message about police.
Okay, who's cooning, Chosen? You keep riding the fence. Cooning? Please fix it up, sir. Define cooning for me.
We keep saying that.
Just because I don't agree with you doesn't make me any less black, sir.
Right.
Check my profile. Check what I've done on this platform as a creator. It's always those that are doing the least that have the most to say. That includes you, Chosen. You and your 21 followers. What kind of influence you having? What kind of conversations you having? How many people on this platform are you helping? Black, white, or otherwise? You and your 21 followers. Carry on, folks. I'm sorry. Y'all gonna quit. Y'all gonna quit with the name calling. Y'all gonna quit with that name calling. I'm checking for you. No, sir. You're on my page. I'm not on yours. I didn't know you existed before today.
This is funny.
250,000 people know my face. 21 know you. Run the numbers. Run the numbers.
I love it.
I'm not on your page. You're here. You're here for me. No, Mocha, I will not cut it out. They bothering me. They better leave me alone. I'm a Christian. I am not weak. I don't give a F about followers. That's cool. I don't either. I don't have followers. I have family. That is 250,000 friends and family.
That part.
That is 254,000 people that I can hit a button and get a message out to. That is influence, sir. And I yield my power and I use it for the greater good of all people, especially the brown ones. So don't come here with that. I've done 5 shows on Carmelo Anthony. How many of you? How many have you done? 5. While I sat here in this hot seat and swung on everybody for that young man. This I can't agree with.
What'd you say?
I don't know, friend. What we talking about? I'm still chewing up Chosen.
That's right. He was going after the system.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mega. I'm sorry, you've been waiting for me. Megatron, I apologize. Go ahead with your situation. Megatron been waiting all night. Crystal, you gonna be here? Hurry up.
Yes, thank you for letting me go on your platform and really, share some information.
Sure.
About how I actually feel about it. Honestly, everybody already know what's going on.
Hold on. You work for the government. What I will not tell you is what I do for a living. So it doesn't matter. You say you can't sit on your phone. You're sitting on your phone right now. Why would you go back to the government right now and do something? Can you help the government stop getting these people unalive? Can you do that? Can you change some legislation? Shut up and get off my page with your 21 followers. Go ahead, Megatron. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem, man. Like I was saying, I think everybody understands what it is, and I just, I think they put blindfolds on purpose because it's ironic that these people who were furious about the cop getting mowed down, and I know that is wrong. These are some of the same people who back in 2021, 2022, they were cheering for protesters to be mowed down, and you can actually understand, if the guy was black. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't believe in being a father. I believe it's your duty as a father to make sure you do what's necessary for your child. I mean, avenge your child if you have to. If it was a black man who did it, I'm not sure if he wouldn't have did it. I don't know. All I know, I'm not looking at race with this man. I'm looking at enough is enough. And I understand what's going on with the race in it. But if it was really that serious for us, it would have been happening. Legislation would have been passed. We know exactly what's really going on, and I understand, but money and power is what's ruling everything. If you put insurance policies on these young, black, white, it doesn't matter, kids, understand, it will stop. It's not gonna continue. I guarantee you they'll stop. They don't want to have to pay that. They do it because they can get away with it. You've seen it. I really believe, and honestly, if it was a situation, I don't understand how, if you see your child getting brutally unalive, you are going to literally tell me you're not going to have any kind of psychological imbalances within your to see somebody doing something crazy, something retarded. Now, to the level and the capacity of this, I ask you this: if it's that case, the training on the officers needs to be changed. But it doesn't, because they're going to get away with it. We know that. And yes, I'm predominantly talking about BLK, black kids, but I know whites have that same issue. So why not change the narrative, period? We don't even have to talk about it. They won't do it because they understand the power when it comes to actually breaking necks. Now, it's like they train with hammers. You understand what I'm saying? They literally train with hammers and treat every situation like it's a nail when it comes to us. You don't have these situations in other countries. You don't have these situations. The actual police violence is down, and it's not even to a substantial number where you're confused about it. It's ridiculous. I really believe that. And honestly, if you ever get in a position to where you say you want to do it, like the young lady Hannah down there, if that's really her cause, she'll let it be known. I don't think she was. I think she was being slick. I really think she was really trying to play with us, and I didn't appreciate that. I'm glad you stood up for that.
Ate her up. I would chew you up now.
Yes, he will. God was respectful, and I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
This is a great platform. One more thing I want to touch about.
Yes, sir.
Is really been bugging me. You really have to sit back and see all of the situations from these officers when it's the same situation and worse when it comes to a lot of these people who get to actually walk home free with no conviction.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you cannot sit here and not look at that and see the problem. Mm-hmm. You can talk about it all you want, but until you put legislation in,
mm-hmm.
all you're going to do is say, well, I got one better than you. I can say this, I can say that. But you can look and see what's going on if you really wanted to stop it. Because you see it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to do anything but talk. You know it's a problem. But you can kill two birds with one stone with helping yourselves as well. Because like you said, white kids get unalive too. But you won't do that.
Mm-hmm.
That says a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when there's no coming back from being unalive.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm literally understanding this man right here. Was he wrong? Listen, and I'm going to be real. We know what's right from wrong.
Come on.
These children actually come in to these lives with great fathers. Don't let people talk about how black fathers aren't raised and doing what they're doing. Everybody is in situations where we are put to make situations happen. And I'm not getting into your business. Don't get in ours. You don't know the love that it took to put wherever that son was. You don't know where he was headed to. You don't know his goals, his dreams. You don't know anything. You put that in your position, and you sit here and act like your child is the same. Give me a break. You sit here and act like, oh, if you wasn't doing what you were supposed to be doing, you do not have any right to do that. If your training is what it is, there should be no reason why unalives are occurring at this rate. You can miss me with all of that talk. I understand how it is. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I grew up in here. I understand the Red Dogs. I know what it's like in sundown towns. We get it. But you're not going to sit here and act like you don't see it. That's my problem. And if you see it, you can do something about it. Now, you could have been doing it. That's why we're in an uproar. Okay? If it was a black cop, yes, you're right. Because as a father, I believe I should avenge my child. Now, am I wrong? Of course I am. But sometimes you doing the right way ain't the best way, especially in situations where you know there's a situations that can be resolved differently. You know this. It's time and time again. It's time and time again. There was a young white male who wasn't even of age, so he had to cross state line just to go and do something that was premeditated, and he gets to go unacquitted.
Mm-hmm.
And unalive. See, you see these things, and you act like you don't see them.
Mm-hmm.
Don't act like you don't see them. We don't even care about you talking about it. Don't act like you don't see them. Do something about it. Because we all going to talk mess regardless. Do something about it. You see what we did? We did something about it. It didn't have to get to this point. It didn't have to get to this point. It's wrong that it got to this point.
But what exactly did he do? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck on what did he truly accomplish personally? The person that the person.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The person that did this to his son is at home with his family. and will likely remain there. You are married. You have other children, and now the system, which is very broken, has taken your son, and now they have taken you out of your household, just like it was designed to do.
And I'm glad you said that, because I believe he already knew it was over. Sometimes you can't even go back and live. Yeah. You're not gonna live the way you're supposed to live for your wife. You probably would have done. Your mental state is not focused properly to make sure. You don't even know 10 years from now how you're gonna feel, how your family's gonna react. You don't know these things. You know you love that person that came out of the woman that you honestly gave the right to say, I want to bear children to. And the black culture, that as a man means something. I won't be able to live with myself if I didn't avenge or do something. Now, that's just me. Would I be wrong? You're absolutely right.
I mean, it's not biblical. Well, I mean, I don't know if you're. It's not biblical. What you're saying is not biblical. Your first, and again, I speak as a Christian, so a lot of my takes.
What you're saying, I definitely understand that.
Now, my first love is to God, and then to my. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I know I probably couldn't live with myself. I couldn't. This is just me speaking.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what's in his mind, but I can understand it. Honestly, I probably would have did that. I probably wouldn't have did that. This is honestly, I can't say in that state of mind.
Correct.
But I do understand why this guy had the mindset to feel like that as a father.
Yeah,
took something away from him.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not taking any.
A black officer. That's all I'm saying. It could have been an Asian. It could have been whatever. That's how I'm feeling about this man. It's wrong. And if they want to,
the Bible ain't saving us though. Okay. I'm sorry.
Legislation in it. That's all I'm saying. You would literally put legislation in it. I thank you for at least letting me speak.
No, you good. You good, Megatron. You good.
This is a great platform, man. You allow people to speak. Everyone on the panel, has great things to say. And I just put it in perspective of, they say, what would Jesus do? I don't believe Jesus would do this. I know he wouldn't do this, but think about this. We put that exactly where it's supposed to be. In love, in respect, you know what I'm saying, in honor, integrity, everything through, we bring in that positive love to the situation, even if it's wrong and we know it's evil, even if we understand it's a continuance. We bring it because that's what we're supposed to do. That's what we're taught. And it's the right thing to do. But is it the best thing to do for you? You don't know that man what's going on. I don't. In that moment, I don't. But I do know they understand and they need to see it and make sure that they know that we know that they know that they see it and do something about it, man.
Yeah.
Because as you can see, we're getting in a position now where we're gonna. You think it's gonna stop now? All it took was one.
To me,
I don't want that for our culture.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want that for our culture. I don't want them to look at him as a hero, and then 30 years later, everybody following suit, and it's not right. And then all of a sudden, these are the heroes that you're actually. No, I don't want that.
Correct. He's not.
But I do know if they actually want to stop that, because you can kill the two birds with one stone. Mm-hmm. There's a choice that you can have to make. You don't have to unalive these people.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? So
agreed.
When people say, the cop feels a certain type of way, true, but he's alive. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
100% of the time until now. So you can talk all the statistics you want. It's cut and dry.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. I feel like the bigger issue is the lack of training that cops have and the lack of empathy that they have towards people of color. And I'm going to stand on that all day long, because again, I can give you 50 cases where white T boys have gone at school shootings on a regular basis. And they walk out of there with the gun in their hand and they politely walk and get in that car and go to jail. But when it's our turn, yeah. Okay, he was in a stolen car, allegedly. I'm just saying allegedly because the facts keep changing on about a day-by-day basis. Okay, he jumped out the car. They all running out the car. There is a gun. There isn't a gun. We don't even know it. That's not even 100% certain at this point. But somehow he gets hit in the chest and or back. Why is it always shoot to unalive? Why is it that y'all can't hit him in the leg? You can't hit him in the arm. You can't hit him anywhere that will stop the threat without taking the life.
Just one shot.
Come on, y'all. 5 or 6 times. Exactly. That on that I agree with you 100% on. That is the root. Running away. He's running away from you.
Story. They don't want him to live to tell what really happened.
Correct. Now that I agree with you 100% on that. It's just there has got to be change. There's got to be
actually put that in perspective on a lot of things, especially when it comes to another race doing it. The guy already unalived people.
Correct. How is he not a threat? You don't feel like your life in danger when he done walked in this church and unalived everybody in this Bible study?
Why don't you feel exactly?
How you don't feel like you in danger when you pull up? These people getting out this stolen car hadn't took no lives. So please explain how you feel more threatened by them, the brown people, than you do the white boy that just unalived everybody in here praising God.
And then listen, the officer just start calling out, he's got a gun.
Yeah.
We don't know if he really had one.
Yeah.
That might just be the excuse for them to go on and shoot his partner. You see what I'm saying? We're not.
We know the other people got a gun.
I don't believe anything. I don't believe he dropped no gun. He just said, right. He heard something click on the ground, and he assumes it's a gun. So he says he's got a gun. When the guy sees him, he's shooting, or he feels authorized to shoot because his partner has yelled he's got a gun, and neither one of them seen one, but they can put one next to him after he's gone if you shoot him 6 times.
Come on. We're getting rid of evidence. We're covering our and it has happened before. Yeah, correct.
That kind of reminds me of that movie, The Hate You Give.
Oh, I read the book too. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
When the little boy was in the car, he had a brush, and the girl's friend just kept saying, "Oh, well, they said he had a gun, and she was like, "Did you see it?" It's the same situation. Like, they don't care. And unfortunately, us black people, we are more there. You can say that it's equal. You can say it's equal, but statistically, black people are more likely to be seen as a threat to police officers. Period.
Come on.
Period.
Mocha, hold on.
They're gonna attack first. We're not gonna get the taser. We're not gonna get the bean bags. They're gonna reach for that gun first. And
pew pew.
It's exhausting.
Mocha, here we go. We can't keep thinking our personal beliefs are going to help us. It doesn't work in reality. Mocha, let me tell you. What I will not do is defend my beliefs against a single one of you in here. You believe or you don't believe, that's your business. What I can say is God has protected me and my family all the days of my life and brought my wife back from the point of unalive while carrying that child that has gone viral on this app many, many times. If it wasn't for them 2 kids, y'all wouldn't even know who I am. So you can miss me with all that. Anyway, no, that's definitely going against me, sir. Telling me that's not reality. It's not your reality. All right. Okay, Queen, you've been waiting for a minute. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Thank you for letting me up on your panel.
And I'm so sorry. You've been waiting. I thank you for your patience. Please feel free to disagree with me. Go ahead.
So I'm the ones. I'm going to get crucified here on your panel.
Good luck. No, but it'll be a respectful crucifixion. It's going to be respectful, though. Okay, just get ready. It's going to be a respectful crucifixion. Go ahead.
I go to work every day with a badge and a gun.
Okay, badge and a pew pew. We get too loose with that word.
So
no, it's fine. People, no, it's fine. Go ahead.
I'm not used to this.
Yeah, it gets tough. It's tough. Everybody slips. It's fine. Go ahead. So you're one of them. Oh.
I'm saying I'm going to get crucified.
Come on, you might make it. Come on, let's see what you got to say.
I don't know. Do I think this man is a hero? I do to some, because culturally, he stood up for what was his. So I think it's going to be perspective all the way on how you view him. Do I believe he's a villain? To some, absolutely. He's going to be a villain to some, because they're going to say he point blank murdered someone because they're
unalived.
Unalived.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to look at the concepts or the reality and biases that you have going on here. So I think that's where it's going to get really hard for some.
Queen, you on the fence. We don't want to know what some and some. We got some of everything up in these boxes. I want to know what you think, Queen.
I have more.
What does Queen think as an officer of the law? What does Queen think? That's what we want to know.
I think this man was not in his right mind. And I feel we can't judge him for that. And that is just me. But I want to bring in another perspective, though. My son was pew-pewed by a black man. So does that give me a right to go find another black male and shoot them? Or run them over? Or do anything like that?
Oh, come on, Queen, with a real life example. I am sorry for your loss. How long has it been?
2 years.
Been 2 years. I'm sorry. I truly am sorry.
You know, we can all sit there and say this man is right or this man is wrong, and we can all sit on these panels and make judgments and biases. But the reality is, you weren't him. You weren't in his shoes. You don't know his psychosis. I don't know his psychosis.
Somebody wants to. Well, that may be too painful. They're asking. They want to know, want details, and she may not be comfortable, or that's a heavy thing to carry.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, we're not gonna dig that deep into it. But I thank you for sharing that real life example, and I want to challenge each and one of my panelists with that real life example, because what you're saying is what I've been saying all night. Oh, two wrongs will never make a right, and just as she felt the pain that she felt when somebody took her baby, she could have just as well used that as an excuse to go out there and take one of us out. So she didn't.
I think there's a difference, because the black community or black men is not a gang style type of category or classification. But
to some, sir. Let's be real. To some, we all are. I read the comments. I'm one of them, apparently.
Let's think about it now. Who created this race thing of the ideal of being black as a phenotype and white as a phenotype instead of Italian, Irish, and all these other European? They came up with it, so now we're going to be called a gang, or considered and compared to a gang. I don't think that's really fair. The comparison that would be fair would be like the Bloods and the Crips and the Blue Brotherhood. And I know it's not, again, reasonable. I don't think we're cheering on his intention and him being out of his mind or anybody being unalive. What we're cheering on is the fact that these communities are over-policed by officers that are doing this to our children all the time, over and over again. And we're happy someone was crazy enough to lose their mind and actually let the intrusive thoughts win. He used his free will, and he sent a message for us. He didn't know he was sending a message. But at the end of the day, that's what happened. Now we can see that there's a problem with this. We all look at that video and know it's wrong. Even you as an officer can see, there's a problem here. But we're only looking into it any closer because someone's finally snapped and said, enough is enough. You cannot just do this. And I don't care who I got to take with me, even if it's one of your brothers.
Yeah, and even in law enforcement, I see it. I mean, I do see it. I see I can say black, right?
Yeah, you can say black. You can't say white. For whatever reason, you have to say YT. But black is fair game. That's another conversation for another day. But yeah, black is fine.
I mean, and I do see that.
And I do. Unfortunately, like, we have to make better laws and legislation. And honestly, people need to really break down their internal biases for a change to happen. Whether it's YT or even, and now this is what's going to get me crucified, even if some black people have a lot of hatred towards YT people.
I've seen it. The comments are. Oof.
So I think if everybody and I'm not saying it's not justified. I'm not saying it's not justified with a historical presence. But until we, as a whole, whether white, black, or indigenous, come together and say, let's break these biases down, are we really going to see change?
But and I challenge you on that, because, like I say, I have 2,000 comments on the video that's on one of the videos I've done on this. And when I say the hatred and the hatred towards color was equal on both sides. As many people crucified me were black as they were just as many white, and they were crucifying each other. So I think it's all around, and like I find it quite surprising. I guess it's people are just more comfortable with revealing or taking off their mask because they can hide behind these profile pics. You know what I'm saying? Whereas correct. Whereas in real life.
Are we gonna pay reparations? I mean, we can move past this race thing anytime we like, but we're gonna have to pay that debt that's owed. We're gonna have to repair a lot of this systemic oppression, the institutionalized oppression, and we just need you guys' help. We're voting 92% in the right. We just need some help. We're not the majority in this country, so we need some people that are not black to vote with us to help us change so that we can move. Until then, everything is going to be about race. It's everything is the result of systemic racism.
Okay.
Queen, did you understand that? Because I mean, I hear people that I don't see color. That's a privilege.
You know, everybody sees color, and I don't care what they say. If they're not colorblind, and even if they're colorblind, they still have some color. Everybody has biases. Do you see what I'm saying, though? I mean, everybody has.
I'm asking you, do you see that as a reasonable solution, that we go ahead and take some legislation?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that we need to
repair what's been done. When I talk about reparations, I'm not only talking about a check, right? You know, I'm talking about legal protections, like undo some of the systems that are a cycle that continue to create this environment that's getting more and more dangerous and boiling over at this point. It's spilling over, as we can see, right? Because this is crazy what we're talking about.
It is crazy. I agree.
So I think it's time for us to do something, but we need y'all to help us and not see color when you're voting. Or maybe you should and say, we need to specifically do something to help these people and repair what's going on here. You see what I mean?
I do, and I agree. I mean, I'm not saying I don't agree with you.
But the one comment that I've been seeing in the comments that I don't agree with is that you have 6 seconds.
Oh, come on. Let's speak on that a little bit as an officer of the law. I think you would be better to, or somebody that's trained in law enforcement. Could you speak on that a little bit? I would love to hear your perspective on that.
So my perspective is you do have 6 seconds, but here's the thing is, if I shoot you in the leg,
pew pew.
If I pew pew you in the leg, and if it's a true threat and you have a gun, if I shoot you in the leg, do you really think that pew pew is gonna go anywhere? No, that still gives you the opportunity to blow my head off, or
that's fine.
Make my head go boom.
That's fine.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're doing good. You're doing good.
Make my head go boom. So yeah.
Okay, but what about? But in this case, it's being said that he was pew pewed in the back. So how are you still a threat if you're being pew pewed in the back?
Here's the thing. I haven't saw the video, so I cannot respond to that. I mean, honestly, if you're shot in the back, you're not a threat.
Okay.
That's just reality. All right. Of the situation.
Look, I can't crucify you. You telling the truth.
Unless you had a pew pew and
pew-pewing, that's a different story. But, you know, not if there was no turning around. That's going to be hard to justify. And I hope they go to jail. The officer goes to jail for a long time. Because people like that give us the bad name.
Okay.
People like that is why other people want to pew-pew my head and crucify me in comments when there's no reason to.
Queen, hold on just a second. I'm gonna let you go in a second. This is coming out of the chat. Somebody asked this question. They are dying to know, is the father of your son a black man?
No.
He wasn't. Okay, there you go, folks.
So
go ahead with your question.
We can't see the officer, right? The officer is MIA. That's what makes it.
I know the term.
That's what makes it different than just a random, innocent, everyday person. Like, to compare it to, you know, can I just go unalive a black man because he did something to me? No, this officer is being hidden by the Blue Brotherhood. So that's what makes it that much more justified. Well, go ahead.
I want to jump in right there.
I know you've been waiting a long time. Let me welcome you to the show. If you would have hit the follow button an hour ago, you would have been up here, friend. You good. Come on up. Go ahead and swing. We ready for you.
Okay, so let me say this, Retro. I want to jump in where you said that in this case, we don't see the picture of the officer that pew-pewed his baby. Okay, so I'm right there. I live in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm just gonna tell you his name. His name is Michael Brown. Michael Brown was pew-pewed in the back. We have video of them putting Mr. Wilson in a car and sending that car away. This baby laid on the ground for hours. We know who did it. And nothing was done to this man that did it. They brought up pictures, evidence, and all this other stuff about this baby. And still, nothing happened. So I came up here because I wanted to say his name. I also wanted to say the name of Philando Castile. Philando Castile, you saw the video. This baby was scared. You saw fear in his face. His daughter is in the car. He told them, hey, listen, I have a pew-pew.
I remember that.
Right here.
Mm-hmm.
His hands are up. I believe in the video. Anybody in the comments, tell me if I'm wrong.
I remember that.
His hands were up in the car. Listen, I have a pew-pew. This person that did this, I'm even going to give 2 pennies of sincere empathy, because when you watch the video, he's scared. Because the man told him, because Philando told him, I have a pew-pew. He's standing there shaking because he's scared himself. So, to me, what I believe needs to happen, now, do I think it'll happen in my lifetime? No. We have to look at the past and where things come from. I don't know what we can say on TikTok, so I'm going to try to give it a buffer. The lady Queen, you can correct me if I'm wrong at any point. When we look at where the police that we know come from, they come from a 3-letter organization.
Oh.
And that 3-letter organization, the reason why the police, as we know it, came about, they were hunting my people. And that's where it came about. Now, I may not have all the details, but you gotta look it up. The other thing that we as a people have to understand, when the Constitution was written, when all of these laws were made, when the government was set up and those building blocks were made and put in place, we were not seen as the beautiful black kings and queens and engineers and inventors and people that we are today. We were seen as 3/4 of a person. My grandmother was 97 when she passed in January. My grandmother went from almost slavery for real to 2025.
Oh, sharecropping.
You have to look at all of the things that just this one individual saw. My grandmother said that her mother it was 10 of them. She said that her mother's husband, her dad, found a job in PA, and they were in Georgia. He went to PA by himself for 3 months to build and cultivate a home for his children. And what did they do? When he saved up enough money and got them straight, he sent for them and they caught a train all the way from Georgia to PA. Look at the things that she has lived through. Now, I said that to go back to this statement. I'm sorry. We as a people, we need to stand up in our own home, in our own rights, and in our own places. Black Panther Party, things of that nature. We need to stand up as a people on our own so that when we go back to them and say, this systematically is not right. We saw the video. This baby didn't have no gun. No, Dad was not right, but doing what Dad did. I do believe that Dad was not in his right state of mind because I have lost a child. No, I did not lose my child in a violent manner, but the pain of losing a child, whether you lost them in a violent manner or you lost them in another manner, is still the pain of losing a child. I wasn't mentally correct for a while.
Okay.
So I can understand that. Now, again, like I said, I don't think that what he did was correct. But I feel like we as a people need to understand and get together before we ask YT people for anything. Because again, like I said at first, the rules, the bricks that we're looking at, we were 3/4 of a person when all this stuff was done. That's why Orange, I like Cheetos, so I'm not gonna call him no Cheeto.
Orange man, yes.
Can come in and say the things that he's saying and do the stuff that he's doing because they're looking at us and they're thinking they're not gonna stand up and lean together and get something done. No. So we need to stand up and look at those things. Those things we're not going to get, dare I say, reparations. We've been asking for that, or it's been a question in the clouds for a long time. They're not going to give you that because we're not going to stand together and say what we want. I do believe that we did stand together when we got Obama elected. My grandmother cried in front of the TV because she was able to live when her siblings, a lot of them did not make it to where she saw the first Black president. You see what I'm saying? But we have to really understand what you're fighting against. It's not just some police. It's not just the boys in blue. They're a brotherhood. And I think that if we really sat down and looked at what they've created and how they did it, we could learn some stuff, like for real. Now, I know that I'm going to get a little bit of backlash and flack. I'm sorry. Forgive me. My play daughter was murdered or unalive by somebody that looked like her. And when I mean that, I mean black on black. Oh. This young man took this girl's life and the life of her friend in the house and left them deceased in the house and their children. Both of them had kids in the house. This is what I'm talking about. The way I feel, these people on the other side, not all of them, some, but they're not going to respect us when we taking each other out of here over money. I live in St. Louis. Mustard on a hamburger. Somebody stepped on your shoe. Somebody did something with your child's father. Just the least things that matter. You see what I'm saying? Every day I'm looking at the news, somebody else is gone. Homicide on this street and that street. Don't nobody know why.
So your point is you're attempting to argue black on black crime?
No, I don't want you to hear black on black crime.
That's what it sounds
kind
like.
Of that. It's kind of that.
But you got
I want us to have respect. Hey now, SCL. I want us to gain a level of honor and a level of respect for us first.
Okay, but
come to you.
I want you. I want to just go ahead and stop that part there, because again, even though you're dressing it up, it still sounds like black on black crime. You do understand that crime is according to proximity. Yes. So black people kill black people because they live around black people. White people kill unalive white people because they live around white. There's literally there's no such thing as black on black crime.
I understand it's not that. No, I just want us to cherish us, so that when we go to them, or when we go to get the legislature, like he was asking, or to make the changes that the other young man was saying he wanted, that we want to see made.
Hit the follow button. You can come up.
There's different portions of the community, right? There's some of us that are into legislation, and we got the briefcase, we got the YNs in the hood, and that's a system. That's all part of a system. The stuff you see in the hood, that's their reality. We can't really understand that. Now, I was born in the projects. My mother moved me up to the suburbs, but I see how the system affects it. It makes it a repeating cycle. People go to jail. They had the war on smugs. They put the smugs in the hood. They did the redlining. They created this whole inner city MLK in every inner city. You notice that pattern? They created that. So we can't.
Thank you so much for the
blame
gift,
ourselves for being victimized in that systemic oppression and institutionalized oppression. We cannot blame ourselves. All we can do is take the people who want to make a change and make a change. But you have to stand
let you up in
aside.
just a second,
if you don't think we're going to get reparations, just move out the way. That might not be your ministry. You might get help a community in another way. But we're going to still keep going at civics, at legislation. We're going to still keep going, pushing bills and trying to figure out who we can work with and what we can do to make a change for the people who don't, who even, they don't have they can't even think about what we're thinking about. They're in survival mode. You have to understand that. If they're in survival mode as a result of a system that was created by white people, you cannot blame them for the black on black crimes. We frown upon it. We want to fix it, but it's going to take a lot for us to do that. Okay?
I agree.
We can't bring that up. We can't bring that up and say we can't do nothing because y'all over here unaliving each other. That's not helpful.
No. I don't want to. No,
that's the way it came off. I'll just be honest.
I apologize. That's not how I want to. What I mean is, I want us to be able to take care of us first before we go and try to do the big stuff. I want us to be, I want us to qualify us as, I am something. I am somebody. To dumb it down. Real dumb. I like crowns. I call myself a queen. When other people be saying, I like for him to call me princess and this, that, and the third. I don't like that. Princesses are little girls. Princesses are the daughter of the king. And I don't have a problem with that. That's cool. But when if you see me or you knew me, I address myself as a queen. It's nothing wrong with a princess. That's just not me. So now I'm saying it to say this. I had a friend of mine who was upset with the fact that I call myself a queen. Oh, you can't be a queen. Well, why not? Oh, because there's only one queen. No, it ain't. Look at all the queens in Africa. And I'm just using Africa as a idea or a landing point. We all can be somebody. So I feel like my point, I understand how it came out wrong. I just want us to value us first. And I don't mean like the black on black stuff, none of that. I just want us to value us when we doing what we doing.
Okay.
You got it, baby.
I got it. I'm good. King, welcome to the conversation. How you doing tonight? You've been waiting a minute. I'm ready for your perspective on this tragic situation.
To me you talking to?
Yes, sir. I'm ready for you.
How you doing? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
He was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely 100% wrong.
Agreed.
I was listening to this young lady. That totally missed my mind what I was saying. The reason why black folks can't get what's the word called them, reparations is because who's the government going to give it to? The Indians got it because they had a family. The American people came over here. I mean, the Europeans came over here and took over communities of their tribe. They took over Indian communities.
Are you Native American?
No, at all.
You're white.
No, I'm multiracial.
Okay, I just want to be clear who I'm talking to. Go ahead.
You know what? We lost the subject. Let's go back to.
Well, let me answer that one question. They can trace the lineage back through the census, back to the 1800s. And I don't think we're necessarily asking for as much reparations for 400 years of slavery. We're more trying to just repair what's here. So that could be like tax breaks, education, financial literacy, mental health, hospitals, land. You know, they have all kind of houses and stuff that corporations are building, and that stuff can be used. We can use that to create or perpetuate generational wealth that has been lost and stolen. But just to answer that question,
where's that
it's
going
going
to
to
go?
go to the descendants of slaves, and the government would pay that. It's not like we're talking about garnishing your paychecks based on race. We're talking about reallocating funds that we're already paying. We're already wasting trillions of dollars on defense and this and that and space, but we can't pay. We don't have enough money to pay for reparations, where all the money came from that completely built this economy off of our ancestors' labor. We got enough money.
And if you're multiracial, wouldn't you benefit from this?
Yeah, yes, I will. But I'm not saying that it's not. But where would it go to? What establishment that all this money is going to go to and has the ability to give it away, give it to this person, give it to that person, give it to this person? Where's that going to go? Who's going to
the descendants of slaves? Just like
my last name is Jones.
They trace you.
My last name is Jones.
When they trace your social security number, they can trace your lineage.
Yes, my last name is
rocket science, but even
it's going to go to a white person.
Even though, listen. Here's the thing: there are economists that work these types of things out. You don't necessarily have to understand or conceptualize it in order to know whether or not it's right or wrong. If there's a debt that's been owed,
I'm not saying it's wrong, though. Right? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
yes, the way.
Yes, we are deserved. Yes, we
I
deserve
did, Tiger.
something. Nobody has said sorry. Nobody said, I understand what y'all want. Nobody said that. But where's that money going to go to if they say yes? Here's you go. Here's representation. Where's it going to go? Who they going to give it to?
Well, what difference does it make?
I think we sliding way too far off the actual topic.
I just wanted to answer.
Right. I want to go back to the gentleman that I want to go back to the father, getting to the father running to.
Please do.
To the police officer
Mm-hmm.
and the child.
Yes.
And my basic thing is, us as parents, we need to learn our kids.
We need to do what?
Teach your kids.
Hold on, I love this. So how many children do you have?
4.
Okay.
Now.
That's cool. What is the age? What is the age range? What is the age? What's the age range? What's the age range?
Light skins now, right? When I talk to them, they're no white, they're no black, they're no Spanish. They are multiracial.
Okay, you've already established that, sir. I don't know why you keep exhausting us on that. What is the age range of your kids?
18, 22, 32.
Does your 18-year-old and your 22-year-old act the same?
Act the same as
do they behave the same?
As far as what, sir?
On anything, do they behave the exact? If you give them the same scenario, do they act the same? Are their personalities the same?
No, they're not. No.
Is your 18-year-old or your 32-year-old the same?
No.
Correct. Okay. When your children were teenagers, did your teenagers not make stupid decisions?
As stupid decisions as is what? What I didn't.
You raised your children to the best of your abilities. Did your children not still make mistakes?
Okay, let me tell you how I rose.
No, that's not what I asked. These are simple questions.
Mistakes.
You're okay. So your children making mistakes, did that make you less of a parent because your children made mistakes along the way?
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so when you come here and you say you should have raised your children better as a father with grown...
I did not say raise your children better. Don't get me misunderstood.
Please clear it up.
Okay, listen. We all know that.
That's exactly what he said.
Okay, I'm sorry. If I did, let me.
I want you to clear it up because that's why you're getting chewed at.
The boys in blue, they work in a different way.
But we're not talking about the boys in the blue. You talking about raising your children.
Why put yourself in a predicament where you have to deal with them?
Okay, you could say that to you blue in the face. Your children are still going to be influenced by the people that they're around.
Say that one more time.
You can say that to your blue in the face, and your children are still going to be influenced by their peers.
And your parent, and you as your parent don't have a chance to dictate that.
Yes, you do, but that doesn't mean that your children are not going to get out in the world and still make mistakes and hang out with the wrong people and get themselves caught up in situations that they shouldn't be in. That does not make you less of a parent.
White folks are able to dictate what their children do.
Excuse me? Did you say why white?
White folks have a chance to dictate their children.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Those same white people whose children go to schools and pew them up. Those that come from those beautiful suburban homes with the two parents in the household that still go to the schools and pew them up. Do you know the percentage of white kids that pew up schools? Do you know how many of them grow up and become serial unalivers? Name the black ones, because I got a list of the white ones.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
What am I talking about is don't put yourself, teach your kids.
You're multiracial, but you seem to be very much not in touch with the black part of your.
Are you out your mind?
You seem very much not in touch with the black side.
My man, my family is raised.
What you're making, what you come here and.
Hold on, excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, you don't have to. What you come here and did was.
My children, because me growing up in this country as a multiracial brother, I've had to deal with racism from white folks, black folks, brown folks, because of my name, the way I look, and the way I talk. That's racism now. And racism.
There's interpersonal racism, and then there's systemic racism now. Let's be clear.
Say that one more time, sir.
I said there's interpersonal racism, and then there's systemic racism now. Racism isn't just racism across the board. Like somebody that's black calling you a name or treating you with a prejudice, that's interpersonal racism. That's not affecting you on a power structure. You understand what I'm saying? But now systemic racism, this means that one race is doing things to keep another race subjugated.
Teach!
Up under. That's systemic racism. So it's not just one racism. You said I had white people that was racist, and I had black people that was racist. Know that those are two different types of racism. Even though you're multiracial, there's something else going on outside of you. There's a system, there's a whole entire thing. For you to blame the parents or the kids, I know what you're getting at. Oh, teach them not to run. When
Come on.
Get there, it's comply or unalive. No. It just
why not?
You can be in the wrong place. The wrong place at the wrong time.
There have been.
Say no. Why not? Say no. Why not?
There have been plenty of people that have complied and still ended up in a casket. And let's talk about Sonia Massey. She called them because she needed help. He told her to go over to her own stove and get the pot off the stove. She picked up the pot and he pewed her in the face. I'm pretty sure.
Wasn't that a black cop, though?
Excuse me?
No, it was a white cop.
Lord.
White cop? Okay.
Somebody.
Well, anyway, so did you say you was either switching from that point that it was teacher?
No, let's go back to what this conversation was about the gentleman running over the cop, right? And the son getting killed her back. Wasn't that rage?
We're asking for your perspective, sir. We don't. What is your perspective?
I think it was rage. An eye for an eye is the truth. Me as a father, I'm gonna go get the person that actually killed my son.
Unalive.
Unalive, sir.
Unalive. This the word.
Unalive. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I'm so sorry.
You're okay.
It's the first time I ever had to deal with this.
It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. And I'm quite all right. I totally agree. I think that what he did was wrong, but I could understand it more if he would have gone after the person that actually did what they did to his son. I agree with that.
Right. And it's like this. We as colored folks, I'm gonna say colored folks. Sorry, we see colored folks killing our sister, and he up in there getting sentenced and smiling back at us. An eye for an eye. He did wrong. My man did wrong. Right or wrong? He did wrong.
Oh, it was wrong.
So my thing is, it ain't no racist. It's not racial. The blue wall is another race now. The blue wall is another race. It ain't about black and white. The blue wall is another race. Look what happened. Look what happened in Baltimore. There was black folks up in there that got committed. Killing dude in the van.
I don't know, Kill.
Racism. If the blue wall is another race. You know what the blue wall is now, right? Police.
So are you saying that it was okay for him to take the innocent police officer just because he was a police officer? Is that what you're saying? We're trying to understand what your point is.
Why is everybody bringing a race card? It had nothing to do with race. Did it?
Well, my point has never been about race. My point is about innocent versus not innocent. He, true enough, a cop took his child's life. All of that is one thing, but to get in your car and go and take an innocent life just based on the fact that he was wearing a uniform, I thought was just simply wrong.
That's wrong. You're wrong.
But you're also saying a blue wall is a blue wall and they're a different race. So if you're saying that, then
jumped in his car and took this person's knife because he was just wearing blue.
Well, you said that they're one race. So you're saying that's okay. You need to make up your mind which side of the fence you're gonna be on because you're arguing both sides.
Right, because an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's
what are you saying? We don't want to know what everybody's saying. We want to know what you're saying.
My man was wrong. The father was wrong. And it was no eye for an eye. Because if it was me, I'm trying to go after the dude who killed my son.
Unalive. Yes.
Not the dude, sorry, not kill. Sorry, I forgot the term.
It's okay. It's okay.
Not the dude that killed father, what if it was he was directing traffic, right? What if it was one of our kids, our black kids, that he was directing traffic for, and
exactly.
He ran over this dude and killed one of our black children that he was crossing the street for.
Correct. Anybody could have taken that job that day. Anybody.
Right.
I agree with you. That I agree with. Most definitely.
Let me ask another thing though. Why did the judge let those police officers up in their arraignment?
Well, that's another.
Thank you.
Intimidation. It was too many.
Okay, so why couldn't the family do that?
Thank you.
Right. Lynch mob. That's what it
But the family was upset.
Correct. I just feel like if you'd have put the family in the courtroom, it would have been even more chaos. It's the truth. I didn't like.
I don't think so, because they were saying they was only upset because they couldn't go in.
Right.
To be there to support their family.
Do you really think those people were gonna sit there calmly?
They didn't know they couldn't come in. They didn't know it until that day. They didn't even tell them that.
There's nobody allowed to do that.
That's why it made a situation because they was told on that day. Now, had they been told that, okay, but you tell them on the day they come to court. That's why they would have put it on chaos because they told them that day.
What they was trying to prove?
I wasn't trying to prove nothing. They were to support their family member.
They were showing solidarity.
They were supporting their fellow police officer.
An innocent police officer. Innocent police officer.
Even if they all didn't come in, the wife and the brother was to be allowed to went in. Even they all couldn't have went in. 2 couldn't go in. That's how I looked at it.
It is.
Are we sure? Are we sure that the family wasn't in there?
And that's my thing, because from what I'm hearing, they were there. They were just not. They're behind the window. Yeah. I don't think it would have been a good idea to put them both sets in there.
They were having competition behind that.
Yeah, we saw him pushing his brother back and out of a courtroom, but I don't know if that was the same day when the brother was the same day. Look it up. Oh, okay.
They didn't know they couldn't come in until that day. That's why.
Yeah, I saw a confrontation outside the courtroom too, but like I said, I don't know. I don't understand.
If you look at it, they didn't know until that day. They didn't know. It's like you going to court to support your family with anything, and you find that day you can't go in.
You're not gonna tell me that them people were not outraged. They've lost a son and a brother, uncle, husband. Them people would have snapped. Okay, those folks would have snapped. You're not gonna tell me that would have been a brawl. That would have been a brawl. My opinion, that would have been a fight.
So it was a lot of us, so they should have separated it. But somebody should have been allowed there to support him, not just his lawyer.
All the people weren't allowed in that courtroom at all. They weren't allowed.
No, they said none of them. No, it's the police officer.
Okay, according to the comments, they were behind the window. If you look at the video, you will see a family member doing a heart sign. Okay.
So when he was getting walked, wherever he was getting walked, why were they there?
That was
I guess something was gonna happen, but all them officers, and he's shackled. What was he gonna do? They was there to support theirs, and his family should have been there, allowed. Even like I said, his wife and his brother should have allowed to be in there to support theirs, but they had to watch through a clear window.
Okay.
But every last one of them was allowed in. 30 of them.
Yeah, I mean, I
couldn't get that.
Logistically, I agree with it. It didn't look good. It did not look good. I'll agree with that. It was logistically, it didn't look good. It didn't look good.
Okay, so I have a question.
Good night, Miss J.
This is just a hypothetical question. It doesn't matter. That's his family. You should be allowed in the courtroom.
That's not their family.
May I get my question out? May I get my question out? Okay. Had they been in there,
what difference would it make?
With him having the attitude,
come on,
as in, you're not going to intimidate me. I did what I did, and I'm going to stand on what I did. Do you not think for a moment? You say that because the way he held his Crystal, let me. Okay. Oh my goodness.
I can't get a word. Keep tapping the screen, folks.
That would have escalated.
It would have
the situation.
Possibly.
Because look at the full picture. Mm-hmm. Here's the full picture. You have a man who has taken a life. He feels justified in taking that life. How do you know? Can I ask you one question before you begin? Undoubtedly, you have two sides in this family. Undoubtedly, you have two sides in this family.
Come on.
Because you're dealing with totally different personalities and so forth. You may have some people in the family that did not agree with what he did, but are there. You may have people that are in the family that agreed with what he did and are there. Do you not honestly feel? Get out of your personal feeling.
Come on.
For a second. But do you not think that this would have caused an uproar and a problem?
Mm-hmm.
So now we want to
looking at all of those police officers.
We de-escalate now? Now we de-escalate, right? pull up.
That showed white power. That showed that police are still white and able to do what they do.
King, there were black officers in that line as well.
Only one.
It was more than one.
She looked the other way, knowing that man's.
And she was holding him. What do you mean she was looking the other way? She was holding him.
So, Sonia, why we gotta de-escalate after you poke the bear? After you poke the bear, why we gotta de-escalate? Why we asking the bear to de-escalate after you done poked him? I don't understand why. Why did they de-escalate when they pulled up and little Ryan Hinton was running? They never de-escalated those situations.
Well, you can't unring a bell.
Right? I'm going to deal with this topic right here. And I'm not going to deal with any other topic. And that's not to say that other things have happened that are wrong. But dealing with this particular topic, this man, whether he was right, whether he was wrong, whether we feel like he is taking a stand for the culture, because he's not taking a stand for me.
Me neither.
He doesn't speak for Sonia. He does not speak for me. But at any rate, here's the thing.
Hit the follow button if you want to come up, folks.
You have a situation that could have gone either way in that courtroom. And this man, whether he was mentally challenged at the time, still in his hurt, whatever it was, if we want to show this man mercy, if we want to show this man some
hey, Mooney,
grace,
I see you.
Should he not have shown an ounce of grace and mercy for the life that he took as well? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. If we want to show this man some grace and mercy, what about the police officer? Whether they are a unit, whether they are brotherhood,
Moody told today.
This man did nothing to his child.
He did nothing.
So, Sonia, do you think for 1 second that maybe them 20 white tee officers lined up to intimidate him made him react that way without any remorse? I mean, do you think he would have been more calm? Or
in all honesty, I do not.
So.
And this is my personal. I don't feel like it was an intimidation tactic. I don't feel it.
I didn't either.
What was they standing there for?
In solidarity of the innocent cop's life that was lost.
Why are they so more important to us? Why are they so much more important than us?
What do you mean?
Do they do that for us?
What do you mean?
They weren't police officers. They weren't allowed to act right there.
I am more.
Oh yes, he sure did.
I'm more afraid now of us than any police officer that I should be afraid of, because the moment that we feel that we can take justice in our own hands and be seen as a hero, that scares me. Not only for myself as a disabled Black woman, but for my children.
Hit the follow button if you want to come up.
Now, if we have a racial dispute, Miss Sonia, who you think gonna take care of you?
Let me finish. For me, it says that we have taken steps backwards instead of forwards, because we're not looking for a solution. You said a lot of solutions, Retro, and I agree with your solutions on changing the laws and going with the laws in the government.
Stop it,
I agree
Booney.
with that. But I disagree with taking it into our own hands and being okay with it, because that says to my children,
it's free for all. It's free for all at that point.
That's what it says to my children.
Yeah, it's free for all.
And my grandchildren.
Anybody do you wrong, take them out.
I have a fear of us now more than I have of the police.
You're right,
I really do.
That's not the answer. That's not the way. And like you said, even though I have some solutions, I'm tired too. I'm in pain too. These stories are hurting me too. And
so am I. This is not the answer. That's not the answer.
I know that's not the right way. But listen, Miss Sonia, at the end of the day, it comes down to it. I'm gonna protect you because you're like me. I'm going to be a warrior and fight at the end of the day as well. Any means necessary, meaning legislation, meaning whatever. Do you understand? And I'm going to stand behind my people, even sometimes when they're wrong, because they stand behind each other when they're wrong. And that's community. That's part of the Black experience, being Black. We don't leave nobody behind. You think they're going to help you? Or you think we going to come and get you and help you, Miss Sonia?
All I say to you, sir, is if you're going to stand for me, all I say to you, if you're going to stand for me the right way. Because vengeance is not it. If it were my child, and I'm going to speak personally, I have 5 children, 3 biological. I have 5 children. If it were one of my children, I would not, and I repeat, I would not want anyone to go do justice for me. I would not want that and say that you're standing for me. Because that's not what I believe in. So you're not standing for me. You're standing for a cause and other people that believe as you do. But you're not standing for me. So help me, but don't help me in that way.
Okay. Joe, you've been waiting for a while. Jump on in because it's hot tonight. We're ready for you. I thank you for your patience, and I'm ready for your perspective. What are your thoughts on this particular tragedy?
All right, I just got a couple questions.
Okay.
So, his son was 18, right?
Yeah.
And it was in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
How old in Cincinnati, Ohio, the state of Ohio, do you need to be in order to possess a handgun?
I don't know. Could you tell us?
It's 21.
Okay.
So why is there an 18-year-old running around stealing cars with a handgun?
Okay.
You forgot the allegedly.
And yeah, correct, allegedly. none of that's been proven, and he doesn't get his day in court because he was pew-pewed in the back and is no longer living.
Yes, but eventually the body cam's going to come out.
Which we've seen and which is very questionable, which didn't match what the police officers wrote.
And that's why the daddy went there.
That's why the daddy snapped.
All right, but the dad snapped on an innocent traffic officer.
Oh yeah, now
not even a real police officer at the time because he retired.
On that, I totally agree with you, Joe. I will not agree with him unaliving an innocent retired man. Me, no. I've taken a lot of flack off it because I don't agree with that. But had he gone after the cop that took his son out, I would not even have covered the story.
That part.
So
I would not have even touched it.
If he killed the cop
unalive
his son, okay, sorry, unalive. You think if he unalived the cop that unalived his son, that would be good?
I didn't say it was good, but I would understand.
You would understand?
Absolutely.
Yes, Lord. Understand.
Not agreeing with because I'm a Christian. I don't believe in taking lives at all. Vengeance is mine, said the Lord. That's how I believe as a Christian, but everybody doesn't believe that. But I also have a son that's 3 and a daughter that's 16. And if you tell me that I got to watch a cop pew him in the back, regardless, then yes. If that person snapped and went after that cop, I'm gonna pray that God can forgive you, but I'm gonna understand. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm gonna understand.
What if the cards played out, what the law is doing, the court case played out, and the cop was found to be a justified
pewing? Yeah,
pewing, because the alleged suspect that was running away had a pew and
allegedly
tried, yes, if it came out that he had it, like, it's facts.
We'll never really know that.
So it comes out it's facts he had it. He went to go use it against this police officer that was chasing him for allegedly committing a crime.
Mm-hmm.
Because any person in the right head, if you didn't commit a crime, there's no reason to run.
Lies. People run all the time. People run out of fear, sir, especially people of color, because especially people of color, because oftentimes these interactions don't go well.
They don't go well because they don't cooperate.
I love it. Hold on, let me stop you there. Well, did Sandra Massey not cooperate? I don't know. Oh, no problem. I'm going to give it to you real quick. She called the cops to her home. This is the boiling water woman.
Yes.
She did exactly what the cop said. Go over there and get that pot off the stove. When she went and got the pot and took it off the stove, he pewed her in the eye. Explain that.
I can't, because that was probably the cop was in the wrong, and there's going to be bad apples everywhere.
There's tons of bad apples. These trees, it's trees at this point. It's not just apples. It's entire trees.
A whole orchard. But so going back to the other point.
Please, I'm waiting on you to make one. That's valid.
So the facts came out, and it was a justified.
Joe, what you're giving me is hypotheticals at this point. We will never know, because he will never get his day in court, because he's no longer living, because the cop pewed him in the back.
Okay, but so there should be no reason a cop uses a service weapon unless there's
imminent danger. Pew pew on a person in the back is not imminent danger. That says that person is fleeing.
Mm-hmm. There's plenty of times where people are fleeing the police with a handgun, and How
can I aim if I'm running from you with my back turned?
It doesn't matter if you aim or not. If you don't aim, that's completely worse than aiming.
We don't even know if he even had the pew pew at that point. We don't know. We will never know.
If you don't know the facts.
And you don't either.
Okay, nobody knows the facts.
His dad do.
We know he was
we know he running away and got pew pewed in the back. We know that.
Okay. Why don't you let the cards fall where they're supposed to fall?
We're tired of that.
And go after some innocent dude.
Again, Joe, you keep taking me back to the innocent. You keep taking me back to the innocent man. You and I are both in agreement that the innocent man should not have lost his life. What other points are you making, sir? We're in agreement on that.
Even if it was the officer that was involved in the shooting, that's not justified either.
Yes, it is. Oh, it's justified. It's justified. If you take my baby life and he was running from you and he didn't pose a threat to you at that time, yes, it is justified.
And my thing is,
there's gonna always be a threat when you're deemed to.
It's an open carry state.
It's a teenager.
Okay, he shouldn't have had the gun. Wow, it happens all the time. People get people. You shouldn't be unalive for being in possession of a pew pew when you're not supposed to be. That should be a fine or whatever that is. It should not be. It should not be a death sentence. It should not be a death sentence.
You're running away because you have it on you, and who are you to say that you're not going to use that running away against the police officer or anybody else in the community?
Oh, I love that, Mooney. Good question. Did they know his age at the time?
No, but
thank you. So that's irrelevant. Thank you, Mooney. Thank you. You sure can't. They didn't ID him. They didn't know he was an adult. So what you're making is a moot point at this time. That's moot.
He's running
He's running away from a cop. That is not unusual, sir.
After he is being pulled over because there was some sort of reason the cop was pulling them over.
No, they don't never have a reason. They just be lying.
No, so if the car was stolen,
where is Mooney? Mooney, I want you to come on up here.
If the car was stolen in the computer system.
Mooney, where is your? Send me a request, Mooney.
That's not a reason to be unalive.
It's not. It's not a reason to be unalive.
But if you would just.
I don't see your request, Mooney.
I've gotten pulled over multiple times.
So have I. I promise you, your interaction is going to be totally different than my interaction with the cops. I can guarantee you.
Funny to me that kills me is, I gotta say this. I'm sorry.
Handle it, friend.
If the shoe was on the other foot, y'all be saying the same thing we saying. We tired. We ain't gonna be like
if you were in the
Martin
cop's
Luther
shoes.
King. Hold up, bro. We ain't gonna be like Martin Luther King. We shall overcome. We gonna be some ASS. We tired. We tired.
I'm the last Martin Luther King around here.
We ain't gonna overcome. We tired. Now, the shoe was
Okay,
on the
Booty.
other
Hello,
foot,
Booty.
you be feeling the same way, sir. So you can't say that. I'm 58 years old and I'm angry from 58 years old. I'm tired.
We tired. We can't take no
I
more.
think there's a problem when the certain group of the community makes up 13% of the population.
Oh, here we go. I love this. Come on. Come on with that tired trope. Go ahead, sir.
That's a problem.
Oh, no, I want you to finish the statement. 13%, and then what?
Commit over half the crimes.
No, they don't. Y'all sit up there.
No.
Kids, raping, stealing, and we got a president to do the same thing. Well, hallelujah.
Now, wait a minute. What about the exoneration rate? Because
Come on. You do also understand that we are overcharged and over-sentenced.
And over-policed.
And over-policed.
That's why we have the high rates, because we're over-policed. It's systemic racism. Moron.
So, I have a question for you.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Circumstances, should there ever be a reason why it's justified? None? There's no justifying at all whatsoever.
All right.
Ever.
A justification in what?
Sonia, let me drop you. I need to. I need a spot.
Do you have kids? Do you have a child?
No.
Oh, well, see, because if somebody harmed my child, if I walked in and somebody was essaying my child, I'm not going to wait till the cops get there. I'm blowing the brains out.
Now, that is a great example of snapping. Now, I would do that in a heartbeat. Take you out. Take it clean out. I'm not waiting on. Well, I'm not waiting on the popos. I got it. I'm gonna pray about that one.
But see, this is all. I don't need proof. I walked in and saw someone doing something that had no business to my child. Oh, I'm going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
I like that.
Any parent should think that way.
No, but you just said why we should wait for the proper channels and wait for the justice system. You just said that, and now somebody gives a counter, and now that's different.
A complete different topic.
The law is the law.
When somebody is in your own home and assaulting somebody else, that's completely different.
No, okay. Try to conceptualize raising a child for 18 years. You just know your child is going to make it. You see on the news these other kids is getting unalived by the police, but you never thought. Let's
tap up to 150 people.
Child. Then you go and watch the video, and they're trying to gaslight you with these same little talking points, and you're dissecting technicalities. Or if he looked at that video, he did not see Hume. He did not see his son turn around and point nothing. He saw his son being gunned down while he was running away. He raised this child for 18 years.
For the record, my child is 35, and I would still do it. Hold on, what you mean? How do you know that? What you mean? You just said something. What you mean? How do you know that?
He was 18 years old.
It makes a huge difference.
It doesn't. My child is 35.
Well, listen.
And if they did, I would do the same way.
It doesn't make a difference. He's just as unalive as that officer. I bet that made a difference to you, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Because maybe the difference is almighty whitey.
Then it's different. No, it's different.
No, I'm sorry. I got to tell the truth, but nothing but the truth.
Come on, Free.
Totally different when it's y'all. It's a different scenario when it's come to y'all. We ain't going through this. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna hurt your feelings, and I'm gonna tell the truth whether you like it or not. We're not gonna do this. No. If it was your child and your mama, your daddy, your sister, your brother, how you gonna react? Especially when he went to go see the tape and nobody, the baby didn't have no gun. No, I'm losing my mind. I'm going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, 6 baskets away from the I'm going there. Proof how long that gun was sitting there either. The pupil, had been laying there. It could have been laying there for months, weeks, days. They found it laying there where he was supposedly at. They don't know how long that was there.
Correct.
They're just saying it was his.
They probably went and found that.
And let's not pretend like cops have never planted evidence before. Let's not pretend that. That's how OJ got off. He was guilty in sin, but they wanted to make sure he went, so they planted additional evidence, and that's how he got off.
And still try to ruin the man's life.
Correct. So let's not pretend. We know it happens.
Look, I'm gonna keep it real. sometimes, our black people do things that upset us, okay?
Yeah.
And I be trying to tell our people, look, we don't want them to be looking at us this way. Y'all just need to keep it real. Keep it real and stop making excuses. It's always excuses.
Absolutely.
Excuses. After excuses. I'm sorry. I'm tired of this shit.
Stop cussing. There's no cussing here.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I'm sorry. But God help me. That be the devil was making me react. I was just tell me, Jesus.
Come on, Jesus.
Yes. I'm telling the truth, but you don't understand.
I'm tired.
It was your child, sir. It was your child, Joe. If you had a dog, a cat, or somebody I love, okay? And this situation happened, and then the man did not see a pew-pew or whatever it was. He didn't see that. Understand what his state of mind was. He was hurting. He was crying. My baby's gone. And they lied. They gaslighted this. So I'm sorry I would have went there. I'm sorry.
All right.
How can you accuse them of lying?
Say what?
How can you accuse them of lying?
The tape did not match the report. That's why we're accusing them of lying.
But you did not see the whole thing yet.
Well,
He said it. The daddy did.
The daddy saw it.
The daddy did.
Yeah, he saw the whole case.
Correct. Which means
that's why he went there.
And that's how he went there. The tape didn't match the report.
All right, just wait till the entire thing comes out.
It did. That's why he went there. And that's why he gonna be exonerated. That's why he gonna walk. Y'all good with that.
I don't know about walking. He's definitely going to jail. How long, I don't know, but I think he's definitely going to have to do some time.
Right.
He's going to have to do some time.
We're going to be like Beretta. Don't do the crime.
Oh, he's not walking. He ain't walking nowhere but to that prison cell. He's going to jail now.
We don't know. Hopefully he don't do that much time and they understand.
They may give a little bit of leniency, because of the traumatic event, that caused him to snap in that way. But
exactly.
He's definitely gonna have to do some time. I feel that way.
Well, I'm sorry.
Mooney is being cold blooded. She said he ain't getting no leniency. Probably not. All right, y'all. Let's clear it. He's black. They're not gonna give him the same coddling that they give.
And that's why we need the message sent.
Well, he sent it.
Yes, he did.
I mean, that's not going to change his fate, though. That's the problem.
I hope they get it.
Mooney, okay, I'm ready for you. Welcome back, sister. I hadn't seen you in a good long while. I know you got a lot to add to this topic, so I'm ready for you. Everybody, mute your mics and let Mooney get.
I can see her up here. Hey.
Okay, go ahead and say hello and mute your mics. Mute your mic because she speaks very softly, but when she says darling, she's coming out the one of y'all. So go ahead. Joe, I think you might be in a little bit of danger tonight. Go ahead, Mooney.
I think what we need to know is the facts of the case, because there's been a lot of information that's being spilled around tonight, and none of them have been strictly from the facts. What we know is that the video is 6 to 8 seconds long. That's the whole video.
Mm-hmm.
There is no wait till the whole video comes out. That is the whole video. What we know is that the father has no prior felony convictions. He has a relatively clean record, except, maybe a traffic ticket or something. The father doesn't have any previous record of any of this.
Mm-hmm.
By all accounts, he's a good dad, right? Because I know someone in the comments was like, he's violent and was raising a kid. I don't know what that's about. Okay.
That part.
Number two, the father did this the day after the unaliving of his son. No judge presided over whether it was a justified pew-pewing. No criminal court presided. No charges have been filed. So when Joe sits here and says, well, a judge has nothing to do with it. It happened. And then the same night, the pew-pew was found. In the 6-second blurry video, you see the cop get out the car. He yells out that there's a pew-pew, and then shots are immediately fired. That's all we know. Okay. We know that the car was not stolen. It wasn't paid for, and so it was flagged as a stolen car.
Mm-hmm.
The car payment was missed, so this kid wasn't running around stealing cars.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What we know is that no ID was checked. The cop had no idea whether he was legally able to carry a pew-pew or not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What we know is that the video has been released. The father saw it with their attorneys the day after it happened, and he was visibly distraught. Okay, that's what we know. We know that the father went and did what he did. Now, I'm going to differ. All cops are bad. They get what we get. I don't care. So that's where we'll differ. I do not care. I don't. And that's where me and the host and many people will differ.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I do not care.
Gotta draw the line now.
Yeah, in my perfect world, there'd be none of them. And they get what they get. That's how I feel.
Mooney, but if that cop were your father or your
actually my brother-in-law, who I absolutely adore, was a Seattle PD cop during the George Floyd protests that I was arrested at. If something would have happened, and I had a conversation with my little sister at the time, and he's a wonderful father, and I love him, and he is a father to my nieces and nephews, whom I adore, and a great husband to my sister. Her and I had that conversation. What happens, happens.
So you would have been okay with it.
He signed up for it.
You would have been okay with them taking his life as an innocent.
I would have been sad, but that's what you get. I would have been sad because I personally know him.
Yeah,
he's a cop, but he's a cop. You get what you get. You volunteered for it, and I don't like cops.
Whew.
And I two different ones, Joe.
What did you say, sir? What did you say, Joe?
How's the protest that they burnt down buildings? Let me put my.
Hold on, because no, we got to let Mooney finish cooking because she's.
That's what I said.
Let her clear the air. Joe, did you have an interjection?
Had I saw my brother-in-law, I would have acted the same way because he is and was my enemy. He's not a cop anymore because he didn't toe the line, right? He wasn't willing to do what cops do, so he is no longer a cop.
Okay.
But it still would have been what it was. Now, Joe is coming up here and saying things, right? And he's also saying at the same time that we don't know all the facts, but you sure came up here with your whole chest as if you knew the facts and you don't. If you just don't like black bodies, then say that. At least we see the devil in front of us. Don't come up here acting like you're rational or acting like you have or you're trying to make sense or be fair or some middle ground or being objective when you're not, especially when you run up with that 13%, which you're not understanding its conviction rate, not crimes committed, because the most crimes are committed by white people, but black people are convicted more at a higher rate. As a matter of fact, if you have a black man and a white man and they have the same criminal record and they went to the same school and they have the same bank account and the same job and the same everything, that black man is 6.7 times more likely to not only get convicted, but let's even say they both get convicted. He is going to have 2 times the amount of time convicted of his sentence will be more. Same people, same school, same community, same financial ability. Even if they both went to a private school and they were in a rich community, it is the same. So Joe, don't come up here acting like you're being rational when you're not. You're just racist, and that's okay. We see you. It's not new. It's not creative, darling. It's not even
Here we go again, just calling
right? I'm not done. I'm not done. You are. You are. You don't like the word. I know it doesn't sit well with you, and I'm okay with that. A win is a win. You're coming up here spewing racist rhetoric, spewing facts of something that you don't know, and then asking us to wait for all the facts to come out when you didn't even wait. You just wanted to condemn this stuff. That's wild behavior. It's diabolical work. You are a racist white man, not even a creative one. It is basic level 1, and we're tired of it. Go away. What are you doing here? You're not welcome.
Okay.
You're not welcome. You're not even sending, and this is the problem with y'all white people. You're not even sending your best. You know what I mean? Like, you're not even sending your best representations of bigotry. You're not even sending your best representations of racist people. You are sending these mediocre, racist, bigoted people that do half-ass research, that don't even know the facts, and come up here and say stuff, and we're supposed to pay attention. I know racists that are way better at being racist than you. I know white racists that would look at you and be like, yeah, you ain't even the one to represent us, and yet here you are. Go away, Joe. We're not interested. Oh, yeah, it's funny. That's fine. Go away. And also for the record, I don't know if you guys know, it was either today or yesterday, but the cops, even the black, this is why I say all cops are bad. The black cops that beat Ahmaud Arbery to death were exonerated.
I saw it.
Oh, shit.
I saw it.
All of them.
I saw
it. They beat that man to death.
I saw it.
In front of all of our eyes while he was apprehended, after he was arrested,
handcuffed,
fully unable to defend himself, and they all were acquitted 2 days, 0 charges, nothing. All cops are bad. They get what they get. I don't care.
So who do you call when you need help?
Or I'm sorry, Tyree Nichols. I'm sorry, it was Tyree Nichols.
Tyree Nichols.
Apologize.
That was a question for you, Mooney.
Who do you call when you need help?
Jesus.
Cops do not prohibit crime. Cops do, and that's this big misconception. Cops do not prohibit crime. We call cops because that is the last option available to us. Now, to most black people,
it's the last.
is a crapshoot, right? And that's why a lot of us don't call cops, even when we do. Cops do not prevent crime, but you know what would? If community policing, right? If the community took care of each other, when that has happened, crime went down. Crime was prevented. Cops do not prevent crime. They get called after the scene, after the crime has already happened. And their statistical rate of bungling the crime scenes, and their statistical rate of not handling it, and their statistical rate of doing anything to deter crime just isn't in existence. So we call cops because we have to, and a lot of us even then don't. So miss me with that, Joe. You are out of your league when it comes to Mooney Boggles. I promise you that. Everything you are spewing is tired, it is old, and it is rooted in racism. You are racist. Go away.
Damn.
You just call me racist.
You are racist.
That's so funny.
With my whole chest 10 toes down on business. You are racist. Okay. Not even a good one.
I guess I'm racist. And I'm...
Yes, correct. You said it, not me. Who's next on the panel? Go ahead. Who's next on the panel?
So funny.
So we can continue. So we can continue to talk about this topic in a way that is productive.
Come on.
Joe coming up here and needing a little bit of attention, right? So go ahead and mute Joe, and let's let the panel folks continue this conversation. Joe, we don't want to hear any more racism. Hush up now and mute your mic.
You're racist towards cops.
I don't want to hear it, Joe. I don't want to hear it.
You're racist towards cops.
Well, are cops a race?
Oh.
Racist towards us.
Wait, hold up. I'm racist towards cops. Law enforcement is not a race, Joe. Law enforcement is not. It's an occupation. It's not a race. How am I racist towards an occupation?
Because people are in here saying that the blue brotherhood, and it's like a race war. All this nonsense.
It's not a race.
The truth is not in you, Joe.
Who's next? Because let me tell you something, y'all.
Get them.
All of you. What we cannot do, right, is continue a conversation with somebody that thinks that law enforcement is a race. At this point, our brain cells are dying, right? It's like arguing with a 4-year-old, right? I don't know what else to say to this man. This man literally said, you are racist towards cops and thinks that law enforcement is a race. There is no talking to this person. They're not very intelligent. And at some point, I feel kind of bad because it's not on the level, right? It's not on the level. There's no talking to somebody with that low level of intelligence because law enforcement, for those that didn't know, is not a race. I can't believe that I have to say that. So I'm pretty sure that disqualifies you, Joe, for the level of intelligence to at least have this conversation. Now, Joe, the final thing I'm going to say is there are tons and tons of lives right now with low, intelligent, and undereducated people where you would fit right in and you would have this conversation and you can debate with them and you can have a good old time and you probably would be valid with the low intelligence level people. But as far as this live goes, we are of a higher intelligence level, even if we disagree. Even if we disagree, we are still at a level that is not for you. You don't have the scope. You're not there, right? We are in we are in like 101. You are in like the 6th grade. You don't have a seat at this table. There's tables that you do have a seat on, but not this one. It's not for you.
She intellectually eviscerated him.
This is lightweight.
There's no space for him, right? That's like if I have a master's degree in math and somebody that doesn't know what 2 + 2 = 4 is wants to sit here and have a mathematical conversation. I'm not mad that you don't know what 2 + 2 = 4 is, but there's no point in time where I'm going to take you seriously enough to waste my time having a conversation. Like that's ridiculous. That's silly. Joe, this isn't for you. This particular conversation with these panelists is not for you. You're not here. You're not up there. Can't do it.
Joe left the building.
Yeah. So go ahead and mute Joe or drop down. Because it just isn't for you, darling. It's really, really not. You don't have the intelligence for it.
I'm scared of you.
Joe, would you like to respond?
I'm not being smart. I'm reading the comments.
Law enforcement is a race? What?
Joe, would you like to respond?
Joe, man.
Joe, we waiting on you.
She said thank you, Mooney.
Joe, you had a lot of questions before Mooney got here.
Are we waiting on Joe? Are we really?
Yes. We want to give Joe the opportunity to respond. I mean, you completely unloaded on him, Mooney. You got to give him a chance. You got to give him an opportunity. Joe, take a breath and come back because you had a lot. You had a lot to say before Mooney came in the building. Now, this is what Mooney does. I love her for it.
And Mooney, please let him respond.
Please, Joe.
Fine.
We're ready, Joe.
Joe left the building.
I am Martin Luther King. This is Malcolm X. It's just the truth. Malcolm X is now in the building. So, yeah, I tried to work with you. But now Malcolm's in the building now.
Nat Turner, like you're still being nice with Malcolm X because
it's Nat Turner. Okay. Natalie Turner. Joseph. This is still a safe place. I know it doesn't feel very safe. Joe, are you done? You don't have anything more you want to add to the conversation, sir?
They said Joe Google.
Joe over there trying to figure out that 13%.
Joe over there talking 13, half the crime, a bunch of bull.
They picking on me and Darren.
Joseph, you not gonna say anything else? That's sad.
Joseph upset, mad, in the corner, talking to himself.
Joseph, punch in the air right now.
She said things like that. I am not racist. I don't understand why it's just a 13%.
Is she crazy?
And that was lightweight. I told you she only got one darling in there that time. I told you when you hear darling, she is on fire.
Sorry. One thing she said, go away. Put him in the corner. I'm done, Natalie. Natalie, I am done.
Natalie just shut Joe.
Natalie put him in the corner and he ain't came out yet.
A moment of silence for Joe.
They said
we fear that he's on life support at this moment. Let's tap that screen up to that 140 mark, or in honor of Miss Mooney, who is just completely.
The great Joe Ho.
Tap that screen, because this is my girl here. I love me some Mooney. I'm telling you, she brings it. Just unmatched. Joseph, don't make me drop you. I really want to hear what else you have to say, sir. I mean, she told you to hush, but you don't listen to her. I'm the host. You can still speak. Joseph, if you're not going to speak, I'm going to have to drop you, sir. I'm going to give you a moment. Joseph has hushed up. How did you hush that man up that bad?
He got them arms folded.
A woman and a black woman speaking to him in that manner. Oh gosh, it's over. Oh my, he is cutting up his white sheets right now. He is cutting up his white sheets right now. Joseph, are you? Okay. I don't think Joseph coming back. Joseph is done.
He said, hold on. He did?
Did he say hold on?
We was talking, laughing. That's what he said.
No, Joe, we ain't waiting for you. You don't run this. You don't run the show. Listen, hold on.
You're not listening. He said something. Hold on. He said something.
Crystal, I think you losing it. I ain't heard Joe say a thing since Mooney turned the stove on.
Pull the plug.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to drop him. Jay, welcome to the conversation. How you doing tonight? I don't know how you're going to follow up Mooney, but good luck. What would you like to add to this conversation, sir?
I'm military, right? I've been in for 18 plus years now, and I've got some training with San Diego Police Department, and for you to use deadly force, right? You got to have opportunity,
capability and intent. If the young man was running away, that shows that he didn't have no intent. So that means you can't use deadly force.
Thank you.
Even if he dropped the weapon, but if he didn't point it and say it and doing some gesture with it, whatever, you have to wait for that to shoot, to fire, to like this whole thing is just crazy because the police get their training, right? They get the same training just say as the military get their training, because we just can't go off and fire off our weapons just because we're feeling willy-nilly, whatever. Certain things have to be in order, or certain wickets have to meet the box. So for everybody that's trying to say that, he was running with the gun, that's why he was shot. No, if he's fleeing, you cannot shoot. You cannot administer deadly force. You have to use your non-lethal. Your non-lethal means you have your taser, you have your spray or whatever. Mm-hmm. Get the fastest officer you got to go get him if you can't catch him. That's all I wanted to say, because people like Joe just threw me for a loop talking about something. He was running with the gun. That's why he got shot. No, you have to remember his partners called out, he's got a gun. He's got a gun. He didn't see it. Exactly. That just opened the door for that to happen.
Every officer, in the comments, they agree with you. They're trained.
Yeah, but I think we have to be careful with these conversations. The police do not receive the same training as military. They don't. They will receive mentorship from military, and military.
You saw that too?
Yeah, military will come in and do things, but they do not receive the same type of under stress training as military does.
So you don't understand that to be last resort?
Yes,
absolutely.
They do to a certain extent, but they do not have the restraint or long-term training the military does. They just don't. People need to understand that the system, the policing system in and of itself, is broken. There are people that are from streets to cop within 6 months. And even in a lot of places like Seattle PD, that's cut down to 4 months.
Educate me. My daughter is in the military, but I don't know.
Right. It is not the same as military. The background checks is good and fine, and all the mental health checks are lacking. Exactly. Okay. You have these young kids. You have, in fact, a lot of cops are military rejects, but they still don't become. In fact, you have a lot of cops that get let go from forces for deadly force, but they can go the next county over and get hired on.
Correct.
I saw that with one. I read that.
They do not have. Derek Chauvin was one of them. His record was awful.
Correct.
But he job to job. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, you do have cops like my brother-in-law, who was a cop for 6 months after full training, and because he did not like what he saw and was not willing to do the code of silence, not that he said it, but they got the vibe, they let him go. Okay. So cops do get consulting from military members, but they do not have the same training as military. And listen, there's a whole issue with military too. I'm not, I won't say too much about that, but military is as well, mental health support and things like that, right? Our military
Come on up, Papa.
I understand that, because I'm gonna say this real quick. I wanted to say it earlier. My son is 22 years old. At 15 years old, him and his friend decided to take a car, go on a cruise ride, whatever. His friend was pew-pewed by one of the officers and said he had a gun. Can I say gun or pew-pew?
Pew-pew.
Pew-pew. He had his cell phone. He was running. He was trying to catch his cell phone. He was pew-pewed from the back. Thank goodness he's still here. My son is now 22 years old and is scared to death from the police.
Yeah.
He watched him, and then when we went to court, we went to trial, everything. You hear my son on the recording asking, "Why'd y'all shoot my friend? He didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing." The cop was found guilty, 10 years probation and off the force. So we did get something out of it. This is in the first state. I live in the first state. I live in Delaware. But my son was, not saying he was wrong, yeah, for taking the car. But you guys, they
they shot at them for no reason.
Mm.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing with the police force, like that whole de-escalation and taking the time to investigate things thoroughly before executing the emotion. It's like it's taught, but it's not being applied in the streets. And I 100% support policing your own community. Because I remember when I was a young man, going out, being bad with my homeboys, whatever, I got whooped by my neighbor. My neighbor tore my backside up. And guess what? When I went home, my granny gave it to me. Then my granddaddy gave it to me. So you see, he just signed for that. Trump just signed for that in the schools now. So your child is allowed to be spanked by the teachers now.
I don't know about that.
Mooney, did you see it?
Yes, yeah, that is correct. It's available in Florida currently. That's the first state that is going to implement it. Now, to be fair, a lot of Florida public school teachers have came out and said we're not going to do that. Okay,
but he's trying to do it in every state.
Yes, so Florida is one of the first states that it's free to do so. And to be fair, in public or in private schools, they can do that already. There is no regulation in private schools that says that they cannot use physical discipline. There never has been a regulation for that, but it must be structured. But in private schools, they've always been allowed to do that. But this is for public schools, which is especially alarming because we know that in public schools, young Black boys and Black girls, especially darker skin, depending on, because it's the darker the skin you are,
right,
the more the results differ.
Mm-hmm.
We know that they already face higher rates of discipline for run-of-the-mill disciplinary behavior that all kids do, but the darker you are. And the same thing with even discipline of putting your kids into the special accommodation classes or the IEPs. We know that they tend to put young Black boys specifically in them more often than anyone else. We also know that Black girls, they tend to medicate more and so on and so forth. So Florida is one of the first states that is doing that. We all know who's going to get the brunt of that. It's young Black boys, followed by young Black girls and Indigenous people. And we all know what that's going to be. This wasn't designed to punish the white kids.
Also, I was born in the 70s. I was paddled by a principal back in the day. If you got in trouble, you can get a paddle. They had a paddle and they would pat you on your butt. My mom came and snapped. But it was nothing she can do because back then, you can get a paddle. If you got in trouble, you can get a paddle. And they paddled me. I remember I was in the second grade and I got paddled by a principal.
Can I ask a question? Have you heard anything about them deleting
your hands? It was my butt.
The police background, like the records for the police? Have you heard about that? I think under Trump, they said that they're clearing some kind of background.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, what they're going to do is they're going to seal them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're not necessarily. I mean, I'm sure if he had his way, they would be cleared. But what they're, and which honestly isn't really far fetched from what's already happening. The records do tend to be sealed. Nobody can just access them. And when you go from police department to police,
it doesn't
department,
carry.
There are seals in place where they can't necessarily see the full disciplinary reports. And even if they can, oftentimes they don't care. Again, what we saw with Derek Chauvin. And many cops that go from police department to police department for disciplinary reasons. It's kind of like the Catholic Church, the priests that get caught messing with kids, they just get sent off to the next diocese, right? It's very much the same. So what Trump is proposing, that these records be sealed. So in the instance, right, and here's where it would be practical in real life. In the instance, you have a cop that uses force, and for some reason it was deemed not a justified pew-pewing, okay? And they end up indeed going to court. They would not be able to use, it's up there with qualified immunity, which if you guys know about that, now that is the most of the diabolical work, if you know about that. So basically, if they go to court, what the judge or what the lawyer can argue is, well, it might have been an unjustified shooting, but this person, this cop, has no prior criminal record personally. It's like having an LLC, where like all your bad financial mistakes can be put under your LLC, but it doesn't touch personally. So they can argue that cop's personal past by saying, well, We need to be lenient. We need to have an understanding because this person does not have a criminal record. What they can't argue is, well, look at his history as a cop, which was one of the major things that got Derek Chauvin convicted, was because his personal record, clean as a whistle, not even a traffic ticket. As many cops know,
Thank you, Felicia.
You have to have a clean. You can't even have a traffic ticket barely. So all of their records are going to be clean personal. But
I want the officer that took Brian Hinton. I want to see his past. If he's had any racial or violent incidents that have been reported on him in his prior work.
Currently, you can see, but you cannot see, and you cannot see what the cops' records are unless they get pulled into criminal court, and it can be used as evidence. As evidence.
They show a picture of him.
Yeah, and now you no longer can use that as evidence. So he might have been the most violent cop with 72 incidents on his report and been through 6 different precincts and has done awful things. But you can't use that as an argument to say, well, he's a violent person because look at his cop record. So of course he would do this. That's why it's unjust. You can't do that. You have to say, well, he was a good person outside of being a cop, right? Which is crazy because the immunity clause, I don't know. So that's what that means in law and in practice, which is very, very dangerous. And what a lot of white people don't understand is that's dangerous for them too, because poverty is, remember you guys, poverty is criminalized. Okay? All of us can be poor. Yes, Lord. All of us. And poverty is becoming criminalized. Amen. There are many states now where you are being criminalized for being homeless. Okay?
That's crazy.
All cops are bad. The whole system, throw it out. You could get rid of every single cop today and replace them with good people, good cops, right? You could get rid of every white cop and replace them with black cops. You could get rid of every cop and replace it. The system will still work the same. It doesn't matter who you put in place. It is the system itself. Just like we could get rid of all politicians and put in politicians that represent the community, the system will still remain the same. Capitalism will still be capitalism because it's bigger than the individual that works it.
Beautifully said.
So question, so how would you say we fix it? Fix the whole police system? Just
abolish it. It cannot be fixed. It because it never was good. Right? It's one thing if you say, well, there was a time, right, where law enforcement did things right. Law enforcement started through slave catchers.
Exactly.
Correct.
Right?
We've had that conversation.
That's like saying, how do we make America something that is built on peace? America has never existed without, it doesn't exist, right? You must abolish these systems because these systems are working exactly how they were intended to work from the day that they were created. So there is no law enforcement in America that is good or for the people because it isn't built to be that. You have to abolish the system. Now, as far as how to do that, there's a million different ways. I don't know which ones will work. I know it would take time. I don't know. I know what I would do, which is not TikTok safe. Okay? I know what I would do, right? But I don't know how effective that would be in the interim, right? But there is never going to be such thing as policing that is safe for the people. It doesn't exist.
All right, we have several people that are waiting to come up. I haven't loaded the boxes because none of you are my friends. I do not talk to people that are not my friends. So if you want to come up, you have to hit the button follow, and you can come on up and add your 2 or 3 cents to the topic of the night. We're talking Rodney Hinton and the various layers of this American tragedy.
One more question.
Go ahead.
I don't know if anybody knows. I know Mooney may know this one real quick. I can't remember what it's called. It's a new law that he signed, or he's coming to sign, that if you are arrested, depending on what you arrest for and what you say, you can be shipped to another country.
Yep, he did say that.
I think it was signed.
I believe it's the rescinding of habeas corpus.
Yes.
And habeas corpus is a law that only exists when we are under invasion or an insurrection. We are neither under invasion nor is an insurrection happening. That this would be an unprecedented thing. Now, I don't know.
No.
Happen.
My point was for the government. No, if you say anything wrong to an officer, depending on what you say and they don't like,
thank you for joining me, Felicia.
To another country, to another jail.
I ain't never heard that one.
Me neither.
Look it up.
We will.
Google it. Yeah, Google it. I'm Googling it right now.
Megan, welcome to the conversation. We're talking Rodney Jenkins tonight. We have been on this topic pretty much all night. I am happy to have you on the panel and ready for your perspective. Feel free to disagree with me or the panel. What are your thoughts on this this topic?
I'm late. I just joined. I was wondering where you guys were.
Oh, well, we've been all over the place. We'll just start fresh with you. What are your thoughts on this thing?
In the comments. Let me stop.
I will say, I have a lot of thoughts, but one comment I coming from what I see from the comments and what people think about it, I will say I noticed the difference from if you support Luigi Mangione, for example, I saw a lot of support for him, but when this happened, it was a little different. In my opinion, I'm you can't support what Luigi Mangione did, for example, and not support what Rodney did.
So do you support what either of them did?
I support, like I said, I supported what Luigi did, and so I guess I support what Rodney did.
Okay. So you're.
It's hard to say. Okay. I don't necessarily. Okay, I want to support, but then again, I don't want to support. But it's not that simple. I don't believe what the police did was right or necessary. I don't agree what the police did in general. So it's how can we blame a dad for what he did in a crime of passion?
So you're okay with him unaliving an innocent person?
It's so hard to say that.
It's not. It's a yes or a no, and people are clear on it on this panel. I
would love to just hear some.
No. Well, you can do that in the comments. The panel is for adding to the conversation, not just sitting for it. So I need you to take a take a stand.
I take a stance. I'm okay with it. Honestly, I don't agree with what police do these days. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with how they have immunity for everything they do. But it's when can we stop that?
So if the innocent cop that got run over the next day were your uncle or your brother, you'd be okay with?
No, it's no, really, no, I guess.
I need you to stop riding the fence, friend. I need you to stop riding the fence. I need an actual answer. You're not giving it. And yes, it is too. You answered it just fine, Mooney. Mooney, you answered it just fine. You gave me a clear-cut answer. I said if that were your brother, and what did you say, Mooney? You said it.
Okay, if I was on the jury for Rodney, I would not say not guilty. Let me say that. That's all. I will say that.
I said you not guilty.
Not guilty.
Did you say with the whole shit? You understand?
For who?
If it was if his charge was manslaughter or something to that effect, if he was going to get punished regardless to some degree, I would say, yeah, no, I'm on the fence. I don't think he should get life or none of that.
Okay, I'm gonna say something that's real controversial. I think he should be guilty, and I think he should get life.
Really?
You took innocent life.
Here's why. If people think that they're going to do what needs to be done for revolution because it's going to be easier and they're going to get away with it, that's not reality. Almost all of our major players in the civil rights movement paid a consequence.
Yeah.
There is no such thing as consequence-free revolution.
Okay, well, who are you talking about now?
Do I want them to be? Would I like for there to be leniency? Yes, but no, there cannot be, because that's not how it works. This man is, they're tossing around the potential for death penalty.
Correct.
Because it is premeditated.
Correct.
Because it is premeditated. And here's the thing. When I do what I do, you know what I mean? I don't do it because I think I'm going to get away with it. That's not, I do it because it needs to be done. I do it because I don't have children, but other people do. I do it because that's the price.
So you don't know how Can I say something? So you're saying you think he should get life without parole?
I think he will. I don't.
Yeah, he's going.
We don't know.
He's
I
going.
won't necessarily say life. I will say I think he's going to be.
You just said you think he should get. You just said you think he should get life.
I think he should. I think he should be charged guilty under the charges.
I think he should be
what it is.
Okay, I think he's going to be punished for what he did. His act.
He will get life.
He's gonna get life.
I don't think he's going to get life. I don't think that he was in his right.
Doesn't matter.
Being a parent.
Doesn't matter. He's black.
Here's the thing. I think he was in his right state of mind. His child got unalive. He knew exactly what he was doing. Make no mistake. Those of us that do,
we don't know things, that. Hold on. I gotta disagree with you right
now.
That
man did what he did.
We don't know what right.
Did you see it? Did you see it? That man, and it's completely, and it's completely unapologetic about it. He's in his right mind.
Hold on. Let me grab my water. Let me grab what you. Wait, how you just gonna say that you think that he was in his right state of mind? You don't know that.
Well, crime of passion is a legit defense.
You may be a little book smart, but you can't read his mind.
That's why I said
that's BS.
That's why I said I think he was in his right state of mind. I think his son got unalived, and he made the decision to get vengeance.
And I agree with Megan. I disagree. Right there, I disagree with that one.
I mean, if they're looking at he killed a cop, right? They're not gonna set
even said that he was so
for a cop. I can see her.
His family said that. And I'm gonna tell you, not in his right state of mind.
Yeah.
After watching that video,
nobody would be in the right state of mind. But I see what I guess Mooney. I'm sorry, I don't know what your name is.
That's right.
I see what a lot of people, whatever. You just agree to agree.
I feel like the emotional side, the empathetic side of me,
he made a choice.
To be in jail forever because I empathize with his circumstance. However, if he does, I understand that too. To me, again, it's not so much about Rodney personally. It's about what's going on around Rodney.
Yeah.
If the message, if he goes to jail or if he walks free, I don't care. I support the message that he sent. So he's giving up on life, clearly. The way he crashed out, you know what I'm saying? He doesn't care about
before. He's never been figured. He didn't even have a background.
And listen, for the people who support it, it's not really about right and wrong. So,
I'm not saying he was right.
Wait, let him finish. We can't help what happens to him now. But he did what he had enough courage to make that sacrifice. And I do feel like that was courage. I do feel like he was brave. I feel like what he did is something that a lot of people want to do, talk about, but haven't. And it's been hundreds of times why people have been taken in this same matter. And there was nobody to do anything about it but sit around and cry or try to file some lawsuit or something. You can't bring these people back.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that because that man, as soon as he saw the video, the next day he went out, came across the cop, and already made the conscious decision.
Take him out.
I'm going to hit him. You saw when he was in the courtroom, he didn't give no F's.
None. Unapologetic. Never hit the brakes.
We agree to disagree. I think that they was trying to tear him down with all the people. They was trying to make him snap. That's why he walked out with his head up high. I don't think that's intimidation. That's what they did. That's what I was thinking. I don't think that he just didn't care. He was letting them know that you're not going to intimidate me because you're 30 years old. I'm still going to walk with my head up high. Exactly. Okay, yeah, I did do it. But you're not going to intimidate me. You're not going to bring me down.
And with that, I think
they stood there trying to intimidate me.
It's a lose-lose for him anyway.
It is.
He would react.
after he done did that, he already knew what it was. Like, he killed a cop. An innocent cop, not the cop. You heard somebody say, if somebody do something to my child, I'm going to smile in my mugshot. You ever hear somebody say that? People say that.
I do, and I say that. If somebody does something to my child, not an innocent person, yes, I would take any one of you out that did something to my child, but I'm not gonna take your aunt or your mother's or none of those. Y'all, they didn't do anything. No, I want the person that did what they did. No, that's not the same.
Even when my son was in the car and seeing his best friend get pew-pew, and he knew he didn't do. To hear my son say in that video, "Why y'all shoot my friend? He didn't even do nothing." I just wanted to, God forgive me, blow him all up. I did.
And see, and that's how she felt. We don't know at the state of mind how that man felt. I know personally, for real, I probably would have. I don't know what I would have did. I would have.
That's why I said we can't say that unless somebody. I would have been. We don't know.
And I ain't gonna lie, I probably been looking for that man.
I want the one that did it. I want the one that did it. I don't misdirect my angle. I want the one that did it. Correct.
I'm serious. But at that time, he wasn't thinking. He's like Mona said, all cops are bad. That's how his mind was thinking. If I can't get him,
the first white tee officer I see, boom.
I can't go there.
And just do that. He didn't care if anything happened to him.
He didn't care. At that time, he didn't care. My son. He was thinking about my baby. I want my baby. And people got to understand.
So he could have been unalive.
Right. Yeah. If you have a kid, my kids, my grandkids, my uncles, all of them are black men. I got to worry about them coming in and out every day.
Thank you.
Every day. So when he took his son from him, I'm not thinking. When you in a crime and passion, when you fighting and stuff and all of that, you ain't thinking about getting beat up, busted up, none of that. You just trying to fight your life.
He wasn't even thinking they're gonna.
And nobody. You not thinking that way.
He wasn't even thinking. You said right there in the
I thought we didn't know that.
Crime of passion is like it's
instant right in that moment.
But I mean, it could. A crime of passion could be within like 24 hours. Like there's been plenty of cases with crime of passion. That could, like, if he has a good attorney, that could be a good defense for him.
I didn't need it. No.
All I'm saying is, listen, and I don't disagree. I don't disagree with this. I don't disagree.
As a parent, I'm praying for him.
Right. I don't disagree with
anything. As a black man, I'm praying for
him. Hold on, Crystal. We get it. Go ahead, Mooney.
I thought I had my phone on mute. I'm talking to somebody else.
Oh.
No, it's okay. No, that's okay. I love talking to Crystal. I never get tired of it. I don't disagree with you, ladies. I don't. But remember, if we don't know, then we don't know, right? If I'm going to say, well, here's what I think, because as clear as what I think he knew exactly what he was doing. I think he was in his right state of mind. You have to say, well, you think that he was not, but if we don't know, we don't know. And that's right, we don't know. My opinion is he knew exactly what he was doing, and he's going to face the consequence for it. And I think he knew that before he even did it. I think he knew that.
Well, that falls under crime of passion as well.
I'm after you.
It does. And also, Muni.
Sure, maybe.
Okay, and also, once again, he was so out of it. Like I said, I think that he didn't care if they pew-pewed him.
Yeah.
So you can have premeditated unaliving and it still be considered a crime of passion?
Yes.
Yeah, like he could get.
Look it up.
I don't know. That's an actual question. I didn't know that you can have both at the same time.
Because what happened to his son?
Crystal, okay.
Yes.
I'm the way I'm speaking. I'm not saying like that. I'm just thinking about a lot that I went through. Even though my son wasn't pew-pew, he watched his friend get pew-pew for nothing. So I can understand as a parent how upset and hurt and this system. You're just thinking like these people are supposed to be helping your children. Not saying that his child was right. He was in a stolen car. My son was in a stolen car. My son could have been pew-pew, but he wasn't. because he didn't run. All because his friend ran, he got to get pew-pew. Talking about his cell phone was a pew-pew.
Right.
They shot him from the back.
Yep.
Same thing with my friend's son. From the back, he was running. But when they got him, he had a cell phone, not a pew-pew.
So here's the timeline. Here's the timeline of events.
I think that's why I'm so passionate about the situation.
So 9:33, Hinton arrived at the police department. 9:51, he got upset and left. 10:37, he left with his family members instead of in his own car because he knew he was upset because he drove his own car there. At 12:41, he returned to pick up his car.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Susan. Car wasn't stolen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, this is what happened with the father. At 12:44,
Crystal's car wasn't stolen.
yes. At 12:44, Hinton left. At 12:49, he returned to the police department and drove through the parking lot. I'm going to assume this is all alleged looking for somebody. It was at 12:49. At 12:50, he left again and headed towards the UC campus with his family following him. After that, he drove onto Martin Luther King Drive, where Henderson, the cop, was directing traffic. He intentionally pointed his vehicle towards the deputy and
Never
hit the
braked.
accelerator.
Never
The
break.
man knew exactly what he was doing.
Never
We
break.
can argue I think what we're talking about, and I think we're on the same page with this, is that he was motivated by passion and
That's better.
But I do think
That's
he was
better.
absolutely in his right mind.
Okay. I'm asking you.
The time frame?
Bless it. I'm asking you, Moni.
And so, with him, as you're stating, returning back to the police station, I'm assuming, well, we can assume that he was probably looking for that particular cop at that time. That would be my thought.
He left. He came back to the police station, drove around at 12:49. At 12:50, he didn't see anything.
You're thinking as a prosecutor.
His family was with him, driving behind him at the time. When he left the police station, his family left him. Then he went to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Then his family left. And the second he was by himself,
It's go.
I mean, I knew exactly what he was doing.
So,
He had time. He had time.
Snapped.
All right, so at 9:30 in the morning is when they showed him the video at the police station. What happened? I'm sorry, I missed the very beginning.
I'll read it one more time. And Susan, you've really been in the comments. I just read the timeline that his family was with him. Like, Susan, reading comprehension. Let me try again here.
Susan, you can come up if you want to, friend. Come on up, Susan.
Susan just Susan also keeps saying that the gentleman had mental health issues and bipolar. There's no.
I would love, Susan. Would you like to come up? We would.
Also the same person that said that the dad had a criminal record, which he had no felony record.
Mooney, don't scare her off. We want to talk to her, Mooney. Don't scare her off.
I don't know. Anyway, here's the timeline again. 9:33, he arrived at the police.
You just read the timeline, but go ahead.
9:51, he got upset and left. 10:37, he left with his family in their car because they were like, don't drive. Okay, don't drive. So at 10:37, he left with his family instead of his own car, which he drove there. At 12:41, he came back to pick up his
Come on up, Susan.
12:44, he left. At 12:49, he returned to the police department and drove through the parking lot. At 12:50, he left again and headed towards the UC campus with his family following him the whole way. After that, he drove onto Martin Luther King Drive where Henderson was directing traffic. He intentionally pointed his vehicle towards the deputy and hit the accelerator. The officer was in uniform, wearing a fluorescent vest, and then Hinton Jr. stopped, waited for traffic to clear before crossing multiple lanes of traffic, targeting the deputy. He crashed into a pole before coming to a stop. Then he was taken to, then the officer was taken to the hospital where he was unalive that night. So that's the timeline.
You hit a really, I listened to everything you said. You hit something when you said his family didn't want him to drive because, the reason why they didn't want him to drive, because he wasn't right after seeing the video.
I don't feel like him going back to the police.
That's why they didn't want him to drive.
Premeditation of him unalive.
But what is premeditation is he went to the police station, got his car left, and then went back to the police station to drive around.
Yeah. The officer, there's no way we could have identified that officer. And to me, it speaks more to something being wrong with him for him to just hit a random officer. That just
exactly.
He couldn't take it no more. Exactly. Who it was, and so he just hit the next officer that he saw.
I think so too. I think he went and drove around that because he only drove around
Yeah.
Sure, he did with intent, but I don't think he premeditated it.
I don't think so either. I don't think he said, "Oh, I want to."
Just random, he just lost it
entirely premeditated.
We all think.
How's it not premeditated?
That's entirely premeditated.
He made no attempt at stopping or avoiding the situation. Yeah, at any point he could have hit the brakes. That man never hit the brakes.
That's why they didn't want him
to continue to unalive somebody, but I don't think he premeditated unaliving the person that he actually did.
But it was premeditated.
I don't think he premeditated it, period.
Yeah, I don't think he planned
that's all premeditated. All of it. He
premeditated because he went back and forth. He was looking for that man.
He wanted an officer, and he got an officer.
Let me speak. Since he could not find that man, and the first person he seen that was in a uniform, that was the victim afterwards. Okay? So it's premeditated when you go back. But the man was upset.
He didn't plan to do that.
Hold on. But the man was upset. Anybody should understand. They didn't want him to go by himself because they knew that he was going to lose because that's his son.
Yeah.
Put yourself in that situation. That is his son. And anybody, I know me, I'm going to keep it real, 100. I'm going to keep it real.
Thank you, Jay.
When I found out that
I'm just cycling guess.
I was ready to go back to get him. And my son said, "Mommy, no, because I know you would have unalived him. Real. That's my baby. That's my son."
Just like when your child's getting bullied in school.
I don't know about
you, but child up.
I just don't feel like he planned to unalive the person that he unalived. He intended to, but he didn't plan to do it.
He was going to unalive somebody. And for the record, I think it was premeditated, and he stood on business, and I stand by it. Good for him.
There you go.
I stand by it too.
I don't think so.
I know he was trying to get somebody or see somebody when he went back to that police station. Sure.
He was trying to
hit Martin Luther King. That was just a random next officer that he saw, and he was out of his mind. I don't believe that was he planned it when
he didn't know that it was going to be.
He was planning to do something, yes, by going back to that office, but he did not see the person he was looking for. That doesn't mean that he planned to unalive the person that he ended up.
No, the definition of premeditated, he planned on taking some action. He planned on taking a life.
At the police station.
Here's why it's premeditated. It doesn't matter if that person was the intended target.
Correct.
I don't think so.
Just hang on, hear me out. We see it with school pew-pewings. Okay?
Correct.
A lot of times these kids go to the school, and sometimes they have a list, but there's many times where they don't. They're not going to the school saying, "I'm going to get Tommy and
Correct.
Teresa and Bobby and Stephen and Billy," right? But they are premeditated.
Correct. I'm planning
to go unalive some people.
Correct.
So while in people terms, in our terms, in civilian terms, in regular terms, did he plan it for it to be that guy? No. But in the court of law, in the eyes of the law, that is a premeditated unalive.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So two things can be true. Two things can be true at the same time.
Perfectly said.
I don't think he was like, this guy's going to be. It's going to be anybody, right?
Right.
It was the first person I saw, but in the court of law, it was that's why the death penalty today was introduced on the table. In many states, death penalty is off the table, but premeditated. Even in states that aren't unalive penalty friendly, when premeditation comes on the table, the rules change, right? Unless you just are one of those states that doesn't do it. But it is premeditated because he premeditated to unalive somebody that day. Now, on the flip side, if
at the police station,
if my dad
doesn't matter.
If my dad was that cop who got unalived, who had nothing to do with it, I would ask the DA to charge him with premeditated unaliving.
Correct.
Because although he didn't necessarily, since we're reversing it, right? Because if one of it was your uncle, your brother, right?
Yeah.
If we're reversing it, just because my dad's name wasn't the person that he was meaning to unalive, he still pre-planned to unalive somebody that day. And just because it happened to be my dad does not mean that he shouldn't be charged with premeditation, because that's what it was.
Correct.
He just happened to drive that way.
I really hope that they don't unalive him. But again, it's not really.
I really don't either.
Okay, can I say something?
I stand behind, or I stand next to what he did, and I see it as a message, and I hope for the best for him. But
Me too.
I really hope they don't unalive him. It's just another life lost. But I think he felt like his life was over in the midst of the moment. And if he saw that, and they played with him, trying to tell him this alleged BS about planting a weapon that I'm sure they planted, nah, his life was over right there.
Okay, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Just like a long time ago, this I don't know what show it was, but it was this. Y'all probably remember it. It was this lady. The man S.A. her his daughter, the daughter or the son. No, it was the man that did it. He S.A. the son. That man couldn't take it. They let that man go away. He was like, that ain't enough. And I don't know if y'all remember that. That man pew-pewed that man out the courthouse and unalived him because he was in a state of just in disbelief. He was upset. That wasn't enough for him. Prison, whatever it was, I think they let the man go. And the man said, "You ain't going nowhere."
No, he was at a payphone.
Yes, there you go.
And he came out, and it was televised, and he just turned boop, and the judge ended up letting him get off, but he didn't let him get off because of temporary insanity. And I'll look it up. It was he charged him, but then said time served.
Wow.
Like that.
Okay, but see now, I'm not trying to flip it up on that, but that man seen what we didn't see. Now, if I would have seen it, I would have been looking for somebody. And at that time, I don't think it was premeditated. Yes, it was. At that time, my baby. I'm thinking about my baby. And right now, I'm hating all cops. So anybody to get in my way, that's what's going to happen. And that's how I'm feeling. And that's real. You took mine, I'm taking yours. Now, was it right? No. But in the state of mind that he was, you got to understand.
Martin Luther King Street.
It did. Thank you. It did confirm.
Everybody said earlier, we have a Martin Luther King Street in every inner city.
I'm going to Google it right
Every hood, we got that Martin Luther King.
That's a fact.
That's how you know what side of town you on when you hit that Martin Luther King.
Exactly.
Oh, that is true. Very true.
Symbolic to me. Very symbolic.
Very true.
And it's funny that you said that. In every hood, it is a Martin Luther King.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Absolutely.
In Vegas and even in Inglewood, I know in LA, I'm from Cali. When I'm in Vegas, it's in the hood.
That's true.
We have a Martin Luther King Boulevard as well.
Absolutely.
It's in the hood, Monty?
It's in the city. I live in the country.
Wow.
It's a mess.
We have a Martin Luther King Boulevard. We do.
It's in the hood. Everybody agrees in the hood.
That's a fact. That's absolutely a fact.
Martin Luther King Boulevard is in the hood.
All right, we got a couple of new guests in the boxes, Tarsha and Kush. Welcome to the conversation. We've been going for a good long while tonight. Miss Tarsha, and I guess we'll start with the lady. Miss Tarsha, what would you like to add to the conversation? Well, I think you need to turn that mic up. We can't hear you.
Sorry. My oldest 31.
Okay.
My youngest is 22.
All right.
We're at a period of time that we have to prepare our young men. I had to get all of them to change their cell phone cases from black to another color.
Yes.
Because that's the era that we're in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I understand, we can't control what other people think and how they act. My 22-year-old always say, I have something to lose, because he's a truck driver.
Correct.
So he says, I have something to lose. I can't be around people who do certain things because I got something to lose. Now, my 25-year-old is a correctional officer. Now, he wants to be a police officer. I'm trying to talk him out of it every day because I said, that's an era that I don't want you to get into because you're a target to be unalive.
Mm-hmm.
Because where you may be feeling like you're just going to be out there doing the best you can, you're a target to be unalive. I have all the empathy for the officer that was unalive. I don't feel like the father was a hero, but I understand.
There you go.
The reason why is because if anybody does something to any of my children, I want to take. Unfortunately, we've lived so long with this happening repeatedly. Like when Sonia was there, when is it going to stop? It's not. It's going to continuously to get worse. The orange guy does everything. He publicizes. He says they do no wrong. So they have this shield of honor that oh, it's going to be justified. Because now, if you notice, every time someone runs, they say they have that, they're armed. As soon as they take off running, they got that. And then now we have to hunt for it. And then the police cam, the body cam doesn't come out right away. We already know why it doesn't come out right away, because we got to look for it. And we got to position it in a certain area and make sure that it's seen. Martin Luther King, that's true. I lived, born and raised in New York City. I moved to Virginia. Martin Luther King. Now I live in Florida. That street is a known street in every location. So it's like, we suppose our lives, our heroes, as far as them being symbolic, but they're in the worst areas. So it's like those streets are not on Broadway, like Park Avenue. The Martin Luther King locations is in the little dead communities of the, unfortunately, ghetto. So for that family, I think the father had grief when he was driving around. It could have just been him overwhelmed with his grief. Yep. Because, you know, as a parent, you tell your children, I'll do anything for you. So I guess at his point, he felt like, this is for my son. And I sympathize with him. I do feel like it was justified. I know I'm wrong. He was justified. But that's just me. Oh, that's all I wanted to say.
I like it, Tarsha. So, I mean, I'm on this. No, Tarsha. I mean, you got people that support that, but I can't. I cannot justify unaliving an innocent person. If he would have got the person that did it, I'd be right there praying, because that's not part of my Christian walk. But I can understand that a lot better than taking an innocent life.
I can justify it, because I said we don't know what type of officer he was. That's how I justify it.
That is terrible. That is terrible.
So maybe he had something in him.
Oh my gosh.
So that's how I
now that is profiling. I do believe that's profiling.
Yeah. And I honestly will take that.
Oh my gosh. Selected.
And that's all I wanted to say.
Beautifully
said.
The
thing about it is, what I think and what I know, this man is doing anything and saying anything, the orange man, so that he can implement martial law. He's really, it's at work. Let me tell you, I work at a very big hotel in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And it is so racist up there. I'm the head shop steward, so I'm the only black one that's really pushing it. Now, it's really racist up there, and they've been doing all kind of stuff to provoke you. It is really crazy. So this man is trying to push us, because they know that once we get something started, we get it started to put martial law. That's what he wants. Because he know he's going to be going to jail, as soon as he get his orange self up out of there. That's why he want to stay in there.
Terrible.
I don't understand this.
Kush, welcome to the conversation. What would you like to add to it?
Greetings.
So
I definitely think it was premeditated. He planned it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not neither there or like anything. I think he definitely planned it. This has nothing to do with like right mind or not right mind. He can plan it while not being in his right mind. And also, I think he planned it. But I also think that there are no innocent police officers, to be honest. All of them, they are doing something. And I think also we are removing agency from this man if we think he did not know him or didn't know what he was doing. He'd never met him in his life because he was living in the city. And when we see the video of his brother being removed out of the court, he was saying they did this before. We don't know what they did before, but they was definitely doing something to him. And I think he knew this man. He was not picking a random police officer. It was not the one who did it, but definitely a crook, I think.
Yeah,
because
the retired cop that had been retired for
he had enough time to do fuckery until he retired.
Yeah, I didn't bring that up.
It's true. And the thing is, I don't think he would throw his life away if he never met this cop, just a random cop. I think he saw him after the video and he remembered something he was doing to him or his family before.
No, he said that I think the other cops, he said they did this before. I don't think that particular man. He said
right, because that would make the case even stronger on their side. If he knew the guy ahead of time, I think they
get free. I'm not saying he's innocent. He knew what he did and he booked his place in prison. He knew what he did. I'm not saying he should get free, but I'm not saying that he's in the wrong.
What I'm saying is I don't think they would hide that fact that he knew him. To me, that would bolster the case for let's unalive him now, because he knew this guy and he ran him over. You see what I'm saying? Versus,
So are you saying, Kush, that they did this before other people prior to that? Because it couldn't have been the man. So, because the guy said, I seen the video. He said they did this before. They is just they, not
the police. Yes.
That man, they. That means police. That means other people.
Yeah, I think he's talking about, just police in general.
just police in general.
Like I said, there is in my eyes, there is no innocent police officer.
No,
they are all active doing harm.
Because even if you haven't done something yourself, you are withholding, or you are upholding a system, right?
And that's the thing why I like this case.
Does this, right? You're upholding or participating in a system that overall causes harm, right? It's kind of the same with the Schnazis, right? If I was dealing with the Schnazis, this one might not have done anything, but you're still a freaking Schnazi, so all of you can go, right? Even if you were one of the good ones, there's no such thing as one of the good ones. Even if you were a good one, that just means you were silent and complacent.
There you go.
And that's the thing with this case, because
you were silent, you didn't do anything to dismantle it, and you participated indirectly in the systemic harm of a group of people. There are other groups of people that have done this systemically, and we have names for them, i.e. Schnazis.
Explain that to me.
The thing is, they never take accountability, and this is why I like this case, because this now makes them think. When you are a police officer who would be silent when they mistreat black people, they can think now, when he does something to this black boy, I might get run over. So they will keep accountability because they know they are in danger now.
But you ain't about to be a cop. You're not about to be a cop that retires with your hands clean.
Sure ain't. There you go.
You ain't done. You just been upset. You wouldn't have made it this far, and I'm so sorry. And silence is compliance.
Yep.
Cops are bad. They all got to go. I do not feel bad for this, and I'm with Tarsha. Is he a hero? And the first thing I said in the comments was, I'm not calling him a hero or a villain. I'm calling him justified.
Yeah.
I'm calling him justified. I see no issue with this. All of them.
Okay.
I'm with you on that, Moni.
And unfortunately, I think it's going to happen again. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it will happen again. Because I think it's like, what else do you do? Because look at Tyreek Nichols. They were black on black crime, and they all walked away.
Well, that would just be called crime.
Yeah, but yeah.
But for that one, that was cop on civilian crime. Right?
Exactly.
They got acquitted. They got absolutely acquitted.
Exactly. So that was
cops.
Right. Yeah. So it's like they were police.
We know this, and we know this is what we get people that are like, well, I want, I know what policing and law enforcement is like, but I want to be a cop to make a difference. For real? Yeah.
Even if that's how they think when they want to sign up, it changes once you get in.
You're going to join them? You're going to join them to make a difference? That's like a black person being like, well, I want to go hang out with a bunch of white people so that they think that we're all different. You know that's not how it works. You just want to be around white folk.
Well, like what you said, Moni, about your brother-in-law, he seen it wasn't for him. He got out of it. My son, thank God, he did not make the police force, because guess what? Mentally, he couldn't handle it. And thank you, Jesus, for that. I did not want him in there. I'm with Crystal on that one. She here. I did not want my son in the police department at all. And I'm glad he didn't make it. And thank God he's a teacher, counselor, all of that. Hallelujah.
And I wouldn't want your son to be involved in that either. Your son would be a part of a group of people that systemically oppresses and causes harm to the population. Regardless of whether he was good at it or not, or one of the good ones, it's guilty by association, 100%.
There you go. I said the same thing, guilty by association.
You're one of them. I'm going to treat every weapon as loaded. I'm not going to run around being like, well, maybe you're one of the good ones. All weapons are loaded until they're not.
They take an oath of silence to enter the brotherhood. That's what makes
it. Okay, I get what y'all saying. So you're saying all cops are bad cops?
All cops are bad. All.
I don't trust them.
I can't agree on that one.
I haven't had a bad experience, but I still don't trust them. I'm still scared.
I don't either, but I had to come forward and tell some things.
Yep, that's one out of
my son's trial. Because he
couldn't. How many other things did he not tell?
Because listen, it's not, this is where we get caught up. It's not the individual. It's the system. It's again, like, and I know people are like, this is extreme, but it's not. It's like the schnazi that says, I was just following orders. But you're part of a group that these are the orders. Like, it does.
Exactly.
I don't care who you are individually. Like, this cop did a nice thing for me, or this cop had a great record, or this cop really was a different one. It doesn't matter.
We do have some that have a straight, clean record.
And they're bad too. Fuck them too. Excuse me. Fuck them too.
Lord. She didn't mean it. You did good tonight. You did.
Well, hold on, Moni. You're telling me every state, everywhere, it's
You're not gonna change Mooney. Mooney said she would let her brother get pew pew. She didn't care. You're a cop. You just terrible. You deserve it.
Do you agree with that?
That's what she said.
I'm asking you, do you agree?
I agree with what? I agree with what, Frank?
I asked Marquise, does he agree with that?
Do I agree with what?
Every cop is a bad cop.
No, I don't agree with that.
No, he doesn't agree with me at all.
No, that's where we draw the line. That is, oh no, absolutely not. I don't believe that. No, and I definitely didn't believe that man deserved to be run over.
You do not agree on that.
That man did not deserve to be run over just because he used to be a cop. That man is not. He was retired. The man was not a cop anymore.
It's just sad that the good cops have to be involved.
There are no good cops.
Oh God.
There are no good cops.
Here we go.
How can you
That's just like every person is not a good person.
Like
that's a false equivalent. That's not a fair comparison.
I do, because they're people too that is cops. So you're taking away from the cops that are trying to do better, that don't want this.
Can't do better.
That's their career, so they are still officers.
They're doing nothing to dismantle the system that they are taking part in that causes overall harm.
Well, we don't know what's going on with every state, every county.
Because they're doing better for themselves. But that's themselves. They're not doing anything so that the system gets better. They're just trying to make themselves feel better about something that they. And in fact, I would argue that the fact that they are trying to do better means that they intrinsically know that something is broken here, and they either have a massive ego to think that they're going to be the ones to fix it, right? Or they get in there and they're doing better just so that they feel better about being a part of something that is really terrible.
The thing is, if police would really do their job and enforce the law, there wouldn't be things like sundown towers. There are lawless places they just allow and just look away. If there would be good cops, they would enforce the law everywhere the same on every people.
Now I agree with that.
Black people and not enforcing the law with white people.
And even if you are one of the good cops, right? Let's say, Crystal, even if you are one of those that genuinely believes that they're going to make a difference, those cops do not retire. They don't make it long. They either unalived in the line of duty because of, they're not being protected by their brothers. Those cops do not retire as cops. They don't make it that far. You do not.
Not all though.
All of them. All of them.
Some do retire. I know one.
No. What I'm saying is, if the ones that do retire didn't make it because they did the right thing all the time, the ones that actually do the right thing all the time don't.
Something happens. You're saying
they usually get fired, right? Or they don't make it that far, or they don't stay on the force for very long. It's just like if I right now wanted to become one of the richest 20 people in the world, I didn't get there with having clean hands.
Sure didn't.
I didn't get there, like Oprah did not get to where she is by keeping her hands clean. Okay. Elon Musk didn't get to where he is with clean hands. You don't. So the ones that do retire, they hit 55 and they get their pensions and they get all that. Trust me, their hands ain't clean.
No, it's not.
It's like, the thing is, the police force you, like, they test you because they know that they are going to do some crookedness. Like they have their own police gangs and everything, and they test the people who they can take up to this. They test the people who will run with them, and the people who don't run with them. They will target them from the beginning. In the police
whistleblowers are eliminated.
I agree on that one because I agree on if they are good cops, but they see something, they look away.
Yeah, but then you're just
that makes you a bad person. That makes you a rebel.
Yeah, that's not a good. You're no longer good if you turn away.
You look away, so that not only are you a bad cop, you're also a bad person now.
Yep. You see what's done, and you ain't did nothing. You just as guilty as the person.
Agreed.
You know what you do get to do? You know what you do get to do? Retire and put on a yellow vest and go and direct traffic.
Oh my gosh.
Ran over.
And to get run over.
You know what he said? They won't put that cop background up or whatever he did. I didn't even read. I'm not saying that.
And the crazy thing about it, let's get back on this. If it was a black man who got ran over and the white man did that to the black man,
everything would be put out by
they would pull every record he did. He did this, he did that, he did that. So I don't want to hear what they got to say. I'm sorry, God, Lord, you can do
just like the lady in the comments earlier, her name Susan, was saying he had a background. You don't even know what you're talking about because this man did not have a background. So I don't know where she was getting her information from.
Yeah, but if it was the white man who shot a black man who shot the white man's son, and then the officer, they say, oh, he was a good man. You best believe they would have brought that black man who was doing the traffic. They'd have brought his records up. They'd have brought the black man records. It would have been totally different.
I mean, you guys see it right now with that young man who was at the track meet.
Oh yes, we've done 5 shows on that. Carmelo Anthony. We've done 5 shows on Carmelo Anthony.
What was you at? We really needed you.
5, Mooney, we definitely needed you for Carmelo Anthony.
So when it came from my brother.
Oh, they've been. Oh yeah, I had to fight for my life for Carmelo Anthony. Now Carmelo Anthony, I was 100% on Carmelo Anthony side on that. 100%. Go ahead and get mad. I totally agree with him. Keep your hands off folks. It didn't matter, and I'm not going to go there because I'm getting tired. This show about over. But you never would have known what was in that boy bag if you wouldn't have put your hands on him. Yeah, I'm sorry. You earned that one. Y'all gonna keep your hands. And that tent didn't belong to you, and that stadium didn't belong to you either. You had no right.
Look, and look at this, y'all. Pay attention what the brother said. The brother, bad
story changed 3 times. Come on.
Excuse me, unalive. The bad twin got the good unalive because this is what he said. Hold on. This is what he said. It don't matter what I do, my brother will jump in.
Sure did.
And this time you got the wrong jumping in.
Yep.
Okay? You did this to your brother. You did it. And now you got to live with it.
Mm-hmm.
You can lock him up.
It was terrible.
Gonna lock him up.
It was terrible. I'm sorry. I'm on Carmelo Anthony's side on that one. I'm with him 100%.
You see that he had things in his system?
Who?
The other twin.
That's not true. That's not true. The toxicology results take weeks and weeks to come back. You don't get that back in.
I did read that, but I think, and I'm not sure.
I
think it was debunked.
Correct. That's fake. That's fake news. Yeah, that's fake. They can't put it out because it's not done. It takes a while to get those bags. It takes weeks. Y'all don't remember when Whitney Houston died? How long it took to get her toxicology report back? It was weeks. It was like 6-7 weeks before they got her toxicology results back.
Did you listen to what the father said too? Did you listen to what the father? They was trying to start some stuff with with a riot.
Oh yeah, I covered this at length. Yeah, and the daddy
was like, "No,
don't put your name, put my baby name on that." Absolutely.
My baby name and none of this stuff.
Yeah,
I don't agree with it.
Yeah. I mean, he wouldn't because he's a SO. He had a terrible record himself and wasn't much of a daddy. What I loved about this is how they tried to, every stereotype they threw at the black family actually applied to the white family. I loved it. And I came up here and I ripped them apart every week. They had money. They got money. They had been married 17 years. All the children belonged to the same daddy. They were living in a mansion to begin with. Private school. They were doing it. 3.7 GPA. I mean, we tore them up, and we flipped the switch, and they come from a broken home. The daddy's a sex offender. It was just all of it. It was perfect.
Had two different GoFundMes.
Correct, because they couldn't even get along, and I did not like how they policed those GoFundMes.
Was it true that the mom and dad had dual GoFundMes?
Yes, they had two separate ones. Absolutely.
Let me tell you something, y'all. Let me tell you something. As somebody who was raised, because I'm adopted, raised by really, 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 really rich white people, it tracks. They're a mess. They're a mess, y'all. Don't be fooled.
They're trash.
They're a hot mess. They raise the worst children. They have the most toxic relationships with the parents. It is a whole mess over there. And that is why I always go so hard, because you cannot fool me. I was raised by that. Like, my dad's first client was the Senegal family. They're Costco, personal friends.
Wow.
That's the world I come from.
Okay.
I'm telling you,
that'd be awful.
They're a mess over there. It is not what people make it out to be. They think because it's, all the glitters.
We hear it from the horse's mouth, y'all.
All the glitters is not golden. Well, that was my very first account that I never knew that. Not only did I get banned for talking about those things, but I had a couple of people personally talk to me. It was no longer safe for me to say the things that I was saying. You get what I mean?
Absolutely.
I couldn't talk about that stuff anymore. But when I tell you that scene is a mess, it is a mess. But what matters to them is appearances, right? To them, perception is reality. So if people think that you're together, people think that you're rich, if people think that it's just as good as you have it. And not to side note, but like we saw it with the Anna Delvey girl, right? Who made people think she was rich, and people assumed it, and doors open, right? So perception is reality for these people.
Yeah.
But behind the scenes, it's bad, y'all. It is so bad to the point where and I'm not being dramatic, it's horrific. The things that happen in those communities.
I believe
People
it.
have no idea.
Now, with the dad, I heard him disassociate himself from the whole, far right, racist stuff or whatever. But I still don't trust him. I still don't like him.
It doesn't matter, because the worst ones are the liberals. I'm telling you that right. The worst ones.
On top of that, I don't even think that the Austin's family were even quite as affluent as Mello. I think they went to different schools, and I don't think they were as rich, quote unquote, as Mello them.
Oh, we know that.
However,
listen, I've read everything.
When they asked his father on the news about it, and they tried to spin this narrative. All his father said was, something happened and my son got unalived. He didn't talk about what his son did.
Or said. I'm not going to talk about what he said. That's what he said. You know what I mean? I'm like, you know exactly what he said. You know what got him poked. Well, you know exactly what that boy said to him. Oh yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Like I said, I've done 5 shows on that subject. So
when we talk about this situation, we need to mention the bullying part. We need to mention the keeping their hands to themselves part, not just when somebody got unalived by a poker. And I saw the stories on the news how they were presented. I'm talking about somebody was stabbed to death. And I'm like, it was just one poke. It was a freak accident defending himself from being bullied.
Correct.
Y'all trying to spin this narrative and this delusion. That's what they like. They're psychotic and delusional at the same time. So they gaslight you and they dissect technicalities and all kind of BS to distract you from the evil that they're really trying to do or get away with.
Oh yeah.
Have you noticed? Not only that, it's bullying from the childhood all the way to adult. All this stuff that they're not going to take. It's got a lot to do with racism, all of that. And when Trump said that, they could do anything they want to do, that cop was all right with it. And then that little young man was all right with it. Even though he might have had some black friends, but they don't still think like that. They still think racist. I still got the privilege.
His dad showing up at that press conference. What was that about? That passive aggressive?
It was ridiculous.
What was that about?
It was ridiculous.
That shows.
And they found out everything that he was. He don't want to talk no more because they're gonna find out a lot of stuff about the Almighty Whitey.
Oh yeah.
I said it.
Oh yeah.
Almighty Whitey.
Almighty Whitey. Almighty Whitey.
Hold on.
I'll tell you something real quick. So the other night I was on a live. It was too late, but I was trying to invite you to it. Why did I find a guy with your same story, been with his wife forever, and I thought I was listening to you, and then they got mad at him because it was in the topic was about when do you ask your partner to marry him and all that. They was getting mad at him because he kept saying, "Well, and I said, how are y'all getting mad at him? Because he's in a good relationship and he's been with his wife since 9th grade. They went to prom, everything. Yeah. So I thought about you and I was going to invite you. I said, oh, shoot. He's sleeping still.
Oh, no. I go to bed at 9. It's the only night I stay up late. Oh, no. But positivity never does well on this app.
He sounded like you.
Yeah. They don't like positivity. They do not like it. They don't like positivity or happy relationships. They don't like it. Not on this app. It doesn't sell. It doesn't sell well at all.
And he said, oh, you had to have something through the years. Mm-hmm. And he said, I can't help it, I didn't. Mm-hmm. Me and my wife have this relationship that's great. If we go through something, we talk about it. Mm-hmm. I'm confused on how y'all don't understand this. Oh, this, that. I was like, oh, I can't. I had to come on.
Can I ask you a question, the host?
Sure.
Then the next one, we need to talk about, I ain't gonna lie. We need to talk about your host the one, how black people are feeling, because all this stressed up on this, and we're angry and expressing ourselves. I don't know what you would call it, but we need to talk about what's happening, this racism. We need to talk about how we have anxiety about it.
We always talk about that.
Right.
And look, you knew.
Where I work at, guess what happened to me? I'm a guest room attendant. So that's the housekeeper. Do you know these white people will not let me clean their room?
In 2025?
I swear that I'm deep. They will not let me clean the room. And today, one white lady went off on my friend. I had to protect her. They going crazy. They don't want me in their room. I said, what you think I'm going to do? Color purple on you?
Wow.
That's diabolical work. What did they think a white person was going to clean that room appropriately? They don't even wash their legs. Honestly, I don't. If I was at a hotel,
they think a washcloth is this.
Right, they think the soap's gonna drip down, and they have things called bath day, and they smell like roller coaster water. If I was at a hotel, and a palm colored person was gonna clean my room, oh no.
And let me tell you, how many times that I've been called the N-word.
Oh, you should have been here for my last couple of shows.
It's so devastating. I done got called the N-word in 1999, 12/1/22. That was the room. 2007, 12/0/56. 2018, I got 16. I got called Bonquisha.
You didn't get a lawyer yet?
I lost it. Yes, I did. And God forgive me, I ain't gonna lie. I jacked them up. I ain't gonna lie. I jacked them up. Jesus in the name of Jesus. I jacked them up. Because I had to do your room. I said, okay, you want to play with me?
Wow.
That's a toothbrush.
Roller coaster water.
You need to keep it long.
That's a toothbrush.
Read girl 36. Keep it long.
Horrible.
No, but you know what?
I won a lawsuit in 2017.
The type of work that I do, I am a shop steward too. So I'm not gonna tell you the hotel I'm at. I am a shop steward, head shop steward.
Okay.
So when they get the bosses get to acting up, they don't like me. I'm always in trouble. I said, I ain't gonna mess with you. I'm gonna get the white man under my white man. You ain't got to see me argue. One lady said that I was rude and discourteous, suspended me, and said that I was waving my hand, and you know what that means, waving your hand up in the air and shaking your hand. You know what that means.
Oh yeah.
So I never talk like that. I always talk with my hands down. I always teach everybody, whatever you do, talk with your hands down this way. Do not point because it's threatening to them.
Wow.
But when she did, I feel like I'm sitting on the back of the bus and you categorize me as an angry black woman, so I'm going to file labor charges on you because I feel discriminated against, and I won my case. I said, I ain't got to mess with you. I'm getting the white man on the white man. How you like that? Where's your pockets at?
Listen, I'd love to see some white on white crime.
Oh, you did win. Amen.
I got their money. I got my money paid, and I had a vacation.
Hey, Karen.
I got my money. I ain't gonna fight with you. See, I'm a big black woman. And you think I'm a big stature black woman. That's what you think. Hey, but see, I got three of me. I call her China, Diana, and Diane. Okay, you see me as a red girl, but it's those three girls. I'm gonna let you know. Sure, you're better than I can take. You ain't gotta. You expect me to act this way. I say you're real quick. Diana will do what she gotta do to mess with you, and they're pissed off at me, and I continue.
I see you, Tiger.
Don't they just get under your skin when they call you the N-word? When I was called the N-word, I never thought it could happen to me. So I was in disbelief. Like, I was in disbelief. You see it all the time. And then when someone disrespects you and call you that, you like,
you almost freeze. You think you're gonna do all these things, but when it happens, you kind of freeze up.
Yeah.
I did freeze up. I was a punk.
A punk.
I don't think
I was a punk or at least I ain't say nothing.
No, but see, it's what happens to me. I get this attitude with every color, especially with them. So I react. I do because I'm tired of it. I react. I'm angry from 58 years ago. I get tired of it. So I say what I gotta say in a nice, nasty way. I say it nice too. And if you get me real mad, I'm gonna say I did it, and then I'm gonna go off on you. And then when they say she did this, no, I don't understand what you're talking about. You said I did what? Okay, I'm gonna call security on you. I'm gonna play your game, Mighty Whitey.
Mighty Whitey.
Not Mighty Whitey.
I know, that's so funny to me. Mighty Whitey. All right, folks, it's 3:39. I should have been gone at midnight. So we're going to go ahead and do what I do every Friday, and that's to give each one of my panelists a minute to give me their final thoughts. It can be about any part of the show or something brand new, just something for us to sit with until we reconvene on next Friday night. I'm only here on Friday nights, 8:30 Central Standard Time until midnight. Let's start at the bottom and work our way up. Miss Tarsha, give me your final thought.
Again, I have empathy for all the families involved.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be everlasting. No one is going to forget this day. That's possibly why the officer has not been identified, because his family is going to suffer too. Mm-hmm. Whether he's convicted or not, they're still going to suffer. This family that lost two individuals. So all families have been affected. Mm-hmm. Because being in jail an extended period of time, the family suffers too.
Correct.
That's a jail sentence for them, just like he's being in jail. Mm-hmm. Maybe he will be able to plead insanity to help him out. I was thinking that's why he was looking kind of ditzy.
You say it was part of the ad.
Yeah, the start of it. He's never been in trouble before. This is what I would do. I would start it now. And, start acting a little ditzy so he could get out. I just feel like it's horrible. I don't think it's going to get any better. I think the orange guy is going to make sure people are becoming very confident with their behavior.
See it.
Yeah. And I've seen so many videos within the last few days of us being harassed. I've seen an older gentleman who has dementia that was in a gas station, and the officer said, hold your head up. And because he was discombobulated because he was being affected by his dementia. And he said, I see white powder on your nose, and took him down. And he took him down. And then when they were waiting for he knocked them out. When they were waiting, they said, wait, this is the old gentleman who's the family's looking for him. He has dementia. Oh, well, he was getting aggressive, wasn't he?
Wow.
So, and I seen, so I seen another officer that's a canine, and she was a female. And she said she's been an officer for 7 years. And how they mistreat her. Her brothers in blue treat her horribly. That's not our color. And she had to take a personal day for that. So I just think it's really bad out here. The only thing we can do is pray. I do not think it's going to get any better. I tell my son every day, I hope you fall and break your leg, or they jump you at the correction so you don't become an officer.
Oh, my God.
I do not want to do it. I don't want to do it. And he wants to do it. I said,
watch those words.
Yeah, well, I can live with that. Because at least he won't be with them.
My Lord.
Well, you guys have a great evening. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. I hope to see you next week. All right. One of my favorite panelists has joined us tonight, annihilated one of my guests, and has added so much to the conversation as she always does. I thank my sister for being here, and I'm going to give her the floor to add whatever else she wants to add before we get out of here. Go ahead, Miss Mooney.
I'll make it semi-quick, at least for me. Like I said before, all cops are bad, no exceptions. They get what they get, no exceptions. Abolish the system. And remember, I understand that there are families that are affected by this, especially the family of this gentleman here. And that family has lost 2 people. But revolution and change always comes at a price. And if you're not willing to pay that price, then sit your ass at home and leave it to the rest of us who are willing to do it. And he's paying that price right now, as he should, as we should all, if you're able to do it. No sympathy for the cop. I said what I said. Stand on business 100%. Thank you so much for having me up here. And I got away with only 2 cuss words tonight.
3, because you just did it again. You did good. You did good. It's always good to have you. I just love you. You know I love you. I don't agree with you, but I love you. And I hope to see you again next week, Miss Mooney. That is my girl. I love her. All right. I thank you for being here, Red Girl. I don't know if this is your first time on the panel or not, but
this is my first time, and I sure followed you, and I sure will come on.
I hope you come back. Now, if you want to know,
I just want to let you know I love the way that you host this. It's very professional.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you so much.
Some of the places where I go, they don't know how to be quiet, okay? And you handled this very well. I mean, the topic was hot. People was getting on there acting the fool. But I love this one because you talked about everything and you stayed on topic, and you were very kind to your Lord, I'm about to say customers, but your
the panelists, the people.
you know I'm old now. I love it. I enjoyed my time.
That's awesome.
My thing is, I'm with Crystal on this, and I'm gonna say this man, it's not right that the innocent man got unalive.
Yes, Lord.
His state of mind, and anybody will feel that way because he was not thinking right, and he was upset, and that situation happened to him. So God bless the family. Thank you for having me on your show.
Oh, thank you so much. I hope to see you back. I'm only live on Friday nights, 8:30 Central Standard Time until midnight. You want to know what I'm going to be talking about from week to week? All you got to do is hit that button and follow me. Become part of my TikTok family. I do it all. We educate, enlighten, and entertain in each and every one of the videos that I put out. A lot of my talking head videos are what people really enjoy, but you will see my family from time to time. We do a lot of, we do drama, we do comedy, we do it all. And people seem to love what we do. But what I love about, especially my family content, which was the origin of what I started on TikTok, is that there are messages that are buried even under the comedy inside of my videos. Thank you so much for that, Obsidian. So check me out if you haven't already. We've been viral many times, and that's all thanks to God above for blessing me with a platform. Once we start to make numbers and started to do really well, I was like, hey, what can I do to help my people? I've been blessed with a platform as a Black Christian married man with a couple of kids that's breaking all the stereotypes. And I said, okay, what I'm going to do is to use my platform to talk about the serious topics. And that's what I do on Fridays. That's why my content is a lot, well, of course, it has bleed over, but a lot when you get here in the live setting, it's a lot different from the actual content. So enjoy the content for what it is, the fun stuff, because I break away and do family stuff and the fun stuff. But when it's time for us to get serious, you'll see videos like this, and then we convene on Friday nights. We only do really serious stuff on Friday nights, but we have a little fun too. So come on back if you enjoyed tonight. This is what I do each and every week. So come on back. I'm also on YouTube. I'm on YouTube right now. So when I end this show, I got to go down and end that show. Follow me on YouTube. Same username, Faith and Bishop 2. all spelled together, number 2 at the end. You can hit the link at the top of my TikTok page to get there. We're past 6,000 subscribers over there. I go live there as well. When you don't see me here, I'm over there, and I do content that's exclusively for YouTube as well, in addition to all of my TikTok stuff. And of course, this app may be gone next month, so I don't want to lose you guys. So head over there and hit that button. Without further ado, my sister Crystal, you've been hung out with me all night as you always do, and I thank you for it. You are the last one tonight. Go ahead and give me your final thought. Make it quick. I'm sleepy.
Well, as God said, the first will be last, and the last will be first. I was first tonight, and I'm last to speak.
Isn't that awesome?
But someone was before me right here that didn't get to speak. I don't know why they dropped or they knew. It was someone above me.
Oh yeah, I guess they left. Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, that's all it left.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, I feel if he was sane, he would have took the time out to find the person to unalive.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't think he was sane, but everybody has their own opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like when we see better, we do better. When we see better, like it's never gonna get, well, I ain't gonna say it's never gonna get better. With the cops and the unaliving, it's not getting any better. So when you don't see better, you can't do better. And I felt like he just couldn't take it. He's like somebody said before, you see all this on the news, you see everything. You never thought it would be your child. And I think he snapped. I really don't think it was intentionally.
Okay.
I don't. Because if it was intentionally, he would have, like you said, he was at the police station, rolled around, came back. He would have waited. He would have made sure he found that person. Once he left, his mind was probably racing. I don't know. And then he just saw the first white tee officer and just went crazy.
Okay.
I don't think it was planned.
Okay. Hey, I'm not going to argue that point. This is what I want to say about the matter. Look, their lives lost all the way around. You know what I'm saying? I love people, even though you guys told me that I was a white man dipped in chocolate and my house in. Y'all told me up in the comments, but that's not going to make me love any of y'all any less. I know who I am in God. I know who I am as a black man, and say what you're going to say. What I will say about this matter is, again, lives are lost all around. You guys are, for those that are saying this is a hero, I disagree with you. This is a man who made a decision that's going to, has cost his life. Even if he, you know what I mean? He has a wife at home, he has kids at home, and that life is over as he knows it. And again, the system, cops, jails, they're designed for people that look just like me. So in addition to losing your son, they got 2 for 1. Now they got you 2. So I don't think there are any winners here. I am sorry for the innocent cop that. I agree with you on that one. Yes, and I am sorry for the cop that was the innocent cop that was unalived. But again, I do understand the sentiment. I understand that the system is broken and it definitely needs to be overhauled and or changed. I don't know how to accomplish that. So I understand his frustration as a father, but as a Christian, I cannot condone taking a life. This is not eye for an eye. This just wasn't eye for an eye. I'm sorry. In my opinion, it's not. Eye for an eye would have been taking out the one that did what he did, and that's not what you got. The man that caused you this, the man that caused you this pain is still at home with his wife and his babies. You're in jail, and you're gonna be there for a good long while.
That's why, if he was trying, he would have did it. I'm sorry.
Crystal, you've had your moment, Crystal. The show is over. The show is over. We're done. I love you too, Crystal. It's fine, but again, I come from my Christian place. So I can't change my moral standards and values based on the fact that me and his brother share a complexion. I just can't do that. Right is right. and wrong is wrong.
Wrong is wrong.
That's correct. And the cops were wrong for taking that baby's life, taking his son's life, because I feel like that should have been a last resort, not a first course of action. And oftentimes that is it. Correct. Not when you're running away. And I also feel like you were wrong, brother, for going out there and taking an innocent life that had absolutely nothing to do with your baby being taken away from you. So with that, I'm going to... With that, and I'm so sorry. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, the baby mamas, the wives, all of you women who have carried children, all of you women who have lost children, all of you women who are working to have babies. Happy Mother's Day weekend to each and every one of you. Hey, without you, there would be no me. So I thank you all for that. And happy Mother's Day to you, Miss Tiger Punk. So God bless you all. Again, if you love what you saw and you haven't already, hit that button and become part of my TikTok family. Watch that content. When you see me on the FYP, watch it all the way through. I only ask for 61 seconds of your time. Watch it, like it, comment it, and share it. It helps get me out there a little bit further. And that's how you support me without having to spend a dime. So I thank you all that gifted me tonight. That felt really, really good. I might have enough to go get me some Chick-fil-A in the morning. I thank you all.
Did you see I'm a subscriber? Because
I did, and I thank you for that, Crystal. I certainly appreciate this love and support. Hey, you guys don't know how much that means to me. Thank you so much for that gift, True. With that, I'm going to go ahead and retire for the weekend. It takes me 3 or 4 days to get myself back together, so I'm going to wrap this show, wrap YouTube, and go to bed. I thank you all. I love you all with the love of God. Until we meet again, bless you. Have a good weekend. Happy Mother's Day. Love you all. Goodbye. Oh, crap. Time for me to wrap this show. All right, my YouTube folks. Let me move this mic. Okay, YouTube, I am all done on TikTok. If you like what you've seen tonight, please consider subscribing on the, I need to move my mic. So, hold on, I got to move my camera so that is making sense where I'm at now. All right, I got to move this camera and then we'll wrap this thing officially. Oh, why is this mic right there? What is this spot right here? That thing has been in the way all night. All right, folks, I want to thank the people that joined me tonight. I was asking for your names. I wanted to shout you all out on YouTube. I'm always live on Friday nights. If I'm not on TikTok, then I come here and do my show. I'll go back and put up a nice little thumbnail, but I didn't have time to set anything up. I was rushing in from my daughter's band banquet, which we had a wonderful time at. We ate good. She and her daddy danced and took over the dance floor. We do it every single time. People love it, and I love it. It's just, when your kids are growing up, and my baby is, she'll be graduating in a couple of years, and I'm just enjoying a little bit of time that we have left before she's off to college. You know what I'm saying? So for her to still want her old dad around and to get out on that dance floor and cut up with me, it just means the world to me. So I thank you all for being patient and sticking around and waiting, because the show did start super, super late. But my normal start time is 8:30 Central Standard Time on Friday nights, and we go pretty long. Some of these lives have lasted 12, 13 hours, and I'm trying my best not to continue in that vein. So this one lasted 4 o'clock in the morning. We're almost at Central Standard Time. So this one ran pretty long, but it was great. You know what I mean? It was educational, it was enlightening and entertaining. And that's my goal each and every week that I'm here. So if you like what you've seen, let me turn this. Hold on just a second. If you like what you've seen, please subscribe over here. I'm going to be bringing some great things over to the YouTube side of the world. I talk all the time, and this is unfinished business. That's the official name for what I do, because we never quite finish the conversations. They just go on, and we pick up where we left off. Me and my YouTube and my TikTok family. So I thank the 2 people that are here. Look, it's not about quantity is about quality. So I thank you all for sticking it out with me. I wish you guys would have dropped your name in the chat so I could shout you out, but I thank you all for supporting my channel. I want you to come on back next week. My name is Marquise, for anybody who hasn't seen or who's unfamiliar with me. And check out my content over on the YouTube side. Check out my documentary. It's called Blue Blessings, the Bonner family story. If you want to know me, that's my full-on testimony. It's many triumphs over many tragedies, and you'll get to know how I became who I am, which I'm still a nobody, but I'm somebody to somebody. So I thank you all for joining me tonight. I hate to wrap this thing, but I got to go to bed. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I've been on for 5 hours and 27 minutes. So I thank you. I love you all with the love of God, and I will see you all on next Friday. Have a blessed night. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, the baby mamas too. Hey, there is no me without you. So God bless you, and you have a good night, and I'll see you guys on next Friday. All right, let me hit this button and get out of here because I'm sleepy. Time to go to bed. Oh, I'm so sleepy. I don't even know how to end this thing. That's how sleepy I am. Good night, folks.